Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the virtual Balticon 54 science track. To start the morning, we have a little greeting from the science track coordinator. If I can find her. There she is. Here we go. Are you hearing her?
I am not.
No.
Any audio? Nope. Let me try that again. Sorry. Can't unshare. Okay. Now you should see her.
There it is.
Good morning, Hans. Whether this is your first or 54th Balticon, we're glad that you're part of our community. Welcome to the Saturday Science Track. Let's give a warm welcome today to Doug DeLuzin, Kim the Comic Book Goddess, Richard Macko, Sam Drogue, Matt Casson, Ellie Nabavizada, with kibitzing by Dr. Thomas Holtz, Patricia Ann Stratt, Raymond Sheh, Archer Loosely, Marvin Pinkert, Brent Warner, and Pamela Gay. Oh, and a plug to Science News because they have helped transmit science in the best possible way. Thank you.
All right.
Excellent. All right, so welcome all to our panel, Ask a Scientist Medical Professionals. My name is Doug DeLuzin. I'll be your moderator today. And welcome, thanks for attending. I'll ask each panelist in a moment just to introduce themselves and give a brief background of their experience and training related to their fields. And just a little housekeeping that at the moment, attendees, you're muted, and the way we're gonna work this is if you have a question, the bottom of your screen, you should see a little Q&A button. Feel free to open that up and type your question in. That will prompt it to me, and then I'll be able to read out the question and deliver it to either the entire panel or if there's a specific person that you have a question for. And then they'll be able to answer. I'll also be monitoring the webinar chat button in case any questions slip in there, but try and get it into the question and answer field. I am an assistant professor of biology at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm a geneticist, and I study health disparities in the city. And let's begin. And so we'll start with Dr. Gandalf, and then we'll go to Dr. Mako, and then Kim, the comic book goddess. And if you could just give a brief background of your training, your experience, and then just to get the ball rolling, an example that you find of great medicine in speculative fiction.
Okay, I'm Eric Fleischer. I'm a recently retired ophthalmologist after 42 years of practice. I'm also an assistant clinical professor of ophthalmology at Georgetown University and Washington Hospital Center. I've spent my career partly seeing patients and partly teaching residents, which has been a very rewarding thing. What was the other question?
A great example, or an example you like of medicine in speculative fiction. It could be a movie, book, something you find that was great or well done. Or you can think on it and come back to it.
I'll think on it. Let me think on it.
Richard?
Well, I want to say that I've led a deprived childhood because this is my first Balticon. And now the world is opening up to me in ways that it's never been before. I'm looking for collaborators to be a content advisor. And what is my content? I'm a neurologist, a professor of neurology and medicine and of physical therapy and rehabilitation medicine, 3 departments at University of Maryland School of Medicine. I'm associate director of research in a geriatrics research education and clinical center. And for over 20 years, I've been studying brain plasticity to help individuals that have CNS injuries and focusing on robotics in ways to teach people to recover after a stroke, not to be an assistive device, but a therapeutic device. And I'm inspired by Isaac Asimov's 3 robotic laws. At noon, I'll be talking about how those 3 robotic laws apply to neurological robotics rehabilitation for stroke.
Very cool. And Dr. Kim.
Definitely not a doctor. I'm actually the ground level. Um, After a bunch of years in tech, I had a change in my life, and I decided to go into emergency medical services.
Awesome.
And I've been Balticon panels presenter. I actually play the music track for I think 10 years now.
Awesome.
And I CPR. I'm a CPR instructor. Everybody messes up CPR. Um, uh, Again, so I'm an emergency medical technician. That's pretty much one step above the absolute lowest of the low. I'm an ambulance driver. I work full time. I have certifications in hazardous materials operation, firefighter one, and I'm a CPR instructor. Probably, you know what? I think Flowers for Algernon is one of those test works that kind of shows the ways that you can use medicine in science fiction to make a point. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, great. Well, thank you all. So again, if any of you out there watching have any questions, just type them into the Q&A and I'll forward them along. So don't be shy, don't be bashful. And while we wait for you to all chip in, how about an example of science done incorrectly or medicine done incorrectly in one of your favorite movies or books?
Well, I always love the way that they screw up science in wizarding world, even in the Harry Potter thing. They come up with magical ways of curing things. I always wonder, where does the power for magic come from? Energy has to come from somewhere. And if you're healing someone and making things in their bodies change, you have to be using up some of your own energy. My only explanation for that was when you see the scenes in the Great Hall and they have all these tables stacked high with food, and they're all gorging themselves on all this high calorie food, but they still don't get fat. That must be where the energy comes from.
Well, I know that chocolate heals in Harry Potter, and I wish that were the case in real life.
It is, isn't it?
Emotionally, yes. Richard or Kim, any comments?
Well, I'll give a very brief comment that there's a movie with Sutherland that I believe that has medical students playing around with making themselves die temporarily, and the experience that they have coming back from that. And I want to share with Kim, the comic book goddess, that absolutely does not work that way. When you go under and you have reduced oxygen to the brain called hypoxemia, and you don't have somebody doing CPR correctly, you see people like me. And I tell you, whether you're going into a persistent vegetative state, which really sucks, or else you're going toward brain death and your family needs to decide whether you need to donate your organs. So all of those movies are bunk.
Absolutely. I didn't see Flatliners. I think I knew. I
would not recommend to do that at home.
Oh dear. Although Stitchers, I didn't mind Stitchers. But there isn't a lot of, the actual dying and bringing them back doesn't happen in Stitchers. They're already dead. You go into their brains. Well, apparently their neurons are still in pieces, but pretty much every author that wants a cheap way to get drama has their character die and bring him back, and they shock asystole.
Can you explain a little bit what you mean by that?
Okay, so when a patient has actually flatlined, it is not one of the things that jump starting their heart can actually does something with. I mean, in generally speaking, there's other types of cardiac arrhythmias that the big old reset button would do. But if you stick an AED on there and there's no electrical activity, that machine's just going to tell you to keep doing CPR.
There's a reason why that machine is called a defibrillator, not a wake up from flatliner.
Yeah, and the text behind that is you can't make dead meat beat.
Excellent.
Yeah, I do. Something that's specific to me as an ophthalmologist. I've seen so many movies where the baddies need to get a sample of genetic material, and they decide they want to get it from the patient's vitreous in their eye, and they do it by sticking a needle straight through their cornea, straight through their crystalline lens, and into the vitreous. Well, that ain't going to happen. For one thing, if you stick a needle into the lens, you're just going to knock it loose, and you're going to have a cataract instantly from it. But we have ways. I mean, we do actually surgically get stuff out of the vitreous, but we don't go that way. And it's just so silly to go straight. See, I think they're going for exactly what Kim is doing now. That's what they're going for. They want people to have that reaction.
Oh, no. Actually, the reason why I had that reaction, doctor, that happened to my brother. Actually, he accidentally stuck a needle into his cornea and gave himself a cataract. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's a thing that's actually happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, he's had an artificial lens for 20 years now, but it's
that sort of thing happens all the time.
Mhm.
You know, it's a lot of. I've seen many a patient who said, "I shouldn't have done that thing that I did."
Well, we have a couple questions coming in. The first one, I believe, is open for the panel for anyone to answer. And the question is the Larry Niven idea of organ transplants from criminals plausible?
Plausible, yes. Morally justifiable is a different question entirely.
Yes, I would agree with that if once we understand the genetic and histocompatibility of the organs from criminals, that biologically could work. But ethically, you have to hope that they're already brain dead and they've made a wish ahead of time on their Maryland or whatever card, driver's license, that says, I am an organ donor. I agree to this.
It'd be a pulsed in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Order for Life-Sustaining Treatment.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. And we have another question coming in for Dr. Gandalf. What are your thoughts on Honor Harrington's prosthetic eye? And do you think we'll do that anytime in the near future?
I don't know that specific prosthetic eye, but there are a lot of work. There's a lot of work going on right now for ocular prostheses, particularly for people who have things like retinitis pigmentosa and such. There are two different ways they have of getting the visual information into the brain. One is to put an electronic stimulation sheet into the eye over the retina and then hook it up to some kind of a video camera, which they've done, and they've actually made it work. But the trouble is that it's like a 5x7 pixel image that the patient sees, which is something, but not great. And the other thing is retinal cells in the neuroretinal cells are not made to be stimulated by outside electricity, and they eventually get fried. So it really doesn't work for the long term. The other possibility that's being worked on, which probably has more promise, is to put a sheet of electrical stimulators over the occipital cortex, because the visual processing for the brain is back here. And if you put a sheet of these things in, you can actually make the patient see an image. And that has been done also, and people are working on that. It is not something that's going to be working real well in the very near future, but in the long future, it might. Waking up eyeballs that are dead is never going to happen. Transplanting whole eyeballs is never going to happen. Each optic nerve has about 1.25 million nerves in it. There's no way you're going to attach them back up.
I think what Gandalf, you're talking about with the stimulation of the cortex is a form of brain machine interface. And individuals that have complete paralysis from neurological disorders, there are ways to connect, or partial paralysis, to connect the nervous system or proximal portions of the body that work to a distant part of the organ. And when you're talking about the eyes, you're talking here about taking sensory information and delivering it into the brain. So it's the sort of opposite pathway. It's incoming sensory information going to the brain, while brain-machine interfaces, which really could have been used more in science fiction, go from the nervous system out for neuromotor control.
Excellent. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, especially considering that we actually already have testing of long distance neural interface. They have done some testing where people on different continents have they've sent the impulses to have someone move their arm from one continent to the other. That is actual, somebody's working on it right now, science.
That's amazing. That kind of like manipulation, but also that connectivity that goes on between, especially over a long distance.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions coming in. One is just a comment that here in the UK, so awesome that we have some audience members all the way across the pond, so welcome. And in the UK, in reference to a previous question, that they have changed to make the default in agreement with donation. So just a point of interest. Thank you for sharing that about organ donation. We have okay. This comment is: I see a lot of films and TV shows. This would be open for everyone on the panel, and all questions are obviously, but just a general open, where people get knocked out, which I believe is a concussion of some sort. But what is the short or the long-term realities of being hit so hard on the head, particularly when you go unconscious, especially if the protagonist has this happen multiple times a season?
Can I go at this first, and then the people, and then our lovely neurologist who's going to be able to give the real terms for some of the things that are going. One of the things that you rarely tend to see going right in speculative fiction is the immediate after effects of a concussion. In term, and I'm talking about one that is not quite so bad that you end up bleeding into the brain, stroking out, and dying, which is definitely something that can happen, and we would be looking for almost immediately. A classic concussion syndrome, again, from my end of things, generally speaking, it takes about as long as it takes me to get to the scene on a rural motor vehicle accident for someone to start displaying concussion symptoms. And the big symptom is repetitive questioning, because as their brain swells, one of the first things they forget is what just happened, up to and including the accident. So, well, okay, I'm an EMT, so I'd be driving the paramedic in the back, but I would hear the exact same question go off every 2 minutes with the exact same answer from the paramedic, the exact same reaction to that answer. Maybe once in a while, the person with the concussion would notice something new, which would change the pattern, but there is definitely a pattern. I also want to toss into that. I gave a paramedic a concussion once, and it was exactly the wrong paramedic to give a concussion to. We had a very sick patient in the back. I took the wrong road. I didn't see the pothole. And the paramedic was very tall and wedged up under the shelf in the back, and it hit him. It hit him in the head. And there was about 30 seconds of no sound. And he's a very big, and you don't want to anger him guy. So when he didn't want to stop and let me look at him, in my judgment, it was best not to. I called my supervisor. Everybody met up at the hospital, but he is an extraordinary man. He actually kept everything together, and I was listening because I'd been monitoring the entire call. The report that he gave to the doctors was absolutely perfect. And he finished, and I said, and now you need to get examined. And all of the ER staff looked at me kind of like I was crazy. Immediately, like drop of a hat, concussion syndrome set in. He started asking, wait, what did we hit? What happened? And in the repetitive questioning, everything exactly. My supervisor showed up just on time. But there appears to be, at least from my single anecdotal evidence, that there is a little bit of either luck or the will of the person might be able to affect it slightly, but eventually what you're getting is that same concussion syndrome. Also, before I toss it to the guy who really knows, from some people that I've known, you've got to think of that syndrome where as they get more concussions, they get worse, and that can be very apparent too in the way that you write about it if you are doing it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kim, I want to thank you. That's a very, very compelling and accurate description of what happens with traumatic brain injury when you're seeing it live. And it's a very, very scary and devastating event. And I have to tell you that I'm privileged to be able to help take care of veterans and many, many people that have had traumatic brain injury, which we've learned so much about over the past, since the Gulf War, where the body is more protected by shielding, and appendicular arm and leg injuries and traumatic brain injuries become the predominant factors. And sometimes I've heard up to 20% of soldiers come back with these symptoms. And what I think you're describing is the acute effect of anterograde and retrograde memory problems, where anterograde means you're not processing memories forward for a block of time. And retrograde means you lose your memories for a certain amount of time. So oftentimes people don't even know what happened to them, but they know something happened, but their bell was rung. And this can happen even if you don't have a complete loss of consciousness. It's one of the things that we've learned about traumatic brain injury is you can have no loss of consciousness and have traumatic brain injury that creates oftentimes a durable effect. And repetitive ones hurt even more. They hurt the brain even more, and they add up. And the syndrome that you start to get out of the immediate impact is a post-concussive syndrome. And this is going to include headaches. You can have ringing in your ears. There can be traumatic brain injury disturbances of sleep. There can be impairments of mood. And what you could call the Achilles heel of cognitive function is executive function, your attention, your concentration, your ability to dual task. All of these aspects of executive control of your brain, along with the memory, get screwed up. And sometimes that can last for a very long time. And in terms of the neurons, what's happening with more severe cases, you have diffuse axonal injury, which means the long cables of the nervous system get sheared because of the forces that occur. They shear the brain on the axons, and this diffuse axonal injury adds up to brain damage that's persistent. Then when we get into the real severe cases, these shearing injuries lead to bleeds in the brain. And we see these, at University of Maryland shock trauma. You see them often. You're talking about very, very serious injuries and brain swelling that can come along with it. But the story is that you can recover with it. There's hope that you can recover. Even many, many years out, we see people with traumatic brain injury, oftentimes with post-traumatic stress disorder that goes along with it, that fight back at it and can regain control, because the brain does have plasticity. It has an amazing resilience and ability to recover, but it can be battles. I've seen battles for years before people come back.
Great, thank you. We have that is really fascinating that plasticity can allow an injured brain like that to reorganize, which is any of that driven by like stem cells in the brain that regenerate anything, or is it just the ability to rewire?
Well, that's a really good question. For many, many years, we didn't think that the central nervous system had the capacity to regenerate. Then animal studies working with rodents found certain regions of the brain have high levels of plasticity, and they actually do create new cells. And subsequently, it's been shown that in the human, areas of the brain, hippocampal, dentate gyrus, sections of the brain that have higher levels of plasticity do have the capacity to regenerate. And there's a little question that after a traumatic brain injury, an inflammatory process is set up, which fights against plasticity and regeneration. And when the brain's factors, growth factors like brain-derived neurotrophic factors and a host of other growth factors kick into gear, they can stimulate plasticity and reorganization of pre-existing cells, and some new cells can be made. Yes, and that's probably part of the replasticity of pre-existing cells and reorganization of the neurons is probably the major healing effect. But there are new cells that can be made in the central nervous system, and that's something I think that science fiction should leverage, because that could go a small amount or a large amount. You could do things with that in the capability of human consciousness.
Excellent. Thank you. Kim, you mentioned you had a comment about long-term TBI.
Yes. I have several friends and have had coworkers that had persistent traumatic brain injury, and at least one of them with rehab has such great coping skills that you'd never know that they had it. But there's several, and there's several that have persistent like midterm memory issues, where you have to answer the same questions for them over and over again. It takes an extraordinarily long time for them to retain the new information.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, we got some great questions coming in from the audience. Dr. Gandalf, I'll have you take just the first stab at this one. Does a person have to have a medical degree to do medical research?
Obviously not, because you're a medical researcher and you don't have a medical degree.
Yes.
No, actually, a fair portion of medical researchers are PhD or master's people, not necessarily MDs. No, you don't have to. The only thing you need to be a medical doctor for is to treat patients, but to treat research, no. And there are many, many, many fine researchers that are not medical doctors.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And let's see here. I'm going to hit on this one. Okay. I'm trying to get these in order that they're coming in.
But Doug, I wanted to just add to that. It's that ideas drive research. It's novel ideas, and anybody can have those ideas. You can have a middle school student that sees something without our biases that comes up with an idea. And so really the generation of ideas and asking questions in medical research is the driving factor. And I think that sometimes we see those things coming out of people that don't even have medical training, that have just fresh ideas without blinders.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
It may actually help in a lot of cases.
Yeah. All right, we have a question from the audience of which movie or TV show seems to get the medical science right more often than not?
I'm just going to chip in very briefly on that House has investigative capacities to consider a differential diagnosis, which is realistic in most cases, dramatic in all cases, and oftentimes comes up with some esoteric findings, which for the most case I've found are medically accurate.
That's interesting, because we watched the first 3 or 4 episodes of House when it first came out, and I found his medical knowledge and his medical technique so wildly inaccurate and awful that we gave up watching it. He tended to hunt down zebras rather than look for common things. He would give somebody a treatment that takes days or weeks to have an effect. And if it hasn't cured the patient in hours, he would try something else. And we gave up on watching the show because of that. Maybe it got better after we quit.
I recall at least one, and I only watched the later seasons. We actually sat down and watched it at the station, and me and my partner were watching one episode, and House is dressing down a paramedic, and he said, "Well, I guess they don't teach that in paramedic school." Cue unison. Yes, they do. But actually, at least for my industry, amusingly enough, they usually go back to emergency in the 1970s in terms of an actually accurate, to the time, emergency medicine show. But currently, in my own personal silly opinion, Sirens was actually the most recent one that was at least that was. Um, that was most like a day on the ambulance, really. With the exception of every once in a while, they still did get something wrong. I mean, they in order to frame the scene right, they had them lift into the stretcher. They had the patient in the middle of the stretcher, showing the stretcher going into the back of the ambulance, and the two EMTs on either side of the stretcher. They wouldn't have even been able to activate the button to let the wheels up. So I don't know.
Excellent.
But real life is sometimes as inaccurate. If you go into Olympic footage, there's at least one accident in the diving pool where apparently people who don't usually work in EMS pulled rank to be able to watch the event, and they put them on the stretcher upside down, like
So
with their head where their feet should go.
I want to adapt my House comments after listening to Gandalf. House is driven by signs and symptoms. And over a very short period of one single session, they have to flip through 5 or 6 different diagnoses, which is what creates the tension. The therapeutics is often off base, and the timing from it is not correct. But the diagnostic symptoms and signs, which create the jigsaw puzzle and the shifting of diagnoses, oftentimes do hold true to the esoteric zebras that they hunt for.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Okay, so a couple great questions. Another one here. We're going to move off planet now. I'd love to hear thoughts from the panel of long-term health effects in zero G, and if fake gravity with centrifugal force is just as good as actual gravity. Who wants to tackle this one?
Well, certainly there were some interesting studies, which I don't recall all the details of the twins, where one spent a year up in the ISS and the other was on the ground. And there was changes in height, there was changes in spacing between vertebrae. More toward my end of the deal, there was a change in the physical shape of the eyeball of the guy that was up, and changes in the structure of the retina. So he actually had visual degradation from having spent the year up in the ISS.
There were some major immune changes too, if I recall correctly, from the preliminary.
Yeah, I'll jump in and say, I know from the genetics angle, the telomeres, which are the caps of our chromosomes in our cells, as we age, they get shorter over time, and it allows for a lot of problems in the regulation of our genes as we get older. And then it showed that the telomeres actually got longer in space. And then when the twin, I think it was Mark, came back to Earth, the telomeres re-shortened again about 6 months after being back on gravity.
Back to where they would have been if he hadn't gone up?
Presumably.
So I want to add to Douglas that telomeres and their length are positively related to cognitive function. And it probably has something to do with the capacity as a geneticist that you would know of generating new neurons and neuroplasticity, because the greater the telomere length, the greater your capacity for healing and regeneration. So that becomes interesting to find out what happens to the brain's function and cognitive function, which I'm not less aware of. What I am aware of is that the reduced gravity circumstance creates major changes in the muscles and the bones. There's a thinning of bone density, which can become very dangerous. And there's a loss of muscle mass, which has to be countered with forces that go across the joint. So NASA has been working with Biodex Corporation, which is a company that we've become affiliated with through our Next Step Robotics. And they've started to take some of the tools they've used in physical therapy for measuring and training strength across the leg joints and converting those into instruments that can be used in space to counter the zero gravity, to retrain the musculature, where you lose fast twitch muscle mass, and bone density, to be able to create a measurement and a treatment device that can be used in space that's extremely lightweight, that hooks right into the pre-existing chairs that might go on to the spaceships.
I'd like to follow up on this question for you, Kim. I'm only guessing, but I'm sure you've seen a fair amount of different types of traumas and things in your work in EMS. Do you think that there are any certain types of injuries that occur frequently, say on Earth, that if they were to happen in space would present, or even just the emergency fix would be different in microgravity?
Well, yeah, because a lot of fixes for or immediate aid for things like fractures becomes a lot more. It becomes a lot more difficult when gravity isn't there, causing everything to fall in the same direction. Yeah, boy.
Has anyone in space ever fractured a bone?
I don't know.
No, I haven't done that research.
I'd be curious how we bleed in space too. If we have a big cut or something like that.
It would bleed in globules. It's the same thing with the surface tension. There's actually some kids experiments with the astronauts showing you what does happen when you use a towel in space. So once they've got that mass that can break away from the skin, it's going to be a globule of moisture, just like anything else. Now, the clotting might actually be different. I do know that they've done some experiments on it, but I'm not read up directly on them.
So Kim, help me with this. But one thing that we do when we have people that start to bleed, become hypotensive due to dehydration or any sort of a problem where their blood volume is low, is we put them in Trendelenburg, which is feet up, head down, to increase venous return to the heart and try and keep their circulation going. That's impossible in space because you're in a zero gravity environment. And so here you would have to use some of the approaches that the military has used, and first responders in traumatic circumstances where they may end up having to go to compressive bodysuits. And some of those things might need to be inbuilt if somebody's in a hazardous circumstance to be able to compress appropriately. And there are also ways that you could place tourniquets alternatively over the limbs and rotate those to maintain tissue viability, yet reduce the need to supply blood to large appendicular areas like the legs. And those kinds of techniques could help keep somebody alive. I just wanted to bring these up as possibilities.
But actually, pneumatic compression garments were at one point ambulance equipment. They were in and out before I started 10 years ago. But they are something that we have. I can only assume that the science came back on them and they weren't helping quite as much as they thought. One thing to note though is that even though Trendelenburg position is of less use in zero gravity, that's because zero gravity already allows the blood to collect further in the center of your body.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You don't have gravity pulling that away from your heart either. There was another part of that question that I wanted to mention, because once upon the time, baby Kim would not have gone into medicine at all. She would have went into nuclear physics. And the question really is, what is the nature of gravity? You have to answer that definitively in order to say whether or not centrifugal force is going to have a different effect on the body. Is the body just reacting to that pressure in one direction, or is there something intrinsic about the nature of the particles involved in actual gravity that is different than momentum.
Mhm.
And we don't know that yet. We don't have a unified field theory yet. So we predicted most of those particles, but there are things we still don't know about that. And the only way we're going to be able to establish it one way or another is to actually do the science and send more people into zero gravity.
Well,
And
have to
so-
create a spaceship that has the centrifugal gravity force to see what
Mhm.
happens.
And one of the
Right.
points from an engineering perspective, having spent many years working on robotics for people with neurological disease and different types of conditions, that the engineering models can be made that mathematically evolve in a dynamic fashion the sorts of forces that would occur in a certain gravitational environment. And mechanical engineering could apply forces with actuators or variable resistance, such as piezo resistance materials, on a person. And with the concept that machine learning can look at that individual person and calibrate those with feedback, it's completely possible that suits could be made that mitigate the effects of anti-gravity to a great degree, at least on the musculoskeletal system.
Douglas, you're on the space station. Tell us what effect it's had on you.
Yes, can you see? I'm isolating. All the others are in the other part of the cabin right now. The twin study I think is really fascinating because you have two people that are genetically similar, have had similar education, has similar experiences being from the same family, similar training because they're both astronauts. It's really such a unique, one of a kind in the world study, looking at sending one of the brothers up into space for a year and coming back. And some of the things too that really piqued my mind, Kim had mentioned the immune system, is that there was activation of several different types of white blood cells, macrophages in particular, that are good at finding the microbes that get in there and cause problems and kind of clearing them out. Dr. Gandalf, you had mentioned just he came back a couple inches taller than his brother, as kind of everything kind of separated out. And then when back on space, he shrunk back down to his normal height within a couple weeks. It was pretty quick. They're still analyzing some of the data to see that like gene expression in those cells is very different from ground control, and how that's going to play into inflammation, into immunity. So needing to take like vaccines in space or exposures to something new. I think a lot of that data will come out in a couple of years just to really see like how effective our cells will be at fighting anything that's infectious up there. Just trying to get through a couple more questions. Okay, here's an interesting one. This one was from a while ago. We have a writer in the group, and she asked if a character needs a significant quantity of their own blood for a ritual, so I'm assuming blood magic here, where would they cut to minimize their risk of death or long-term damage? So I'm assuming that this is a character that might be having to, take some of their own blood, for instance, for this to work. And so any thoughts on that?
Why is she cutting instead of getting herself an IV and self-donating?
Could be, yes.
That's
Would
my
make
first.
a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So perhaps a donation. We'll go to the next question. Let's see here. How much does internal politics affect current medical practices?
Well, that's a really politically charged question.
Yes.
And so one of the things that I would say and give an example is, and Gandalf, you could share this with me too. I've, for 25 years, been taking care of individuals with infectious diseases. When I was at El Hospital Generales, University of Southern California, we had strange infectious diseases come in from all over Central and South America. We knew that you used protective equipment, including masks, long before the CDC and the government came around to that. And I think that the PPE decision was made to try and help protect first line providers. And the switch to putting masks on everybody for COVID, that's definitely something that helps reduce the spread. It will reduce the distance that you can vaporize, viral materials. But I think that some of those decisions were politically driven, and they helped drive differences between the parties in the United States. But for 25 years, we all know that masks should be worn and help provide some protection and absolutely reduce spreading. So these sorts of things create political party divides, which don't go with 25 years of my experience taking care of people with infectious disease.
Thank you, Richard. Dr. Gandalf or Kim, any thoughts?
Well, certainly governmental regulation affects pretty much everything we do in medicine. I think a lot of governmental regulation and other things affect whether we order tests, whether we don't order tests. Are we going to get paid for them? Are we afraid that we might get sued if we don't order a test, that someone might later say we should have ordered a test? All those things definitely affect your decisions.
In general, anytime when you've got something other than the good of the patient really, really driving the answer to the question, you are going to get some wonky answers. Now, with that said, I mean, you're going to have limited resources in any case, okay? And part of the difficult decisions is applying them appropriately to the situation. And, after 9/11, in terms of EMS, that's where the incident command system has popped up. And the modules in incident command system, if you're interested in adding a dimension of how are they actually supposed to be handling it on the ground? It's not the same thing as how did they actually do it, but it should be close in a well-run area. The incident command system, many of the modules are available. They're online training. There are certain ones that are in-person classes, but somebody thought about it and gave a framework where the person whose weight is supposed to count in the situation is already defined. First person on the scene until an officer from the area having jurisdiction shows up, and then they can take over the scene. There's still internal politics problems. I mean, it happens in everything. But some places are better than others. There are. There is in this, as we're talking about COVID-19, there are definitely groups, facilities, companies that are running better than others. I mean, there's inequity of resources as well. Not everybody has the same ability to secure what they need, but there are definitely people that are using things better than others.
Thank you. We just have a minute here. And first I want to say thank you to everyone in attendance and all your great questions. I'm sorry that we didn't get to all the questions, but I would also like to thank the panelists. And if we could just do a quick round, we'll go from Dr. Gandalf to Richard to Kim. Is there any one quick topic or quick thoughts you had that we didn't touch on today that you were eager to talk about and can maybe point people here that are interested in following up in the right direction towards that?
Not really. Actually, I had a couple of bugaboos that always bug me about stuff, and we covered them.
Excellent. Rich?
Yes. As a person that's interested in the nervous system and aging, which we all do, and thinking about the future of what happens to the brain in space, I think we need to understand Alzheimer's disease, cerebrovascular disease, and how cognitive function and brain health is influenced being in space, because when we go out there, we're going to have to deal with the same types of problems that we're dealing when we get older here in the world. And that's something that I think is a great unknown.
Thank you. And Kim?
The thought that I had just flew out of my head. I should probably see Dr. Mako there.
No problem. Well, I think
Oh,
we're.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
One
ahead.
thing. For those of you who do include accidents in your work, there actually is a pretty good Facebook group called Trauma Fiction, where everybody who has time kind of looks at it and tries to answer other people's question about medical science involving your plot. Sometimes better than others, you know, sometimes the questions are better than others, but it's definitely something worth looking at.
Excellent. Well, thank you all so much for your time, and thank you, panelists, for all coming and with your great questions. And hope you have a safe and really exciting rest of the virtual Balticon.
For everybody, we have a channel over on Discord under Discord/BaltimoreSciFi, where you can have post-panel chats if people wish to go over there. Also, remember that it does cost us something to put all this stuff on. If you go to balticon.org and click on the GoFundMe link, we'd appreciate any links, any contributions that anybody has. Thank you for attending.
Most of us would like to be there in person, but pandemic's gonna pandemic. So the topic is indeed, am I reading legitimate science? And before I describe the details of the panel and then have the panelists introduce themselves, just a few reminders. As you saw when you came in, this is being recorded. I should point out that chats are, if I understand correctly, chats are also recorded as part of the Zoom process. So keep it clean, at least, a PG-13 clean. Also, this is a Zoom webinar and not one of those Zoom meetings that we've been doing, all of us, for the last several months. The distinction here is that you have a function along the bottom that's Q&A. And the preference is, if you're going to ask a question that you want the hosts to answer, put it in the Q&A and we will get to it. You can start loading them up. We intend to mostly deal with the Q&A section towards the end, but you can load your questions up earlier on. That's fine. Chat is fine, but we'll probably miss a question there. If you wanted to have her discuss amongst yourselves, chat's good. So very briefly, the text of our idea behind this panel is: news about scientific discoveries and advances can be incredibly important and exciting, but also potentially prone to misrepresentation, misreporting, or distortion. What should readers look for before deciding to forward on a news piece to their family, friends, and colleagues? What can scientists do to ensure that their findings are reported on clearly and accurately? And what can science writers do to ensure they are reporting on solid and meaningful results? What are the signs that the underlying science itself is suspect? And how can you check when the primary literature is often paywalled? So that's our charge. Our panelists will introduce, I'll have us go through. I'll introduce myself last. We'll go alphabetical by last name. This is one of those issues that in a real panel, a physical in-person panel, we would be able to go up and down the table, but everyone's order is different on their screen. So Douglas, do you want to introduce yourself, your background, and your interest in this subject?
Sure. So thank you. So my name is Doug DeLuzin. I'm an assistant professor of biology at Morgan State University in Baltimore. I study how social determinants of health, including living in poverty, influence our immune system and can then ultimately predispose us to cardiovascular diseases and other types of long-term health consequences from living in chronic stress and in the interaction with the environment. So I've studied that in aging in my training, and I'm a geneticist that does my work. I'm interested in science communication, and I write a lot of nonfiction for a general audience, especially explaining science. So I have articles in Clark's World and Analog that kind of dive into specific topics in genetics and discuss the representation in literature. So I'm very interested and passionate about making sure the science is communicated correctly, including the pros of what the new study is about and the cons.
Great. And let me see if I remember my alphabet. Sandy looks like will be next.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Sandy Gibbons. You'll find me published under Henry Gibbons. I'm a scientist, and I'm basically a pure scientist on the applied side. I work for the Army in biodefense. I work for the Combat Capabilities Development Command Chemical Biological Center, formerly the Edgewood Chemical Biological Center. So obviously for the work that we do, which is defense, we can call it defense against the dark arts in a way. It is very subject to this kind of distortion and that sort of thing. So I'm very, very concerned. When I write something, I publish it in the scientific literature, and I want to make sure that I'm trying to communicate the results of what we do, and be sensitive to all of the public affairs concerns for that. And so that's where I'm coming to this. But it's also of real concern, and it has real consequences when especially now in this pandemic, as you mentioned before the talk earlier, that the science is communicated effectively, that the details are not completely glossed over, and the nuance is preserved. because this has real consequences for people's behavior.
Great. Okay, then. Anna, if you could introduce yourself and your
Yeah.
interest in the topic.
Hi, so I'm Anna Kashina. I'm in my day job, I'm a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I study biochemistry and protein regulation. In my other life, I'm also a fantasy author. So that has nothing to do with science communication. So occasionally in my work, I do make some discoveries which are considered newsworthy. So I had several news pieces written about my work, and it has been stunning to me how you talk to a person who's like a science writer for a publication, and then the piece comes back to you, and it kind of has nothing to do with what I did. So I think science communication interests me not only because, like, when you read science in the news, it's a big issue how accurate it is, but also there's this big disconnect between scientist language and the public language, and I think this disconnect is kind of what's hurting both science and public. So to me, it's kind of a very interesting topic, to how to communicate science effectively and accurately. So during the pandemics, I've been following the news like everyone else, and occasionally my friends and relatives come back to me to ask, like, is this true or not? And I have been stunned by, like, so there are a lot of accurate discoveries there. There's also a lot of news gimmicks, and it's kind of just like this big jumble. And I'm sure we've all been reading it, and yeah, some of the things we don't know how to believe, like what is true. So yeah, so I'm interested in this topic from both sides of the scale, I guess. Yeah.
Great. So, Ted.
Hi, I'm Ted Weber. I'm a speculative fiction author, which is why I come to Balticons. I'll post my website in the chat. But I'm also an ecologist with degrees in systems and wetland ecology. I've worked in forest and wildlife ecology quite a bit. I'm currently working on climate adaptation for defenders of wildlife, especially for endangered species. There's so much misinformation in the media, and even more so, magnitudes more so in social media about climate change and just science in general, that it'll take me lifetimes to list. So hoping people are tuning in to this webinar, this panel, and maybe we can talk about some of these issues.
Great. So I'm Dr. Tom Holtz. I am a vertebrate paleontologist and principal lecturer at the Department of Geology at the University of Maryland in College Park, and a research associate at the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History. And so my interest in this topic comes from a couple different directions. One, dinosaurs which are my particular specialty within paleontology, are obviously in the public eye a lot. And so I witness a lot of science communication. I talk with a lot of reporters about other people's work as well as my own. And just the last couple of weeks had a paper come out, and interesting to see both the news media and social media totally miss the point of the paper or spin it in a different direction than the paper was actually about. Also, I do a lot of undergraduate education, and part of that has to do with science communication and being an intelligent consumer of science news and what is science versus not science. So when this topic came up, like the other panelists here, I thought this was a really interesting thing to participate in. So I think the first question that will go around, and this time we'll do it alphabetical by first name, will be an example, recent or past.
Oh, I'm still last.
What's that?
I'm still last.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. Well, we'll do reverse at some point. Here we go.
Well, at least you know your alphabet as well. I'm just scrambling.
An example of some information in science, maybe your own research, maybe some other topic that got miscommunicated in either the news media or social media or both. So it looks like Anna will be up first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so since my mind revolves around coronavirus, so coronavirus testing was one big thing that got miscommunicated, I think, and the coronavirus origins also. So like, I mean, the story about it originating from the lab and being a biological weapon and all of this stuff. So my impression, like in this current situation, so news reporters are just picking up whatever will make the news, and they don't care if it's true or not, basically, and they just put it out there. So it's like ridiculous on so many levels to call it like a biological weapon or something created in the lab, just because it's like everything biological weapon is not. But yeah, so it got, I mean, I've seen a lot of news stories about this. I was kind of appalled by them, but there's apparently a lot of people who still believe that, and people who propagate it for their gain. So the other thing is like the coronavirus testing. So I think it recently started coming out. So first, like, we're not testing enough to say how many cases we have. And secondly, we're using different tests, but they're being apparently, as I learned recently, piled up into the same pool. So we basically, like, all of this eventually amounts to like zero actual information about the virus. And I think, yeah, these two are big examples which are not only glaring right now, but also very harmful. So, yeah.
Great. So, Doug.
Yeah, so I'm a trained geneticist. I think sort of related to my work, but more in general, two things I see a lot that are misrepresented in the news, and then people that want to take kind of a more of a nefarious angle to it. It frustrates me. So in the field of genetics, a core part of the history of the field is eugenics, and a lot of even just experiments from like Nazism and stuff that are now seeded back into the story of science a little bit. And one thing that I like to communicate a lot about, and I get upset when reporters report incorrectly, is the idea that like we have different genes. So it'll be like, this person has this gene, that person has this gene, and that's just not the case. We're all human. We all have the same genes. That's what makes us human. If we had different genes, we would be a wholly different species, and we wouldn't be able to reproduce as humans. So what the misconception is that it's not the genes that are different, it's that people have different versions of the same gene. So versions for skin color, eye color, hair length, height, those kind of things. We all have the genes that are capable of producing these proteins. It's just that variants in those proteins and their functionality give us all our unique, awesome traits. And so I see that a lot in reporting, that people are saying like they've discovered this new gene in this group of people. It's like, no, it's just a new version of that gene that we'd never identified before. It's a subtle difference, but I feel it's very important when people start saying like, well, they don't have the genes that I do, and some of the really weird things I've seen online. And I'll leave it at that for now, but that's something that really grinds my gears a little bit, to quote Family Guy, that people are saying that like we have different genes, and it's just all our beautiful variation that gives us our uniqueness, and that we all everyone in this room, everyone around the world, we all have the same genes. There's no one that has a different gene than anyone else.
Yeah.
Great. Now, using either name, Sandy or Henry, looks like you're next.
Okay, yeah, I agree with Anna's assessment that there's just a ton of garbage information floating around about the coronavirus, and one particular example that sticks out for me is the reporting of and I'm a singer, so this is very, very important to what I do in my off time. But the idea that this expulsion, or the seeding of the air with particles by people who are breathing in and out and coughing and singing and talking, and that these particles, and with virus, last forever, or last 14 minutes, or whatever the half-life is of the particles is measured to be. What's lost in the reporting for that is the idea, and I've seen this in social media, is that yes, the particles last, but that is not the same as saying that the viruses within those particles are viable at the time, at a certain point of time. Much less if you get to do this out in the bright sunlight, which is inimical to airborne organisms, going in with data going back to the 1940s or 50s, that you have a very different scenario outdoors versus indoors, and that nuance is utterly lost in a lot of the popular reporting. And that said, to my knowledge, there's not a lot of data on this period for this virus. It's still very much in its infancy right now, and we're trying to play catch up as a scientific community with this. scientists, we have to be very cautious about how we report, and then to see this spun in 50 million ways 6 way to Sunday is it can be very frustrating.
Yeah.
Great. Now, Ted.
Well, one thing that really bothers me is people who so there's, I guess, levels of misinformation. So going from scientific papers to the popular press, some information is lost or distorted. And then going from the popular press to social media, much more is lost or distorted. And a lot of people will just read the title of an article and then just share it without actually reading the article. And then they'll make memes out of it. And so titles are intended to draw in readers, and a lot of them are clickbait. So they're intentionally exaggerated and often completely untrue. And the titles are created by editors in a paper or a magazine, not the reporter. So they may not have very little to do with the actual content of the article. So for God's sake, read the article before you share it. So here's an example of all that. So the Daily Mail in the UK, which I'm just going to go out and say it's kind of a rag, published an article on May 14 about entering a solar minimum. So meaning surface activity in the sun's reached it's at a low point. So the surface activity in the sun undergoes like an 11-year cycle, small ups and downs. So what was the title in the Daily Mail about this fact? The sun's gone into lockdown. Reduced activity in the solar surface has sparked fears of a doomsday mini ice age. So, so that's quite an alarming title, isn't it? Run, hide. So reading the actual article, so most of the article is about all these alarmist things. At the very end of the article quotes scientists saying, the effect on Earth is minuscule. But before that, it's full of sensational speculations like, are we entering another mini ice age? Mm-hmm. So I went to nasa.gov where they had a blog article, refuting this, saying there is no impending mini ice age. And so this article then had links to data showing the irradiance from the sun's 11-year cycle of small ups and downs. And this year is no different from any other low this century. So that kind of shows in a nutshell how, first of all, you should read past the title and then read to the end. A lot of times they'll post quotes from scientists towards the end, and you can harbor maybe a little bit of what's actually going on, and then go ahead and check an independent scientific source that where you can find out maybe the truth of what's going on.
Great. I just note here we've got a bunch of good questions piling up in the Q&A. We'll get to them in a bit. I do want to answer the question I asked myself. This one is sort of near and dear to my heart because it's recent and it has to do with one of my own papers. And that was one issue is that both the news media and social media tend to want to put studies into an existing narrative that they then want to say something new about. Mm-hmm. So I had a paper that was out a week or two ago on locomotion in carnivorous dinosaurs. And the thrust of the paper was looking at what benefits do longer limb size, how longer leg size have dinosaurs of different size. And we showed in our modeling that in small bodies, you increase the limb length and you get a a really positive advantage in terms of speed, but in large body size, a longer limb length doesn't add that much to speed, but it does help cut the cost of locomotion. And so the general thrust of it is little guys, longer legs for sprinting, big guys, longer legs for marathoning. But because there's already the existing narrative of did T-Rex run, yes or no, a lot of the news media and a lot of the social media was, oh, you guys have shown that Tyrannosaurus didn't run. And we didn't say anything of that sort. We didn't really address maximal speed at all. We were looking at what is the selective advantage to increasing limb length. But because people wanted the answer to the other question that we weren't asking, they would rather talk about that. And that is an issue that comes up a lot.
Yeah.
So I think we can go to one of the Q&A questions, and then I'll go back to some of the ones that are in our charge. And here's a specific one, and anyone who wants to address it can go ahead. How can lay people interpret preprint studies, which we've seen a lot of links to with regard to the coronavirus? This is being something relatively new to the general public. So if anyone wants to address that, you could raise your hand and go for it. Go for it, Doug.
Yeah, this is an excellent question, and really, I think one that at least in the biomedical community we're really grappling with at the moment. So there are several different preprint archives. There's the archive. There's bioRxiv, where a lot of biological information is posted. I have had a paper preprint in bioRxiv, and then there's the medRxiv, which is similar to bioRxiv, but it's for the protection of the patients and the human subjects in that research. And so that really is for research that has like human tissue samples, human subjects related to it. The preprint service was really put together to help with reproducibility issues. And the idea was that you could get your paper out there. And one of it was professionally, you get a number called a DOI number, digital object identifier number, that you could put in your grant to submit to the NIH or the NSF to say like, hey, look, I'm productive with my research. This is a preprint, but I have an official way of citing that information now. Because usually you have to wait a year sometimes to get your paper back from peer review. And then if you're pulling up for a grant, it's really hard to be like, well, I've been productive. I'm just waiting to get this accepted. But once it's in preprint now, a lot of these newspapers are citing this as fact. And a lot of it is that the idea was you put up your paper, you could get comments from the public while it's in review to strengthen the paper. Most people now are citing this as like, this is bona fide science, and any paper in a peer review database has not been, or I'm sorry, a preprint database has not been peer reviewed yet, or is in the process of being peer reviewed, which means that anybody can post anything in there. There's an initial screening to make sure you meet some criteria, but it's not something that's now been published in Science or whatever journal it is that has 4 or 5 authors, usually people within the field, maybe even competitors in that field, reading through very detailed, giving good notes, strengthening the paper, or rejecting it. And so none of that is there with the preprints. There is a lot of commentary sometimes in some papers, especially with the COVID papers, that kind of help screen that a little bit. But people are now posting like news articles, breakthroughs in these science. And a lot of times, a lot of people now are finding that there's significant flaws in these papers, and none of that's being reported. So it's a thing that the field is using to increase reproducibility, but it's social media has taken that, and media has taken that and kind of disconnected the two and inserted itself in between to say, hey, we're going to talk about it as if it's published science already. And it just isn't yet.
Mm-hmm.
Great. I see Anna had her hand up as well. So
yeah, so I kind of wanted to point out, so unfortunately, everything is correct. So the preprint service has not been peer reviewed. Unfortunately, this problem doesn't end with peer review, because peer reviewed from there means that 2 or 3 experts in the field have looked at it, sometimes not very carefully, sometimes they're not the best experts. And even the published papers have to be taken with this kind of scrutiny. So a lot of respectable scientists right now post their papers on bioRxiv for all the reasons that Doug mentioned. There are also some bad papers out there. Unfortunately, some of these papers will also make it through peer review. So this problem exists at all levels. So I would say that And yeah, some papers at bioarchives, I think, get removed eventually because there's so much backlash and there's not enough proof. Ultimately, posting a paper on bioarchive doesn't give you any formal scientific credit. So most of the serious scientists do it because they want to kind of show that they were the first to make this discovery, basically. Biggest reason to post it on preprint service. So I would say that, yeah, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but it doesn't mean that papers published in journals as Nature and Science are immune to this kind of approach. Yeah.
Absolutely. I noticed. Oh, Ted, do you want to say something?
Yeah, you can't. My hand like disappears and appears.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I agree with Doug and Anna about both preprints might not necessarily standing up to muster, and also some published papers having problems. But that's just the nature of science. It's an evolving body of knowledge, and it changes. Knowledge changes all the time. Hopefully, in a better sense. But on the other hand, during crises like coronavirus, it's important to get information out and not wait a year or 2 years for that information to get out. Like having published and reviewed a lot of papers, it takes time. And then, but also, yeah, they can change quite a bit between that first draft and then what's finally published. But either way, I think the solution is kind of to not just look at one paper, kind of look at the body of knowledge. And so a lot of times letters will be published in response to an article in a journal, and in response, the authors will usually respond to that, and then other studies are done. So don't just look at one article and say, hey, that supports what I'm thinking, I'm going to go run with it. Or this doesn't support what I'm thinking, I'm going to look elsewhere. So just be honest and look at the body of evidence. So I guess that's my advice.
Yeah, that's. I'll just chime in here. That's what most of us do anyway. When as scientists, we go in and we're digging in the literature. We're not cherry picking. We have to look at, and before we waste time in the laboratory, we make sure that we're going to pursue something that actually has a potential lead. And so we look at the body of evidence, as you said.
But you have to say, so in science also, the amount of literature right now is so overwhelming that a lot of people are guilty of this, like you just read the title or the abstract, and then you assume this has been shown already. And then, so I've done this before, revisit the fields which are supposed to be well studied and look at the actual evidence. Very often the field has nothing to do with our understanding of this field. And I think right now, like, people are revisiting old fields. And with coronavirus, yeah, you just grab like the headline. You don't do, I mean, there's no time to evaluate all this data. It's just like piling up right now. So yeah.
That's why meta studies are so popular. You know, going and looking at a whole suite of studies and pulling out the ones that are, you know, defensible. You know, like that they used like double blind, like they use experiments or data or so forth. And
yeah, so this has been great so far. I'm trying to make sure that we get some of the important questions. Not that these were unimportant questions, but sort of one of the key questions that both we had in our charge and that Beth Kingsley asked in the questions here. Is, do the panelists have thoughts on how specifically a non-scientist media consumer can assess that we're reading what we're reading, especially in the context of something like the current pandemic, where the data is limited and the science is still evolving, which relates to sort of the general, what should readers look for before deciding to forward on a news piece to their family, friends, and colleagues. So I'm sure we all have something to say about that. But we can go around and answer how we would approach this. And then we'll do a follow-up question that someone asked, which was a Are there particular publications that one should look for that do a good job of science reporting versus others? But we'll start with what are the things we should look for in an article, especially if you're a non-scientist? And so whoever wants to take that first can start, and we can just go around.
Oh, I can start.
Okay, Anna, you can go ahead. Sorry,
yeah. So yes, I think the first thing is to see if this article is citing legitimate scientific sources. And the sources would be like scientific journals, which are peer-reviewed rather than other media outlets. So obviously, like if it's a news piece you're really interested in, you should read it carefully. Make sure it's citing some actual studies and not just opinions by other people, even if these people are like the top scientists in the world. So, and if you do that, I think there's kind of astonishingly little good evidence on a lot of things that we read. So yeah, that's kind of my one answer. Yeah.
I'll go. Henry, if you would like to go.
Yeah, sure. One thing that I'm particularly cognizant of after watching the first, little bits of that awful Mikovits video that went viral, and we spent untold amounts of time trying to deal with. You want to look at the tone as well of whatever piece you're reading. Is it emotionally charged? Is it sensationalized? Is it using, like we heard about the sun's going to a minimum, we're all going to die. I mean, is this tone realistic? Is it playing to your own emotions? And is it trying to drive your sympathies for the victim? In this case, victim. I'm going to put that in big quotes. In this case, a scientist who claims to have been railroaded by the quote unquote scientific establishment. You want to look for that. I think you want to look for that emotionally charged verbiage. And anytime you start to see that, your index of suspicion should go way up in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that the length of the piece for me is really important. So, I mean, like, I forget who mentioned it. I think Ted had said you go from a research report to a news article to a tweet that's 140 characters. And you can lose a lot of the perspective when you do that. And so I try, when I'm reading science, and I like to read a lot of science news, I'm trying to look for like more long form articles, even though they take longer to get through. So to kind of round that with publications, I think like journals like The Atlantic, Wired Magazine, Undark are three awesome places, I think, for very good vetted science writing. Most of their articles, though, are in the thousands of words, but they tend to be written by well-established writers who are interviewing experts to talk and interpret about the science. And so I find that perspective to be real helpful. I read a lot of science that I don't understand, and I do science every day. So having someone that is in that field kind of say like, hey, this is the real nuts and bolts, and this is why it's important, helps me filter some of that out. And so you just don't see that in a CNN or a Fox News, or sometimes even an NPR article, which I like NPR a bit. But I also like to put my trust in some of the writers that are very established. Ed Young, who writes a lot, Carl Zimmer and Sarah Zhang are three examples of people that I think only Sarah has a bachelor's of science, and none of them are PhDs, but they all really understand what they're writing about. And a lot of it is just through interviewing the other experts in the field and kind of putting together a narrative about that. And I try and look for that narrative a little bit to help explain both the good and the bad of what it is they're reporting on.
Yeah, Wired is a good example of a layperson journal that seems to be fairly accurate. There are also journals associated with scientific professions like Physics Today, and then there's one that Society for Conservation Biology does, and there's various I guess journals like that that are intended for a degree somewhere between the lay audience. Some of them are for a lay audience, like Scientific American. Some of them are more for people who work in a particular field. Ecology is one I'm most familiar with, but aren't necessarily familiar with all the very specialized things like study of a particular insect or something like that. So they're written in more general terms that way. And those are fairly reliable. The reporters know they're scientifically trained. They have a science background or science degree, and and then you can go to find out if it's something that you're working on. Of course, you're going to look at papers in peer-reviewed journals. But one thing I definitely want to advise about is beware science news post on advocacy sites. So I would trust a vaccine study published on Lancet a lot more than one published on JennyMcCarthy.com. So check your source. Some are more reliable than others.
Peer-reviewed sources, I guess. Lancet is peer-reviewed, and the other one is not.
Lancet is peer-reviewed. JennyMcCarthy.com probably is not. I haven't actually looked at it.
Yeah. Something I would also point out is in terms of news articles in the popular media, did the reporter interview people who were not involved with the study, which will typically be indicated so-and-so not involved with the study, to get an outside but expert point of view. Press releases are good, but they're obviously going to spin it from the point of view of the institution and so forth. And if the reporter is willing to fact check with other experts, that's a good sign.
Huge. I totally second that.
Yep. Go ahead.
I think it's kind of important to remember that every press release for research is intended to publicize this research. So I think very often, for very legitimate reasons, but they give disproportionately high value to this one piece of research, which tomorrow may prove not to be that important. So my suggestion, my favorite sources for an overview of the field are still Science and Nature, because in addition to papers, which are the highest impact in the field, they also publish editorial roundups, and their editors really know their job. So that's kind of
some of them are great reporting.
Yeah, right. So I mean, they combine this solid scientific knowledge and the ability to write them for general public. So
go ahead.
I was just going to say that also shows the importance of scientists to be willing to communicate their work with the public, be willing to talk to reporters if the reporter is interested, and give them something in writing that they can draw from to make sure that it's accurate. And if it's not a skill that you have, PR departments in your universities or your organization can certainly put that together. In fact, they might be doing that anyway.
Well, I kind of have to add to that, because universities don't want scientists to talk directly to reporters. So I've been approached by reporters recently, and our media office said that, don't. So they're really worried about what you will say that will be attributed to the opinion of the university. So if you do that, you go through your media relations office, and very often it doesn't end up being the most insightful or exciting interview. So it's kind of it's a double-edged sword, and I think universities do it for good reasons. But
the stereotype of the scientist portrayed in Independence Day, the wild hair and as you can imagine, they don't let us out much. It's not. There is truth to that kernel, but it is also something something we need to be aware of. In terms of how we talk to the public, that we can sometimes come off like that.
Yeah.
Yep. Now I know
the jargon.
Yeah. In fact, Science and Nature and many journals have the commentary section, news and views. Depending upon the journal, it's called something different. Which I once saw described. Its function was to translate the hyper jargon of the actual research to mere generic scientific jargon that other scientists would appreciate. I noticed that there's a great question by Zhenyu Li that also duplicates one in the charge, which is, with regards to looking at the literature, what can we do to improve giving people full access to the papers? Because sometimes when we want to read, the bulk of it are behind a paywall. And I'll start, my answer to it is, as your mileage may vary, normally the article will have a link that has the email address of the primary contact.
Mhm.
Scientists want you to read their work. If you email us, we will send you a PDF. In general, at least in my field, now it may vary for other fields, but we like people to have access to our papers, and we will send you a PDF. But if anyone else has a different idea or additional ideas, I'd like to hear them. Ted's got an idea.
Yeah, that's the obvious one, to be willing to share your paper, although sometimes you're not allowed to by the publisher. But I think usually you can share the preprint. Usually, not always, but usually. And we as scientists have that same issue sometimes, where we can't always access things behind paywalls. So, but hopefully our institutions have subscriptions and can get them. And then also you can get them if you're affiliated with the university library. If you're in a university system, it's not really a big deal. What would be nice would be that if public libraries could have that same kind of access, which I don't think is the case. But I think that that is something that needs to be negotiated with the publishers so that people can access information. Otherwise, if it's just sitting behind a paywall, sure, the publisher has to make money, but to survive, but that information's not doing anyone any good if no one can read it.
Right.
So,
I think
yeah.
just two quick thoughts. One also is, I know for almost all journals right now, anything related to COVID is completely open access. So papers, commentary, especially with like the Lancet, Science, News, Journal of American Medical Association, New England Journal of Medicine, very high caliber, still not immune to bad research and reproducible problems. That's all open access right now. And the other one is that there are several journals now that their working model is completely open access. So PLOS One and the PLOS family of journals, everything there is always and always will be open access. And generally, there's a lot of good science in those journals that you can write about or read about that is related to what you're looking at. And Frontiers is kind of up and coming now. They have some issues that they are still sorting out with replication, but they're an open access journal as well.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
So there's a new kind of a rule, which is at least a decade old, that any research that is funded by any federal sources have to be open access. So all of us, in addition to publishing our papers anywhere else, will have to deposit them into an NIH database, and it's open access. So it's not always the final like typeset version of the paper. Sometimes it's a preprint, but that's a policy. So if we don't do that, we'll lose our NIH funding. So there's also a very big push in the community to make all the research open access to everyone. So actually, there is a big push against journals that charge for subscriptions. And very often, scientists pay publication fees, and then they will still charge for subscriptions. So I know that the University of California as a whole recently refused to subscribe to Elsevier journals. As a result, yeah, like I've had some scientists from UC system ask me for reprints. But yeah, but it's a war that I think the universities will win eventually, because scientific research is supposed to be open to everyone to read. And yeah, all these preprint services and public depositories are in on it. And I think in Europe, there's also very big, so they're refusing, kind of boycotting all the journals that charge fees. And unfortunately, Science and Nature are also on the chopping block. So nobody knows exactly what will happen, but yeah, you should be able to read work that you're interested in. And yeah, if everything else fails, totally email us. We'll love to share.
So that means some other pay model will have to be developed for the many journals that are published by publishers like Springer or Elsevier that charge to charge readers because it costs money to put those things out, and it costs there's a lot of infrastructure and all that. So how is that paid for? Is it done publicly? Does that mean that the governments will have the ability to censor scientific information? I can certainly think of a lot of governments, the U.S. included, that have censored scientific information in the past. So how do we make that? How do we support that and make it objective and neutral?
Yep. Sandy, I saw you had your hand up. So
yeah, I was going to Anna took most of what I was going to say, so thank you. But the website in question is PubMed Central, PubMed, and I posted a link to it in chat. So people who go there, you can find tons and tons of unpaywalled material from US funded researchers and anything that's unpaywalled global wide. So if you need to go to the primary literature, that's a good place to start.
Yeah. So I see we've come up on the 5-minute mark. So I'd like to ask the panelists to do their wrap-up point. You can also plug where you can be found in social media or elsewhere if you want. So let's do this alphabetically backwards by last name. So Ted, last major thoughts here on the topic. Obviously, this is too short a time to explore.
Yes. Ted Weber. I work as an ecologist. It's very hard to distill everything down into 1 minute, but for God's sake, read beyond the title before you share anything. Look for the source, see if they're biased. Look for peer-reviewed journals if you can. Beware science information published on advocacy sites. So do your research and think critically. So again, I work for Defenders of Wildlife. We're a nonprofit that seeks to protect wildlife and their habitats around North America. The first 2 books of my near future cyberpunk trilogy, Sleep State Interrupt and Wrath of Leviathan, are available on online outlets, and the finale will be released on September 1st. And you can find me on my website, tcweber.com, and my social media links are there.
Great. Anna.
Yeah, so I just posted my links to my website, which mostly features my fantasy novels, and I posted my 2 Twitter handles. One I use as a writer, the other one I use as a scientist. I don't keep up with social media very well, so if you Google my name, you will also come up on my University of Pennsylvania credentials. So yeah, I love to hear from people. Please feel free to contact me on any of these outlets. And yeah, I think my words to the people listening and reading all this science right now. So don't get overwhelmed and pick what you want. So you have to, like, if you're interested in a piece of information, you need to read it in depth, but yeah, don't take everything out there at face value. I think a lot of what they're saying right now about coronavirus will prove to be untrue. So I think yeah, I'm like totally about this aerosol transmission and contact transmission and things like this. So I think yeah, we are. Actually, there are many ways this pandemics could end, and I think yeah, social media is totally off right now. How it's going to happen? So, yeah.
Great. So Sandy.
Yeah, I second a lot of second all the other points people have made. Pay attention to the tone of whatever it is that you're reading. If it makes you feel anxious or worried, or there are plenty of things that should do that, but if it's really driving you to go, oh my God, we're all going to die, it's probably, scientists are generally very cautious in the way we communicate. And the other thing that scientists aren't necessarily going to do is, in their scientific writing, they're not going to always take policy positions. Our job is to report facts, it's to report data, it's to report information. It's not to advocate for a particular position. That's someone else, really, it's someone else's job, to be clear. But we provide the supporting information for that. So yeah, be cautious, be careful, be patient. And that's very hard. And for scientists, sympathize with your readers, because we are all drowning in this stuff now. So that's it for me. So thank you.
Okay, Doug.
Yeah, thank you all for your awesome questions and being on a panel with such awesome people has been really great. So I appreciate that. I second everything that they said about being cautious and keeping open-minded. Science publishing is a process. So in a couple of years, there might be new results that refute something that was bona fide a couple of years ago. I mean, it was just, revolutions in science occur all the time. So part of the scientific method is we need to go back and rethink what we once thought was completely true. And so that sometimes I think allows people to try and manipulate that message a little bit for whatever purpose they have. But yeah, I love talking about this stuff. And you can find me on Twitter at RibblesInTime24. Message me or whatever. I'm happy to talk about it. And the only other plug I have is at 5 today, I'm giving an hour-long talk about the microbiome and space and on yourself and in your body. So if you're interested about bugs and bacteria and viruses, there might be some going around right now. Stop on by.
Great. And see me at the Dinosaur Update, the annual Dinosaur Update tomorrow at 1. Also, I want to thank all the panelists for being here. I want to thank the attendees for asking such great questions. There were a bunch of questions we weren't able to get to, some specifically about the so-called replication crisis, or that's the name of it. It's definitely a serious issue. I want to see maybe a future panel on that issue because I don't think it'll be gone by next year. And we'll be willing to answer questions of some of us as for a few minutes after the main event is shut down. Also, on Discord, some people will be there available to answer questions, and this would be in the Science and Skeptics channel on Discord. So it looks like we are probably bumping up against the actual time. There we go. So our pictures are now moved over, but thank you for showing up. And if anyone wants to actually answer one of the questions that didn't get answered here, there's what magazines do you have problems with? The way they spin articles. That's an interesting one. Also, if anyone has anything briefly to say about the replication crisis, that would be great.
Yeah, in terms of the replication crisis, there's a lot of stuff that's not published that has to be done. Yeah. Graduate students are not going to waste time building on someone else's work if they can't replicate it. So a lot of them are going to try that in their labs, in their hands. You just won't ever hear about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I speak from experience.
Yeah.
In ecology, there actually is quite a bit of replication in a sense, in that people will look at questions that are related, or they'll look at, say, a bird study in their particular area, whether it be the Northeast US or whether it be South America or wherever. When you get enough of these together, you can sort of develop general principles from that. So it's not quite complete replication, but it's similar studies using similar methods. There are accepted methods in ecology, but they're in different places and looking at slightly different questions, but could be comparable in some ways. That again is the value of meta-analyses that look at a bunch of different studies and try to draw out common themes.
I put a link in the chat for a paper that just came out like 3 days ago, basically where they took 70 different independent research teams with the same data set on functional MRI and analyzed it and compiled what were the results from all 70 different analyses based off of their own protocols, those kind of things. And it's pretty astounding that you can have varied answers looking at the same data and just using the biases and or just the assumptions of different types of ways you can analyze data. I think this article is paywalled, so I have hopefully not put you in front of a dead end. But again, they have the link right there. You can email Dr. Tom Schoenberg, and I would imagine that they will definitely share the article with you if you wanted to read it. Or send a message, and maybe you'll find it in your inbox. So I'm not opposed to that either. So
great. Yeah, I noticed.
I apologize. I had internet blink, so I was out in November.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, see, John Lackner asked a great question. It's too far. isn't the fact that so many people have no concept of critical thinking a major problem with the sensationalist article? How can we overcome that? Well, that is the work of a generation to educate people on critical thinking. I think that's specifically it, education, whether it is formal education in schooling or informal education, like doing scientific outreach like this. But yes, obviously, getting critical thinking as the standard for humans would be the main goal, and to help counteract sensationalism and so forth.
And thank you very much, panelists and attendees, but we do have a hard stop that we must go with. Everyone enjoy the rest of your virtual Balticon.
Bye-bye.
Great. Take
Bye.
care. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you,
Thank
Tom.
you. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Henry, thanks, Andy.
And you're on.
Very good. And I'm going to start my slides up.
Okay.
Well, we're having a little difficult. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
All right. And I should have a picture of myself somewhere, which I'm not seeing.
Well, if you're sharing full screen, then you would only see that.
Okay. Thank you, Misha. So let me go ahead and introduce myself very briefly. I'm Rich Macco. I'm a neurologist at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and I'm co-appointed in medicine and physical therapy and rehabilitation. I'm also a chief scientific officer of a startup company, Next Step Robotics, and work very closely with Anindo Roy, PhD, who's an MIT graduate and now associate professor of neurology at University of Maryland, working with me now 15 years on robotics. He's also down at University of Maryland College Park, Clark School of Engineering, where he teaches robotics in graduate programs. And Anindo is an IEEE senior member and the chief technical officer of Next Step Robotics. I want to start off with some disclosures, as is the rule. Again, I'm a founding equity owner and have patents and serve as the chief scientific officer on Next Step Robotics. Our group has a National Institute of Health, National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, U44 grant, which is a small business initiative for research for ankle robotics for the treatment of foot drop after stroke. And I'd like to thank the National Institute of Health for their cooperative work in helping us move this forward. And this is a cooperative grant in which their brains and their input has been extremely valuable. I'm also a co-director of a neuromotor exercise and technologies core for the Claude D. Pepper Center at University of Maryland. And that's National Institute of Aging, and it focuses on functional independence in older Americans. And this is something that's I'm very, very passionate about, to try and bring technologies to older individuals. And my real drive, my real interest that I'm talking about today is robotics in individuals that have had neurological diseases, particularly stroke. There are advances in the control systems of robotics that now allow us to apply these to people with injured central nervous systems. And that, accompanied with the brain plasticity that's in the injured brain, we can make huge differences for people. And this is all very recent developments. And these approaches that we're using for neurological rehabilitation and robotics and advanced control systems have profound implications for what could be done in the area of science fiction and for optimizing human performance way, way beyond just medical therapy. So I want to start off with an outline of what I'll speak about today. And that starts off with, how big of a problem is stroke? Is there a need for new technologies such as robotics? And I'm going to make a case that it's a huge global public health problem that's getting larger and larger, and that in fact we're not doing the kinds of things we should do to help these people. That movement and the capability of moving should be a human right, and right now it's not. Secondly, are robotics and robotic exoskeletons smart enough to cooperate with stroke survivors to help recovery of walking? And I would broaden that to be able to say any other sort of functional movements, the arm, the whole body. And what mechanisms enable those cooperations to occur on the side of the robot and the side of the adaptation that occurs in the human brain and body. So this brings us to questions of safety, questions of rules. What are the 3 laws of robotics after stroke? And do they differ from Asimov's 3 laws of robots, which many of you may track back to 70 years ago, that may be universal? How are these relevant today? And finally, what are the brains of the robot? And I'm going to make a case that it's the control systems, because the control systems of robots indicate how they're going to be able to adapt to humans under different circumstances and how humans can cooperate with them to optimize movements. I'm talking about human robotic cooperative learning. And I'm going to make the case that the very same control systems that we're using for neurological patients could power Iron Man. Let's start off with how big of a problem is stroke. In the United States, there are over 800,000 new strokes per year. There are probably many, many more that go undetected and add up like grains of sand to take away cognitive function in older people especially. There are over 5 million stroke survivors. This number is anticipated to double by 2050 with the aging of our population. And in fact, that's a global phenomenon. Globally, stroke is 12 to 15 million new cases per year. And there are over 104 million stroke survivors. And this is data from the global burden of disease, which probably underestimates the amount of stroke in some case, but it's very well documented. And this goes back to 2013. So this number is just accumulating and rising. It's a third the size almost of the United States itself. There are 132 million disability-adjusted life years lost to stroke, and that's massive. The lifetime risk for 25-year-old persons is now estimated to be 24.9%. So this is something that affects far more people, and you can see the references for that. It's very well studied right now, and it's a huge, huge unmet problem. So let's look at hemiplegic gait. Half paralysis is one of the most disturbing and disabling features of stroke disability, where a hemispheric stroke occurs on one side, such as the right side of the body, and then the left side has what could very well be a permanent paralysis. What you're seeing here is a steppage gait where someone kicks their leg out in front of them and also circumducts or makes a circular motion because they cannot lift their foot. The knee is stiff because the muscles for that control flexion and extension are simultaneously paralyzed. And this person has at least a 70% chance of falling the first year out after their stroke. And they are permanently disabled for life. So functional independence is gone. They become very afraid to move out of their house and do things. It's a serious, serious problem. So the question of all these millions of strokes, how many are left with residual disability? After we do our best with physical therapy and rehabilitation to get them back on their feet, well, 6 months out after the stroke, 2/3 to 75% of stroke survivors are left with residual leftover disability that permanently impairs function. And the question is, can we do better than just routine stroke rehabilitation care? And technologies play into this role. So I'd like to take a moment to talk about technologies for mobility recovery and neurological disease. And I'm going to start off with the ankle foot orthoses, or AFO, and also then mention the more recent functional electrical stimulation. Okay, foot orthoses have been around since the time of Christ. They're several thousand years old. And these are the most common things that people use if they have foot drop, inability to walk well, as that prior video showed. That's the most common thing that people are given to help them from falling, to keep the foot lifted in the air. And the functional electrical stimulation device puts a small electrical current into the peroneal nerve that causes a lifting of the foot. These have been studied in large-scale studies, and they are both increased safety. They help people walk faster while you're wearing them, but they do not reverse foot drop. So we're talking about a safety device, an assistive device, but no restoration of volitional foot lift or the neurological control that the person has themselves. So canes are also classified as assistive devices. They're not therapeutic devices. And I'd like you to look at this picture of King Tut and his wife. Canes have been around for a very, very long time, since the time of the Egyptians. And that is what we give people to help them keep from falling and get around. And frankly, I think as science fiction and scientists, we should be ashamed of ourselves that we're sending people soon to Mars, but we can't figure out a better way to help individuals that have neurological disabilities, and there are millions of them, get around. And we're using technologies that are thousands of years old. So do robots hold promise? And I'd like to play a small clip from our collaborators, our former collaborators at MIT. And you'll see me on the treadmill very soon. I'm the one walking on the treadmill.
Thanks for watching, and stay with us. There's much more ahead on CNN, including today's edition of Pioneers. Take a look.
MIT scientists Hermano Ego Krebs and Neville Hogan are using robots to help stroke victims with brain injuries regain movement. Their arm robots have already helped patients move shoulders and wrists, enabling them to do things they couldn't do for themselves, like shower or put on clothes.
It isn't just a matter of moving. We are seeing something that looks like we're influencing a change in the brain. I think that's probably the most important thing we've seen so far.
Now they're focusing on the lower extremities with ankle bots, which they hope will not only help patients walk again, but also help avoid dangerous falls after their strokes. The robots work by providing a video game on a screen, which prompts users to perform an exercise.
If they don't make that movement within a certain period of time, then the robot will initiate it. If they do make a movement within that period of time, the robot goes along and helps them. So what we think is happening is that the visual display evokes the intent to move. A short time later, movement actually happens, and that sensory information comes back up to the brain.
A future goal is to one day have an entire robotic gym for all parts of the body.
So these are some of our original collaborators. Neville Hogan from MIT is an inventor of impedance control, which is a new type of control that he found works for neurological patients as a soft and cushy motor learning approach. And Hermano Ego Krebs, that we collaborated with in the past for many, many years to develop the ankle robot. This is the sort of technology that includes human robotic cooperative learning. So we ask ourselves, can robots be used to push the envelope of neuromotor learning? Well, some of the earliest models of robotics used pattern generation, and I've seen patients actually fall asleep on them because they may not engage volitional interaction and efforts by the person themselves to try and relearn walking. It's not practice progression and pushing people. It's not like a sport where you're trying to change your level of control. And these actually have failed in clinical trials where physical therapy that does push you by very skilled therapists that proved superior to some of these earlier models that were pattern generators across multiple joints. This raised questions. How do we engage volitional learning? Are these devices meant to be assistive, which just means while you're wearing them, they help you move? Or therapeutic, where they can actually teach the nervous system to do better, and you do better when you're not wearing the device? What kinds of robots should we use? Should we have them across multiple joints, single joints? What kind of control systems? And here are the brains of the robots, which I'll talk about soon, that is all of the importance in the world. And can we make them safe, stable, and effective to reshape walking recovery after CNS injury? Safe and stable. This brings us to Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics, which come from 1940 original thoughts, and then put into a series of science fiction books, primarily aimed at younger people in around 1950. And Asimov called them the Handbook of Robotics, 56th edition, 2058. So 70 years ago, they were ahead of our time. And Asimov considered these laws as intuitive. In other words, they should apply to any sort of automated device. A powered lawnmower should obey Asimov's 3 laws. And let me just look at those very quickly with you. A robot must not injure a human, or through interaction, allow a human to come to harm. So through inaction, allow a human to come to harm. So what this is primum non nocere, do no harm. Secondly, a robot must obey the orders given it by a human being unless such orders would conflict with the first law. So the third one is a robot must protect its own existence, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. So we have 3 laws of robotics, which may be universal, and let's see systematically how these apply to what we call the new control systems in neurorobotics. Asimov's Rule 1. I believe it's dead on. It applies as much today as it did since the beginning of his reign as a premier science fiction writer. A co-robot must not injure a human or through inaction allow a human to come to harm. Stroke produces tremendous slowness, spasticity, which is co-contraction and rigidity, limited range of motion. And when Neville Hogan and his collaborators first saw stroke patients interacting with industrial robots that use velocity or position controls, they found that these were too rigid and stroke patients fought them. They were forcing the patients to move. They were not compliant. They were oftentimes uncomfortable, and they could even be dangerous. They could force people into movements that were not correct for the impairments and the restrictions that they had on their motions. So this led them to a different kind of control system. Stroke patients have highly variable movements. Every step is different. And robotic support must be precisely timed. In other words, it must have sensors inside of it to trigger the actuators to go off at the correct time. Otherwise, inaction or improper timing can and will destabilize movement. And there are studies in able-bodied individuals that show precisely the same thing. So let's start off with how do we deal with Asimov's rule number 1? We align the technology with the neuroscience of gait. We do not impose motion. We give volitional task practice and don't suppress passive joint mechanics. And we do this using impedance control, which is a moving box control with a coupled stability. Its assist is needed. Get out of the way if the human can do it themselves. But most of the time, for an impaired person, it's the cooperation or the combination of the human and the robot moving within a very defined track. Let me show you what I mean. Much of locomotion arises from gravito-inertial mechanics. That means the interaction of gravity and inertia, and suppressing these natural limb and joint biomechanical dynamics cannot lead to recovery. And what I'm showing you here is a classic picture of a device that simulates the controlled falling and the biomechanics that occurs to a great degree in human gait. And here we go.
This position with the speed about 2 inches from the floor, keeping all the legs straight. If it's slight forward velocity, they start it, and then I let it rip. And I can usually tell pretty quickly whether it's going to go or not. It's out of the screen, but I'll have 2 inches from the floor, keeping all.
So what you're seeing here is that there's a natural biomechanics with gravido-inertial forces that can make a non-powered device move. And humans and any mammal, anything that moves, has many of those gravido-inertial mechanics built into it. You do not want to fight Mother Nature. You want to be able to exploit that and move along with it. Now, you have to not just consider the passive forces of gravido-inertial, you must also consider the nervous system and how it's wired. And robots absolutely have to interact with the nervous system in order to make things better. This slide shows a cat that's walking on a treadmill belt. And many years ago, they found out, and it's walking at different speeds, that you can cut the spinal cord of a cat in its mid-high thoracic region, completely cut the spinal cord, and the cat can still walk. It can be taught to walk on a treadmill. And the walking on a treadmill is driven by neural networks that integrate oscillating sensory and motor information that are actually in the spinal cord themselves. And in the human, those are located in the midbrain. It's part of the brain stem. And those actually drive an oscillating sensory and motor network. And a robot has to account for these oscillating networks in order to be able to control a human. And anything with reality or science fiction has to consider the fundamentals of the intrinsic neural network systems and how they drive. So let me give you an example of a moving box control. And what you're seeing is that as a person moves, they may stray from the path that they're supposed to take. But when they get toward the end of that path, such as reaching functionally or stepping, you got to pull them back in. You got to pull them back in quickly so that they don't fall and so or miss their target. And so the moving box control looks at where a person is, and it can apply stiffness, which is the amount of force like a spring, or damping, the rate that that force is applied, to be able to get a person to move within a box, to move within a certain frame that allows for safe and effective function. That's called impedance control. And impedance control is interaction control between a manipulator and the environment. And this is the MIT Manus arm robot, and you can see the manipulator and the environment that's created with it. And without going into the technical information about how this works, is what you really have is a spring and a damper for moving box control. And the spring is how much force, and the damper is the rate of that force. It's basically a function of time. And if you get ahead of that force and can do it on yourself, it backs out of the way. So it's back drivable or assist as needed. And it has turned into the gold standard for human robotic cooperative learning because it allows a person to interact with a robot. 12 weeks of human robot arm cooperative learning is equal to intensive occupational therapy. Now, that came out in the New England Journal of Medicine, but it's not been done for the lower extremity. So what our group did initially in working with MIT and then moving on with the University of Maryland and an engineering team is developed an ankle exoskeleton for stroke recovery, which attached rotary encoders to a knee brace and then through a ball joint used the two drivers, which were virtual screwdrivers, to be able, with a brushless DC motor, to be able to control movement up and down and inversion and eversion, or tilting the ankle in and out. And the concept behind this is to use the same drivers as are in the MIT Manus arm robot, but to put those kind of controllers for human robotic cooperative learning into the leg, to see if the leg can learn, to see if after a stroke, the leg can learn. And so for severely impaired people that can't walk or that had a really bad ankle function, we would set them up in a actually what turned out to be a dentist chair. We did no teeth drilling. We had them do a seated video game therapy in which they were to be able to try and follow and move the moving ball into the target zone in inversion, eversion, that's side tilting in and out, and up and down movements. And that we looked at as a concept. Can we have proof of concept that the impaired leg can learn, and how many years out after a stroke? For mild to moderate, we used robot-assisted treadmill training. And here's a picture of the seated video game in which a person is moving their foot, and the robot assists them if they can't do it themselves, but the robot doesn't get them all the way there. It gets them most of the way there. They're pushing them. And this is adapted to the deficit severity of the person, so they get the correct targets about 75 or 80% of the time. That way they get a reinforcement. And as they get better at it, the task can be made more difficult. And it's very easy to measure their level of effectiveness and modify the robot according to their level of disability to create a progressive challenge and motor learning with goal setting and feedback. So we did 18 one-hour sessions that counted 560 targeted movements per session. And what we found was a dramatically improved control of the paralyzed ankle, even years out after a stroke. And we've done people out to 20 or 30 years out. So there is hope for recovery of injured nervous system. And we found out there was an increase in self-selected walking speed, which without the robot on, people walk better over the ground. And there were improved biomechanics of the walking itself. So this seemed to translate over the ground walking, and that's done in a cohort of stroke patients. And here's an example of the movement profile of people in plantar flexion, that's pushing the foot down. It's very, very slow. It's really heterogeneous. They're all over the place. And after 6 weeks of training, it's much faster. It's much sharper. And this is the same thing for what foot lift looked like on a stroke patient. And then after the training, you can see these series of movements are much more accurate and much more precise. So let's go to Asimov's second robot rule. A robot must obey the orders given by a human being unless such orders conflict with the first law. In co-robotics or human robotics cooperative learning, this becomes a robot must adapt to the movement orders given it by a human being unless such orders conflict with the first law. So the only thing we're swapping out is you must adapt to the movement orders. This is cooperative robotics. So let's go back to the needs and the solution. Locomotion is rhythmic, requires intermittent contact and adaptive timing control to time assist to the events. That's deficit adjusted, that deals with foot drops, swaying, all the problems that occur with stroke. And now I'm going to take you to what adaptive timing control is. Adaptive timing means when your heel strike occurs, your foot better be cleared. When your heel comes off, you really want to push. You want some push because that gives you forward propulsion to keep your gait symmetrical and moving forward. And at the toe off, you want to be able to stop that push. So what you have to do is build sensors into the bottom of the shoe or whatever device, what the robot is using in combination with the human, that create this cyclical movement that overlays itself with intermittent contact over top of normal human walking. And it's controlled, the timing, precisely to when the person moves. It's not its own pattern generator. It's watching the person and moving according to their movements. And let me give you an example here again of what hemiparetic stroke looks like. Is this severe gait disturbance and of inability to lift up the leg, and the gait is stepping out forward, and the foot is not lifting, and there's hemiparesis across the knee and spasticity. And here's a person the same day walking with the ankle robot on, and what you're going to see, and this is a very impaired person, is a much, much more rapid movement. The foot is being assisted. The person may be doing 10% of that lift. The robot's doing 90% of it. And then the person has a better forward projection of their other leg because now they have a rocker motion that's controlled by cyclical walking. And this gait here is much more normal than this gait. That's called a two-step, where both legs land right next to each other, and the paralyzed leg is more or less being used as a crutch. In this one, you see much more of a controlled forward walking that takes advantage of the person's existing strength, and in combination with the robot gets them moving the right way. So now we have 4 positive clinical trials that we've done in chronic stroke, on average 6 months out after their stroke, or I'm sorry, 6 years out after their stroke. And we've done subacute stroke within an average of 12 days after their stroke, and shown improvement in ankle motor control and overground walking in all of these cases. And they're small series, but they're what you call grade A evidence, because we do have randomized clinical trials with this ankle robot. One of the things that you're seeing here on the right-hand side of the slide is the paretic swing, and the what angle is the foot. And at the beginning, it's very, very low, and many people it's negative. And after training, you see that the angle of the foot goes up higher, and the angle of initial contact goes much higher. So you're not hitting your toe when you land. And 6 weeks after the therapy done, that's all retained. And the frequency of heel first foot strikes, and your heel should hit first, may start off very, very low, but it starts to go up to near 99%. So we're doing what Asimov says, giving a safer walking pattern. And these tests are done with a person wearing no robot. This is 6 weeks out after they've stopped all therapy, and this is after 6 weeks of training 3 times a week. They're not wearing the robot. We've changed their intrinsic volitional motor control toward safety. And this occurs across a profile of what we call a learning curve, in which the ankle robot walking on a treadmill starts off very low in terms of its percentage of increase in dorsiflexion or foot lift. And after about maybe a couple of weeks, you start to see that without any assistance, the person is lifting their foot up higher. And this motor learning solidifies by the end of the training, so they can have a good foot lift without the robot helping them. And then 6 weeks later, this is retained after all training has been completed 6 weeks later. And that's a very, very positive sign that people are using their foot correctly in the real world and maintaining those gains. A robot must protect its own existence, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. We're going to modify that and say that a robot must protect the integrity of its own control systems. The control systems are the brain, and it must be able to control systems have to be able to work in different environments, as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. So again, a minimal modification of Asimov's made for co-robotics. And this is a bit of a busy slide, but what you're seeing up here in the left is that there's a heel strike, a heel off, and a toe off. And sensors in the bottom of the shoe need to know when those are occurring, so that they can control the timing and the direction of the movement through an impedance controller. And that goes to a graphical user interface that a therapist or a patient can see. And that combination of impedance control, that's assist as needed, human-robot cooperative learning with adaptive control to allow it to adapt to different circumstances and to each individual movement of the person, that's an embedded advanced control system that allows the nervous system, even with an injured brain, to interact with it and create control. And here you have an example of what this looks like for heel and toe clearance. Now watch the heel and the toe. This patient that has serious foot drop is just clearing the heel and toe by a couple centimeters. This is a very, very, very tight control that can occur in a person that normally would drag their foot, because the robot's timing is looking at exactly what they're doing along the way. So that's heel and toe clearance. Now let's look at swing clearance, because you have to be able to control that foot in the air. That's the swing. So look at the clearance. And again, this is a completely different set of needs that's occurring during a different phase of the walking cycle that has to be precisely controlled. So the control systems have to work across different phases of the walking cycle and across different environments. And what does that give you? And it gives you an ability for the robot control systems to work with seated therapy for very severely impaired people, treadmill, which gives you an artificial walking environment, but more systematic and controlled than over ground or on top of devices where they're suspended. We went down to Flenny Neurological Rehabilitation Institute in Argentina and put this on a patient that had a stroke 3 years prior. And this guy took off like a rocket. And he started walking up and down their physical therapy steps, which they had at this facility. And it made me nervous because those steps, I didn't know whether or not we were medical legally covered. But you can see people have to use the robot and its control systems under different environments to make it work. So human-robot interactions, co-robotics, human-robotic cooperative robotics can shape central nervous system recovery and function. There's grade A evidence of that, and that is part of the future of neurological rehabilitation. It's very clear now that we've learned from neurological patients that collaboration between a human and a robot is the optimal way to go ahead and produce precise control. And precision control of human robotics cooperative learning goes way, way beyond rehabilitation. And for those of you that have an interest, look into the National Science Foundation.gov, look up co-robotics. Human robotics interaction is the broader topic. Human robotic cooperative learning is a subset of that. And this is being applied to many, many different types of application needs. So I then ask, as we start to summarize, what can we learn from cooperative robotics after stroke to be able to innovate more broadly? The injured central nervous system, I'm going to say, is a much harder target to enhance movement than a healthy human being, but the same robot laws apply. A co-robot must not injure a human or through inaction allow a human to come to harm. Thank you, Isaac Asimov. A co-robot must collaborate or cooperate with the volitional movements given it by the human being. It must work with the gravito-inertial biomechanics that are natural, and it must integrate itself with consideration to the oscillating sensory and motor neural circuits. It must collaborate with how nature made movement, unless such orders would conflict with the first law. A robot must protect its control systems as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. And it must do these control systems protections under different types of environments in order to meet the diverse needs of humans in different settings. So what are our next steps? What do we have in the works? We have portable power with a high capacity battery, a portable control with a system on a chip. We have reduced mass, the system is 2 pounds. We have back drivability with gearless actuators. So in case a person runs into a circumstance where their power hitting on their leg is too high, it shuts itself off. It minimizes slippage, and it has clinical usability. This is one of the things we'd like to do to introduce an ankle robot into the real world with wireless communication. We built machine learning into it so that every 20 steps, we can see how much the robot is doing and how much the human is doing and adapt it. We have a randomized clinical trial in the planning, and we will collect metadata and develop artificial intelligence analyses from how neuromotor recovery occurs to create the first artificial intelligence repository of neuromotor recovery informed precisely by the robots and assisted by the smart and skilled physical therapists that use this so that we can really see what's happening with nervous system recovery. On the horizon, we will integrate this with functional exercise to increase the diversity of the movements that people can do. We already have an arm robot under works, and we are going to be approaching neuroorthopedic foot drop from peripheral nerve injury, from spinal problems. We have some interest in multiple sclerosis, movement disorders, spinal cord injury. I'd like all of you to think as science fiction and scientists that our patent is exoskeleton control across any impaired joint. That means we could apply impedance control, adaptive control with sensory motor feedback across one joint or multiple joints, individually or all at the same time. So this brings us to, what would you do? What would you, as science fiction writers or scientists, what would you build? What would you have us build to be able to help people better? Which applications make sense? Industrial, military, space, safety, aging? What's the role in science fiction? Talk to me. I can be reached at this email at Next Step Robo, because this is sort of the beginning of a revolution in advanced engineering design. And I'll stop there and take questions.
Mr. Mako, can you see the Q&A tab?
Q&A tab, yes.
Okay, we have 3 questions directed to you so far in there.
Okay, so I'm going to answer this live. Thank you, Michael. Absolutely. Can this be applied to prosthetics? If a person has had an amputation below the knee, so the lower leg, ankle, and foot are artificial. So, Michael, I would like you to look up the TED Talk that had a dancer who had an amputation below the knee after being injured in the Boston Marathon bombing. And you will be able to know that impedance control, developed in collaboration by MIT investigators, including Neville Hogan, that inspired much of our work, created the control systems that allowed the diversity of that dancer to be able to dance again with a prosthetic below the leg. There are tremendous opportunities for this to be used for prosthetics and to couple it multi-segmentally along the body. I hope I've answered that one. Should I click done? The first person didn't seem to be bending his knee much, if at all. Are there future plans to add knee flexion to the co-robotics? I'm going to answer this live. And I'm going to say this. We have done 3-dimensional motion analysis, which involves multiple cameras taking pictures with joint markers in place while looking at force plates to study what's called inverse dynamics, looking at what happens up the body. In other words, when you move the ankle better, does it influence movement up higher at the knee? And yes, the first person does not seem to be bending their knee much, if at all, because spasticity is present in the hamstrings and the quadriceps that kind of freezes the leg up. What we've found across, and that was a single session that you were watching, what we found across 6 weeks of training is that for those people that had a reduced range of motion at the knee, the angular velocity and angular range of motion at the knee does look like it gets better. So across training, which I wasn't capable of showing you in this limited talk, we absolutely do see that for those where it's broken, in other words, it's not bending enough, there is an increase in movement. So the kinematic chain up higher above the ankle is affected. Yes, we have been thinking for years now about adding knee flexion to the co-robotics because some people have what you call genu recurvatum. They have too much knee hyperextension, and they also are frozen there. And so if we time those together, we believe actually the same motor, the same DC brushless motor could be used in both circumstances to be able to drive knee flexion. And I want to tell you that we're very interested in the arm because when you move the arm, in a reciprocal fashion with the leg, balance is so much better and so much more stable. And we do have the capacity to make wearable devices to make the arm and the leg move in harmony, which will make people absolutely move better. And I've done this manually with many stroke survivors that have a hemiparetic arm. So moving other segments of the body is absolutely on our wish list. We can only do so much in corporate development with the time and money that we have, especially with the COVID crisis, but these things are very much on our mind. Thank you for the question. How could this assist people in space with the loss of gravity? Well, I'll tell you what we are very interested in is that we could mathematically model the forces that occur with loss of gravity into those sorts of forces that are seen across moving joints to be able to counter the loss of gravity so that the biomechanical forces that the body sees for large muscle groups are more healthy. So we think that in the future, for a prolonged time in space, that impedance control with mathematical equations built into it that adapt to each person, a machine learning, a precision machine learning that learns how a person moves, could be designed to measure and provide the kinds of forces that would simulate a partial or a full gravity circumstance to be able to promote actual better health, and even be able to manipulate it so that that gravity circumstance went away if you needed the gravity to go away for certain tasks and functions. Can this be applied to providing joint support for problems such as arthritis that don't involve neurological issues? Thank you, Jim Edwards Hewitt. That is something that our rheumatology experts and other individuals that I've spoken with that are dealing with knee osteoarthritis have asked me. And I would tell you that the joint forces that are seen at the bottom of the foot and that go up the foot and across the knee are very, very abnormal. And they're abnormal on the side that has bad arthritis, and the non-arthritic side obviously is part of the oscillating system. What we've found with stroke survivors is that we have a capability of changing the profile of foot forces seen across the bottom of the foot. Over a 6-week period of time, we can lengthen them out and increase them in both length and in time. In other words, we can soften the landing. We believe that this could change the forces that occur across the arthritic joint, and we believe we may be able to train the kind of torsional forces that are seen in the diabetic foot. So we can change foot forces, which become pathologically abnormal, and those lead to ulcers and ultimately infections and amputations. So we have a sort of a team of people looking at other medical applications on this. We started with stroke because that's where we kind of have our greatest expertise, but thank you, and we are on it, and we're going to push it.
Excuse me, sir. 2-minute warning.
So thank you, Renee, and I'm going to go to Catherine. So much of posture revolves around pelvic and torso stability. This seems a difficult area for prosthetic support. Short of electrical stimulation, is this an area that you've looked at? Yes, Catherine. What we know is that the ankle is very good for short distance, but large movements require a hip strategy. And this is part of the strategies that are used by physical therapists and biomechanists. And we actually developed a pelvis robot in combination with MIT that allows more degrees of freedom up higher to be able to train people for more complex tasks, but we have not pursued that to make it into a commercial application because we're doing one at a time. And the integration of multiple concurrent robots seems difficult for the human to control. When does information overload start? Information overload starts as soon as you don't consider the multi-segmental motor control of the human being as a whole. And with machine learning to be able to integrate the precise movements that one individual has, and for every person, they're going to be different, to be able to average those and use things like engineering models, like internal models, to predict where the next movement is going to be based on multi-segmental coherence of movements, you will overload. But engineering models already exist. You can look up one that I'm on called J. Barton in the American Journal of Biomechanics. That's a 13-segment multi-segmental motor for motor control. And I think we're out of time.
Yes, sir. I'm afraid that is time.
I have other questions. Maybe I can catch those another offline somehow. But thank you all for your interest. I've had a wonderful time. It's my first Balticon, and I hope I can do it again someday. Soon.
Thank you for joining Virtual Balticon 54. We will be presenting the panelist Ask a Scientist. And have you eliminated, my apologies, I have. Wild bees, is your backyard supporting the 20,000 plus specimens, or have you eliminated them? Stop sharing.
Okay, so I think I'm here. Okay, this is Sam Droege. I work at Patuxent Wildlife Research Center. I look at how to best count things that don't want to be counted, animals, plants. I've done many different kinds of groups over the years. Right now, though, we have spent the past couple decades, I've been around for a long time, working on how to count native bees, among a few other projects. So I want to talk about today is I want to talk about the relationship between native bees, which not many people know about. So this will be a slight introduction to that group, and what you might be doing in the property you own, which might be just your backyard, and give you a little flavor of that. It's a big topic, right? So we have bees that co-evolved all the flowering plants. So every flower you see has a relationship to some set of bees. That occurred many years ago. You know about flowers, you know about all these different kinds of floral sizes and shapes, and we're going to get into that. There's a matching and equally as complicated set of bees. There's not just the honeybee. So I'm going to click off my video and try and get the slideshow going here. With the, where is it? That looks like it there. And now if I click that, do I get the full screen? Maybe I do. Maybe we're too far down the whole talk. So now you saw everything. Okay, so here's contact information. This is going to show up again. I've put my contact information in the chat box, which right now I can't see. And at the end of the talk, we can take some questions. You can certainly, though, email me with questions if we run out of time. Okay, so I want to get here. So as I mentioned in the introduction, your yard makes a difference. So remember, bees are very tiny. It's not like you're going to reintroduce bison or elk or wolves into your backyard. A bee is the perfect size to think about in terms of creating a wildlife refuge, a habitat, a return to the native habitats that were once there before your yard came in. So a little context, here's the Washington, D.C. area. What I want you to think about is that your house, your property, the place you live, the place you work, sits within a matrix of thousands and thousands. Do I have a slide of this? I do. You know, for Maryland, we have about 450 kinds of bee species documented, but almost 4,000 different plants. This area has a biodiversity with lots of endemism. So it's not all in some foreign country or way off in a national park. You're sitting right inside an area that is equal and equally rich in numbers and kinds of plants and relationships and plants and animals and all those sorts of things that we're interested in, and have many of which have conservation issues because the naturalized landscapes that they lived in have been eaten up by agriculture and people's anthropogenic kinds of activities, houses, roads, places they live, mowed verges on roads, those kinds of things. So we need to think about things. So one of the things to think about is like, okay, we've taken all that complexity, we come in with a large earth moving machine, completely destroy the soil matrix within that area, we flatten and we put one species of plant in there. If that doesn't strike you as just wrong, I just don't know what you're thinking about, because we've erased everything and replaced it with something that we have to spend a lot of time, money, and effort to maintain in such a beautiful kind of context. So, and I noticed that they still have, a couple leaves on here. So it's imperfect. It's always going to be imperfect. And this provides no real benefit to any of the wildlife, and has almost no benefit and a lot of negatives because the inputs of pesticides, fertilizers, and other things to the ecosystem in the area. It's a cultural artifact. It's a cultural thing that we desire to have. I want you to shift to look at these kinds of things, as I do, as something that needs to be replaced, something that is a negative. Yards, lawn have their places for playgrounds, but in most places in America, we don't even go outside very much. So let alone needing all this lawn space or keeping up with the neighbors. So there's ways to do this. This is more towards what we're looking at. So Manassas National Battlefield, moving towards naturalized landscapes. You won't be working at this scale, but you can think of your yard as a place where a more complex mix of plants, or at least some pollinator-friendly plants, can exist that will be supporting bees and other insects, not the opposite, which is largely what lawns do. Even if you have a junky lawn, it's still filled with weeds and provides relatively little benefits. But I should point out, if you do have a lawn and you need to have a lawn, better to have a weedy lawn than the pure maintained artificial sorts of lawn. Before we get into all the information about bees and other things, we need to talk about honeybees. So this is the bee that people know about. It's culturally embedded within our society. We know tons about honeybees. We've used them for years as food sources and as for pollination, sort of. So I don't have time, and that's not the purpose of this talk, but within the region, we don't need to have honeybees for our pollination services. The wild bees in the area provide that for us already. So honeybees are not native to even this hemisphere. So there's reasons to have honeybees, similar that there are reasons to have any other kinds of animal that we have domesticated in our lives. We prefer them, we like them, they're important. If you have them because you think you're helping the world out, then you should take a good look at that, because they are competitors with the wild bees and they're not providing a service to the ecosystem. They do provide you honey. You're not going to get that from honeybees, but or from our native bees, but you can also go to the store and buy honey. So, and additionally, they're radically different from the native bees in terms of their life histories. So their life histories are well known, like hives, queens, multi-year lives, swarms, honeycomb, barb stings, allergic reactions. None of that occurs within our native bee species. So you need to think about everything you know about bees. If it's about honeybees, you need to now erase that. We won't have time to get into all these equally detailed facets of the native bees, which have a diversity of lifestyles too, just like the honeybee. Just to say, honeybees are really, really different. Very cool from their perspective, but not a good model to think about what we're going to talk about next. So I'm just going to go through a set of some of the local wildflowers. All I want you to do here is look at all the sizes and shapes of these flowers, all these differences, the colors, and you can think about times of year. What's going on here? Well, the answer is that those sizes and shapes, and I should say, just backing up here a second, all the pictures you see here are taken in our lab. Helen Lowe Metzman is the person that did the pictures of the flowers, and different people, volunteers and interns and myself do the bee pictures. These are all publicly available via that Flickr site that was mentioned before. And we have Instagram and not Twitter, but Tumblr sites where we go into and blog about lots of detailed information. That is not going to be presented here about each of these species. They're public domain. You can absolutely do whatever you want with them. You can download them and print them out, modify them, use them. We're great with all that. Don't ask us, because we're going to say yes. So back to these bees. So these bees have co-designed those flowers. All those different size, shapes, and colors of flowers have meaning to these bees. Otherwise, there'd be the bee and the flower, but there's not. The sizes and shapes, most bees, for example, are tiny, about the size of a grain of rice, plus or minus a little bit. Honeybee is a whopping big bee. Bumblebees are monsters. So the rest of the bees, those 450, small in comparison. Look at the tongue architecture here. Particularly, you're at Balticon, like what a fantastic monster looking thing, just look at all the different features on those things that we call tongues as an example. You can also look at many of the other features of this creature we call bee and just enjoy how fantastically different it is from vertebrates, right? Wings as an example, all the kinds of structural elements of those wings. Look at all the pollen carrying features, look at all the features that the bee has that we don't have time to talk about that are about grooming themselves, moving the pollen to areas on their bodies that they store. All these kinds of sizes and shapes have meaning, but meaning in relationship to what the flowers they service and use and how they relate to individual groups of flowers, which are often highly specialized. So, and also just enjoy at least I enjoy this, that you have just as much beauty and symmetry, and the palette of colors is also just as expressive in bees as it is in the plants that they are pollinating. You just don't see them because our eyes don't resolve this level of detail. And that's one of the fun things about having all these photos and sharing them with people, is that they it's delightful to see how different these bees are once you can see them. Here, for example, is a cactus bee carrying its pollen, not on its legs, but under its abdomen, and only collecting it from prickly pear cactus. Look at the tongue shape. Here's one that has just a shorter forked tongue, more for lapping, not for inserting into those deep corollas. Here's one with big bushy legs in the back here for carrying pollen dry. Honeybees and bumblebees carry that pollen wet. Here's another one that has just finished collecting some of its pollen. It basically is carrying the pollen throughout its body. That's why bees are hairy, and then going to deposit it there. Okay, now we're going to move into looking at the relationship between these plants and bees. And my emphasis here is going to be that you know way more about plants than you know about these bee species. These bee species, in some cases, we don't even have names for them. We're that far behind in terms of understanding of the different native bee species, but we do know a lot about plants. And the message here is going to be basically flowering native plants, and you'll be supporting some segment of the native bee population. If you want, you can see some of the work that we do and get a little more involved and learn what those relationships are. But basically, my message to you is don't worry about all the different names of these bees. In fact, I'm not even giving you any, am I? I'm going to ask you to think about what can you do for these bees, which is going to be about planting them, and then some notions that you can then look at the different bee species and enjoy them when you are looking at the flowers that you've created. So all bees use pollen and are obligate pollen feeders somewhere in their life cycle, usually feeding their young, almost entirely feeding their young. Here, for example, is Halictus legatus, has covered with sunflower pollen. It's going to deposit that pollen in its nest, mix it with nectar, lay an egg on it, close that off, walk away, and then the following year that bee will hatch out and the cycle will begin again. Okay, so on the ground kinds of things. Here's a pollinator garden. I'm air quoting that. It's pretty nice. It's in downtown DC, and I think you can see my cursor here, but you look here, this is lantana. It's mostly a nectar source. It's not native to the region. It really does attract bees, but it doesn't support them very well because the pollen is almost never used. And a lot of times the people who develop lantana varieties, they mess around with it so much that the pollen and nectar dwindle in these cultivated things. We can look at several of these other groups in a similar way. Here's crepe myrtle, mostly doesn't attract things anymore because it's so highly derived. Back here, look, here's some native sunflowers that have been planted. Those probably still do. And several, we could continue to kind of go through these plants and look at supporting. So the trick here is, this is complicated. Like, how and what does lantana support? Well, who knows? That's just something that people aren't going to look up. Again, if you largely just plant native plants, you're going to be doing that support activity. Flowers to avoid, in just in a very general way would be highly derived ones. So these are the kinds of things you find most often in big box stores. These are the super tough plants that have been developed to withstand the average homeowner's abuse. So they flower for a long time. They provide a lot of color. They don't grow too tall. They don't flop over. All kinds of variables such as size, color, length of bloom, hardiness, and a lot of times the energy that the plant uses to do what is now being an evolution by humans comes from the pollen and nectar. And so most of these plants have little to no pollen and nectar left to give. It's all just color. And then hybrids, same problem. Doubles, when you double things, then you're modifying some of the sexual parts of the plant to give you more color and bloom. So in general, you want to avoid, even if you're buying non-native plants, things that have been like derived or overbred to be fancy schmancy, to be technical about it. Okay, so there's a set of bees that are generalist bees. They use many plants. They're out all throughout the year. They're often abundant because they build up their populations. Here's a good example. This is in your garden. You may not be aware of this, but this was taken from a tomato plant in Laurel, Maryland, just in suburban backyard. You have to look closely and you'll notice that a lot of those bees are metallic green color, just like this. As an aside, here's an interesting, funny story. This is Algochloropsis metallica. And when we started putting up these pictures, we thought we were just, feeding the needs of other bee heads who were doing identifications, and it was about having an online museum. But they were on Flickr, and turns out other people look at them. And then all of a sudden we noticed that this picture was getting tons of hits. And we realized that people were doing searches on Metallica, seeing this pop up, and then staying. And then they would start looking at our other bee pictures. And so it made us realize, as is several other good, interesting stories I could tell, that these pictures of bees have legs in terms of attracting people's attention. And we now have very large followings on Instagram and Tumblr, in addition to the high use on Flickr. So again, it's something that was a nice surprise. Metallica, who knew? Many bees, though, are highly specialized. So about 40% of the bees that use pollen, 20% of bees actually are parasites on other bees, so we're ignoring those for now. But of those that carry pollen, 40% or so are highly specialized. They are taking the pollen only from one species of plant or small groups of plants. Here, for example, on the left is Osmia texana. It's a big spring or late spring bee, metallic blue in a way, and it feeds only on thistle plants of different kinds. So if you want that bee, you have to have that plant. So I put this link in the chat section so you can copy and paste it from there. But we have compiled those relationships into sort of a very dry set of tables. But on the right-hand side here, you can see the flowers, and there's links to where you buy those flowers and the common names there too. And these flowers are often, they're usually common plants, right? Because you aren't going to develop a specialized relationship between bee and flower if one or the other of them is super rare, right? So these are common things: solidagos, goldenrods, this is aster, these are mustards, this is willow. Anyway, that gives you some idea of a first on the list things to plant and to encourage within whatever landscape you have. So as another aside, when you start thinking about, well, I'm going to put in these plants that will attract bees and then everyone's going to get stung. So bees don't defend flowers, they only defend their nests, and only honeybees and a few of the bumblebee species actually defend their nests by some kind of stinging attack. And about a quarter of all of our native species physically cannot sting us because their sting is so wimpy that it can't even penetrate our hands. And they're almost all solitary moms. So if you come by their nest, and you do, like every single yard is filled with bee nests. They're small, they're single holes done by single mom bees, nesting in the ground because that's the primary MO of bees. And they don't, you step on it or near it, they're just sitting tight, or they're flying away. They don't defend it because why would they? They're just going to get killed. Something like a honeybee, though, does, because they have thousands of workers who aren't reproductive and they're weaponized. That's why their venom hurts. They have barbed stings to continue pumping that venom. And that's why we are allergic to honeybee venom, because they want to take us down. And we're not allergic to any of the other bee venom. Some of the bees can sting, like bumblebees certainly sting, and their sting is painful, but it's not sending to the hospital. It's only the honeybee group that has that particular capability. And that's only because they're very special, right? They have large, large colonies, often with thousands of members in them, and they're defending their mom, the queen. Okay, try not to get too into the weeds, so to speak. A good place to visit if you want to see a group that has done a lot with native plants, particularly shade-tolerant plants, as many yards in the area have shade, would be to visit Mount Cuba in northern Delaware. They're open for visits. Matt Sarver did some collecting there on some of their plants that they had planted. They have large expanses of native plants, and found a whole series of these specialized bees that in some cases weren't even known from the surrounding states. In many cases were new for Delaware. So you plant it and these bees will come. I should also point out that this is a shot of a series of birds that died by hitting buildings, another cost of our building out things in migration in Washington, D.C. on a little transect. But that diversity of birds, that could be in your yard too. And it's kind of ironic that people remove everything in the area, then put in a lawn, and then put up a bird feeder, right? Because they want to attract birds. They're not really supporting them. They're just attracting them because they're kind of cool, but they, at the same time, they completely ruin their environment. So if you plant your yard back with any kind of significant sort of plantings for bees, those plants are going to produce seed and provide cover for birds, and you automatically will be supporting those birds. I passed over the slide right at the beginning without commenting, but a point I want, which was a slide of a whole bunch of different kinds of insects and spiders and things, to say that when we talk about providing native plants for bees, we're really providing native plants that support a large variety of insects and fungi and things that are endemic to the region. You have to have, tall ironweed to have a long list of insect and plant species and fungal and bacterial species that only use that plant. And so by planting back native plants, you're actually supporting a whole community, a whole system of plants and animals, and they're there for you to enjoy. So this is your way of giving back. And so it's not just about bees. So when you plant for bees, though, you're providing things for all kinds of stuff. Even little weedy things, some of these are native, like ground cherry or physalis. They have that little puffball of a seed pod that you see over here. And here's one of the specialists. They have a set of bees that only go to ground cherry, yet we consider the ground cherry to be basically a weed, but they're actually cute in their own way. I'm just giving you some examples. So I could go on for a couple of weeks on all the information about what we know about a lot of these different bee species, because it's so varied. But we have different bees that come out only when the goldenrods start to bloom. So we think sometimes, I think people think of goldenrods as one, a weed, and two, giving you allergies. And I'll just point out that any plant that has a colorful flower is not giving you allergies because it's trying to attract bees. So color, just think of reds, blues, and whites in those flowers. Those don't occur in nature, right? The nature just makes things green because it's reflecting back the green colors and the rest are the light waves are used for production of energy for green living things. And the rest are kind of pastels, right? The colors of earth, bark, whatever. There's no need for blue, yellow, and white. That's why flowers are those colors. They're signals. And so when you see a plant that is putting out some flowery thing, it's trying to attract insects. And that means it's not just throwing out its pollen willy-nilly like pines and ragweed and grasses do, which is what we're allergic to. So anything that's colorful, not an allergy problem, and is always going to be a benefit of some kind to insects and to bees. So goldenrods have specialist bees on them. Willow, which is an interesting one, it is sort of goes against the thing because this is a basically boring, non-flowering flower. But if you think about it, willow is forms these dense communities along wetlands, and they're there for decades, if not centuries, and they build up their own population of specialized bees that only go to these willow plants. And so it's very regular. They don't have to look far. They don't have to spend a lot of time discovering them like some of the other perennials and annuals do, which put out big signals, i.e. flowers. In here. So here's my exception already. So willow, particularly the shrubby ones in your yard, are a lovely addition to your garden, particularly if you have a wet spot somewhere. Here's another cool thing. So a lot of our morning glories are related to European and Asian species that are not native and don't support much, but we do have a set of native morning glories. Here's one of them, the lovely Ipomaea pandurata, man of the earth, big white blooms. You can buy the seeds in different places. And it supports this baby, Cimolobus Ipomaea, which I always think of as like a little elf person on here riding the Cimolobus off into the distance. I keep forgetting what audience I'm doing. They might be of interest. Like, wouldn't that be cool if you had a steed that looked like that rather than some horrible dragon or something? I'm slaying the dragon right here. That's probably not something I should be doing. Okay, so sunflowers, there's the annual sunflower, good. But the perennial sunflowers, of which we have a whole variety of, are even better, and they also provide, come up every year and provide longer term pollen and nectar sources, and you don't have to futz around with them as much. You don't have to plant them every year. And they have a whole series of different bees that are only going to sunflowers. We talked about thistles already. I just love thistles. So here's another couple of thistle bees. And also my favorite thistle, Cirsium horridulum, which is hard to get a hold of, but occurs like on the sandy soils on the eastern shore, like Causeway to Ocean City, for example, has this. And it should be blooming in another 3 weeks, I'd say, out there. Ironweeds, another of in the aster family, has its own fast-flying bee. It's an easy one to plant. If you plant it, you will get this bee coming to it. I've seen these planted on the National Mall, which is of course not surrounded by great habitat of any kind, and this bee is merrily picking up pollen from those plants and nesting in the ground surrounding it somewhere there on the National Mall. Frost asters, again, we think of these big white aster blooms as weedy, but they're supporting tons of bees. And the thing about asters is they can handle very disturbed, very difficult to grow in sites that a lot of the more dainty native plants can't deal with. So encouraging asters in roadsides and waste areas and highly disturbed with lousy soil things, that's the way to go because it's producing tons and tons of pollen and nectar, as do goldenrods, also thrive in those environments. And there's several other species we don't have time to talk about, and you'll get things like Andrena asteroides coming into the plants. Blooming shrubs are another entire group that have lots of specialists. So things like the ericaceous shrubs. Ericaceous shrubs would be the heath plants, heath family. So cranberry, blueberry, mountain laurel, and then there's Lyonia. There's a longer list. They have their own sets of specialists that come to them. Devil's walking stick is a lovely thing to add to your garden. It has a giant 2 foot across to 3 foot across lollipop of flowers later in the year and lovely big thorns. Ceanothus chinkapin has its own, it's basically a small chestnut, has its own set of plants. Shadbush is another. There are many, some of which have specialists, some of which are just glorious in what they attract. So here's an example of azaleas. So this group over here, these sort of fluorescent colored ones, mostly are Himalayan hybrids. So they're derived. They're highly, messed around with by people, and they do get a few bees, but not very many. But we have our own set of native, usually larger flowering, more on the rhododendron side of things, set of azaleas and rhododendrons that attract their own set of specialized bees. So even within groups, you have to be a little more careful about and discerning. Here's a list. I can afterwards try and dump this into the chat thing. These are just some of my favorite plants that I love planting in gardens because they provide lots to look at. So mountain mint, for example, super tough, deer won't touch it. It forms this lovely sort of 2.5 foot tall plane of bloom that blooms for quite a long period of time, providing the perfect platform to watch bees and wasps and other insects come and go on there. As an aside, you might think about getting the Pentax butterfly binocular. It focuses down to 18 inches at 8 power. You can see all sorts of action with that baby. Only costs a little more than $100. You can also look at birds with it too. So figwort is another plant hard to get a hold of. It's actually relatively easy to grow. Oh my God, such a wonderful bee plant. The shrub hollies, the American holly is good too, but big. The shrub hollies, winterberry and its kin are awesome. We have wild plum. These are essentially in the same group as our fruits. So wild plum, and we have our derived plums, apples. We have native crab apples, and I should point out that in general, the fruits and berries are big supporters of native bees too, because those fruits and berries, even if some came from Europe, are very closely related to our native fruits and berries, and sometimes they're derived from our native fruits and berries. But the growers and developers of those varieties aren't touching the pollen and nectar in those plants because they are needed to create, obviously, the fruits. So having a fruit tree is actually a big plus. Native crabs, even better. But you can go through like blackberries and other things too. Cup plant, germander, all the vacciniums, and down this list. And zinnias, not native to this area, but they are in Mexico and the southwest, are just something that are easy to grow and, good filler-ins of color and sort of a 7-Eleven of nectar for lots of things, including butterflies. More examples of super specialized situations. Evening primroses. We've got a bunch of species. Why do they bloom only in the evening? Well, it's because the bees that specialize on evening primrose, they only come out in the evening. So thus the evening primrose has gotten out of being blooming when you have all these other potential bees, wasps, and other insects that would steal your pollen and nectar, because a plant has spent a lot of plant money developing pollen that is coated with all kinds of fats and lipids and other things that bees would feed their young, not because it's of direct benefit to the plant, but if you don't have yummy pollen, then no bee is going to visit it. But the problem is you have other things that would steal your pollen and nectar. So their MO is like, okay, I've got all this good stuff, but I'm going to open up in the evening and only when my favorite bees are around. Lots of stories like that. Morning glory, opposite thing. Those bees that I showed you, the Cimolobus ipomea comes out before dawn. That's when the morning glories start to open. And that's why they open that early. So something to think about when you think about your yard, how many bees, how many flowers, what does this plant, how much of it is supporting? Very roughly, every 5 flowers is enough pollen and nectar to support the raising of one baby bee. So a single clump of perennials is a significant addition to your yard support list for bees. And when you fill your yard with flowers, you're supporting literally hundreds of bees when you do those kinds of things. So at minimum, don't deflect off your responsibility to help the environment by saying that, oh, I just don't have enough space, or I only have this one little bedding area. Yeah, you even have a pot area you can add. The bees will nest somewhere else, but you can provide some pollen and nectar pretty much any environment. Maybe not if you are completely in the middle of an apartment complex. But even there's opportunity. So get back to this. Having a diversity of native plants is going to yield a diversity of native bees. All those factors that go into it are going to be complicating, but you don't need to know that. You just want bloom throughout this time period. Okay, a couple examples. Baltimore Harbor. It is not the place you would go or think about in terms of bees and the support of bees, but to show you how tough bees are, you look at this area, and we did a 1.5-day survey, and we found, I'll show you the slide in a second, about 50 species in July, which is the low ebb for bees during the year, kinds of bees being out. And what you have is you have all these old abandoned wharves and all kinds of industrial areas, and there's tons of weedy stuff. So they're basically mostly crow and sparrow bees with a couple odd examples. This is a trap that we put out in with local architecture around there. And very interesting people to talk to. But the key here is how many bees were there in this very altered environment. Similarly, Sidwell Friends School, sort of the opposite end of the cultural spectrum, is in the middle of Georgetown in Washington, D.C. area. It is not near a park. It is surrounded by highly modified habitat, though, but they have lots and lots of plantings. You know, people are maintaining gardens of different kinds. Sidwell Friends School, not so good. You know, they don't have much in the way of plants there. But the kids, for a series of years, have been putting out traps and trapping bees with, you know, and then I would identify them, 85 species just in this area. And I'm sure they would find more if they actually worked through the summer. But every place has about 100 species of bees available to them. But whether the bees stop and hang out at your yard is up to you in terms of what you plant. So just urban bees in general, most of these bees are nesting in the ground. You can augment their numbers by, as we talked about, plantings, but you can also drill holes in wood. So there's a series of bees that nest in wood or in hollow stems of plants. It doesn't have to be something you purchase. Just take a drill, you know, a portable drill with a different size drill bits and give it to a child and just tell them, drill whatever you want, you know, drill the neighbor's fence or the porch, you know, any piece of wood, the wood pile, and then bees will nest in it. So they're not picky. You can make it as fancy or not fancy as you want. Do a Google search on bee hotels, and you'll see all kinds of creative ways to do stuff with holes. You can also leave bare ground. So there's a set of bees that love hard-packed dirt or just loose soil with no or little plants on it. We tend not to do that, but in the back corner of your yard, if you have a cut bank or some other place, a pile of dirt, leave it. That's good for bee nesting. When you, at the end of the year, you know, when you're tidying up your garden, cut all the stems to 1 foot high. Don't cut them to the ground. Don't leave them up. Bees have a hard time cutting through the outside of the plant stems. You actually help them by cutting them to 1 foot, and your neighbors appreciate that you're keeping things neat and tidy. You can also take those cut stems, particularly Phragmites, which of course are not in your yard, but Phragmites stems cut into bundles and then cut up like into foot lengths. Don't need to spend a lot of time cutting them exactly on the nodes. The bees will figure it out. Great way to attract a bunch of bees to nest. Same thing with the pithy stems and cuttings of your old blackberries and elderberries. And you can buy these things too. Bumblebees, something that people are more concerned about, have their own set of issues of introduced diseases right now. Key is in the spring, the very early spring, the queens wake up. They've been sitting underground using their fat stores to make it through the winter. They're hungry when they come out. So they're looking for some bloom. Anything that blooms super early in the spring is going to help your bumblebees establish their colonies. I even am a promoter if you do have a lawn that you should have a really weedy lawn filled with all those like purple dead nettle and gill over the ground kinds of mints that annoy me mightily when they're in the garden, but they provide early bloom, and there's several other native plants that also provide that early bloom, mostly in the woodlands, that help the bumblebees get going, get the queen off the ground so that she can build up her colony to really thrive in the middle of the summer. Additionally, for bumblebees, heavy bloom in mid to late summer, that's when they're producing their next year's crop of females and males. Males mate and don't make it through the winter. Females are the queens, make it through the winter. Mints in general, good supporters of bumblebees. Clovers and legumes, particularly the wild beans. Clovers are good, not really native to the region. Redbud is a great leguminous shrubby thing. Horse nettle, which is a weed that most people despise, is native, and bumblebees love horse nettle. So don't be so quick if you have an area that you can leave behind. Allow some of those horse nettles to remain in bloom. Thistles, like we talked about, be sure to not do bull thistle and Canada thistle, which are non-native and invasive, but are native thistles. Then we have goldenrods, perennial sunflowers, and if you see someone trying to sell you nest boxes for bumblebees, don't buy them. They don't work. Okay, so we're drilling down. We're almost done here. I just want to point out that most yards, and I have an acre, you don't really need to have a lawnmower. So get a really good quality weed whacker, and get one that you can swap out the string trimmer at the end with a brush blade. It's basically a rotating blade. I like the 4-blade one the best. A lot of these good quality string trimmers handle these brush blades, and you can use that in conjunction with your string trimmer to edit your yard. So the string trimmer maintains a series of paths and small open areas of lawn that are still useful to you. And then the rest of the area is managed with the combination of string trimmer and sometimes the brush blade, particularly at the end of the year, to knock out any plants, invasives, things you don't want, things you want to cut back in your garden. And I give talks about this, but it's the way to go. And it's surprisingly fast, uses very little gas. This Makita here, and I think some of the others, but I'm not sure, is a 4-stroke, meaning it's using just gas, not an oil gas mix. Pollution is less. I'm a complete convert now for using this to maintain yards, and I've used that now to maintain the 30 acres that we have here at Patuxent. It's fun. So here is example. I'm standing on my roof. I'm looking at my guest house. I'm maintaining small paths throughout these areas, and then patches of naturalized grasses and flowers, most of which are at the end of the cycle right now. And I just come in, and if there's too many, like these monarda are spreading out, I can knock them back with the weed whack. I can trim out some of the blackberries. And I'm constantly using this to sculpt and shape the landscape. I can use the bigger blades to cut out the woody vegetation in the back if I need to. I'm really, it's really a game changer, because who wants to weed? Like if you're in a naturalized landscape, who wants to go in here and individually cut out plants? But you still, if you don't, you're going to run into problems of things getting overgrown, or too many invasives that will create their own invasive lawn. So the key to these kinds of things, to any kind of naturalized planting and heavy duty plantings, is not to just let your yard go. Okay, so that's fine. That actually is a positive, but not to your neighbors. And so what's going to happen is they will mow your lawn, so to speak, when you're gone, or they will, send the lawn cops out and give you a citation. The key is to maintain, after all, you have a string trimmer, a really tight lawn area around, with bedding plants around your house, and any kind of walkway, any kind of sidewalk in the front, your driveway, fences with the neighbors, to be very pristine in terms of its presentation. And then you can run paths throughout the rest of the area. As long as you do the edges of your yard really neatly, then you've achieved what the neighbors want. People look at it, they know you did whatever you did there, you did on purpose. And so you've checked that box for the neighborhood. They don't know what you're doing here per se, but it's okay because you're doing a good job of neat and tidying things up. On the flip side, two things. First of all, 5% of all pollution comes from lawn equipment in the United States, air pollution that is, and that when you're mowing things, if you're mowing down flowers that are occurring in a field or a situation like this, count the number of flowers you mowed down, divide by 5, and that's the number of baby bees you've killed. So there, I've just given you a little guilt to think about. If you have a larger property, this is, I think, the next to last slide. The basic theme here is to mow. If you don't know anything else to do, just mow it once a year. You don't really want a lot of these areas to go back to woodlands, or to worse is crappy woodlands, because we have plenty of that right now. We could use more, obviously, but we put houses everywhere. What we're missing are these field open transitional habitats that we don't generate anymore. So it takes a little more work to keep a place in a pasture, but that's where our key conservation action is for bees and many other species, is maintaining these open field related flowering plants and the systems like the meadows where they occur. Okay, here's my last slide. I'm done. This is my contact information. I encourage people to follow us on our Instagram, Tumblr, and we have a Facebook group too. Then, and that at USGS BIML is the, is our, whatever that's called thing. Okay, I'm done. So I'm going to stop sharing, I think. Is that the right thing to do? And look at the questions. I'm going to look at questions and answers first. The host has asked you to start your video. Okay, I'm doing that. There we are. All right. Let's see. I'll just randomly start. You can email me if we run out of time, and the host may kick me off this whole thing because I'm not paying attention to what's going on. Okay, I just wanted to ask if it's okay for me to use a snapshot from the preset for my blog. Yeah, totally. British have a program labeling certain flower seed packets as bee friendly, including other pollinators, butterflies. Is there a similar US marketing? There's nothing that's consistent. So there's no group like USDA or anything putting that label. So when you see things that are about pollinators, what's going on, it could be anything. Like a lot of these pollinator wildflower mixes are a bunch of easy to grow, toss off seeds that the seed companies can put together quickly. They tend to be annuals. They're not bad. I use them as filler for places that I have nothing else. And I usually don't put them, I usually don't try to seed them in. That's a poor strategy in general. Best is to get some flats, fill it with potting soil, start your wildflower mixes in there, and then transplant them into a bed after you plow it up. Whenever you plow a suburban area or urban or a lot of these areas, your weed seeds are ready to go. You have thousands more weed seeds than you have whatever you're trying to plant in there. And that's it. So most of these wildflower mixes don't work well unless you're, planting at scale at large scales. Okay. Is the ground cherry, aka mayapple, two different things. Mayapple, more woodland, spring. It has its own set of pollinators, good for bumblebees. Ground cherry is physalis, and you'll have to look it up. There's a commercial ground cherry. So tomatillo is a type of ground cherry. Not sure how attractive it is to our native bees, but we have a whole series of native ground cherries. Tea roses are not good. How about regular roses? Probably in your mind, you have a picture of a regular rose that is not good. There are native roses and there are primitive roses. For example, Rosa rugosa, the rose hip, is a good one. But almost all roses that are done for the cut flower trade or for trellises are too messed up, let's call it, to be very good bee plants. But the more primitive ones So there's a weed rose called multiflora rose, which is an invasive, but it still gets plenty of bees going to it. But wherever you can, you want to get rid of that. Clover, interesting. So there are essentially no native clovers in the area. Clover, though, does attract a lot of bees. It's basically a good nectar source, and it attracts it's like a bird feeder, right? So you put out a bird feeder in the middle of the city, you get lots of birds, but no one's going to say put out bird feeders to save all the bees and all the birds in the area, because you're not supporting flamingos, warblers, tanagers, blackneck stilts, or shearwaters, right? When you put out a bird feeder, you're helping birds that don't need your help. You're just attracting them. Clover is in that same area, better than regular grass lawns. So plus there, I would definitely use clover in those circumstances, because not many natives that can handle being trod upon. But clover, as like I have this big area that I want to plant, I would move towards some of our native legumes. So we have native beans and other leguminous. So that's the pea family groups of things. New Jersey tea, awesome plant. Plant as much as you can. Deer love it, so you'll have to be careful about that. More topic, does it make sense to plant such flowers on balcony? Yes. People have studied green roofs, and you have to go up to, I think the answer is 16 stories before bees can't figure out how to get up there. Field guide information on native bees in North America. In North Texas, there's several groups of that. There's the Native Bee Roundup. There's a very active native bee group and society or something. They have yearly meetings, or did. In Texas, you'll have to Google them. Do the bee hotel habitat is so commercially good to provide? Yes, but I'm just arguing, like, why spend all that money when you could just make it with a drill and occupy some child's time? But they're fine. What do you do if you have a HOA, homeowners association? Well, you have to conform to the homeowners association, but I'm sure the homeowners association is also okay with bedding plants. So you would just put in more formal things, and it depends on the homeowners association. Like maybe at the back of your property where you don't have a lot of people peeping at it, you could do some more of these naturalized environments. It's good to inform them about what's going on. Are vegetable gardens beneficial to bees? Some veggies better than others. In general, so tomatoes, a lot of them require it. So, or have bigger production. So tomatoes, peppers do better when they're visited by pollinators. Squash plants have their own squash bee. So Peponapus pruinosa comes to squash plants early in the morning, when squash opens. So when squash opens, those flowers close by 9 and certainly by noon. Why is that? It's because there's bees that only come out early in the morning to do that pollination, and squash is native to North America. And other garden plants not coming to mind, other than the brambles and the fruit trees. The others require some pollination, but mostly to set seed. Other things are more on the self-pollinated end, so think beans, but often get larger seeds and larger growth, beans being a good one, soybeans being an interesting example of that. I came in 30 minutes late. Did you mention any good books or blogs about native bees in your yard? No, there's several. I'm thinking of, there's Wilson and Olivia Mercer, I can't remember Olivia's last name, have, I think it's called maybe even Native Bees in Your Backyard. Great book, good introduction, a little bit Western in proclivity. There's also a really good native plant bee book by a woman in Minnesota that covers our area too. I'm sorry, I'm a little vague on that, on some of these details of books. Rebecca does have bee specialists on them. They're pretty good. So brown-eyed Susan, black-eyed Susan, really useful. They come in quickly. particularly if you're in a naturalized landscape, and they don't last long, but they do provide pollen and nectar. And there's a set of bees, particularly these little sweat bees, that love them. How do you feel about crown bees shipping mason bees for orchard grows? It's tricky. I think in general, they are providing a service. I think it's too small a scale to have really an impact bigger than that. There's some issues in that some of those mason bees are not native to these regions and they're just propagating them around. They're very informative. They are mostly doing things well and are responsible. There's just, there's a little bit of issue there, but mostly good job. So, let me just also point out that you don't need to get your bees from crown bees. Like, you simply drill holes in things and put up some, nesting tubes. You will get these osmia. They're everywhere, particularly in suburban environments. So there's no need to buy any kind of bee. You just have to provide the shelters and the flowering plants for them. So let's see, any dangers of
My apologies, Sam, but we are running drastically over the schedule. I do want to thank all of our attendees for attending this program. Wild Bees is your backyard supporting the 20,000 species. It has been an extremely engaging attendance and panel. If you wish, please continue coming to Balticon 54 and continue discussions.
This meeting is being recorded.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Virtual Balticon 54. Welcome to Cicadas are drugged by fungi to mate non-stop. Introducing your presenter, Matthew Cassidy.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Glad to be here today. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay. Well, my name is Dr. Matt Casson, and this is my first Balticon and my first sci-fi convention. I'm really excited to be here today to talk about an unbelievable science story without any fiction involved. I'm an associate professor of mycology and plant pathology at West Virginia University, and I've been there since about 2014. Before I get into the actual story about the cicadas, I'd first like to start with a question. What are fungi? And I know a lot of you that are watching this from wherever you are probably eat mushrooms, use them in your salads. Maybe you grill up some portobello mushrooms. I think a lot of people, when they think fungi, they think mushrooms. Now, it's true that all mushrooms are fungi, but not all fungi are mushrooms. In fact, I'm sure a number of you can name a lot of different fungi. For example, you think of brewer's yeast, which is really commonly used for making beer and breads. Of course, a lot of you probably have yeast and work with that when you're baking. Blue cheese is a cheese product that utilizes a fungus to provide a very unique flavor. So you might be familiar with that. But the point is here that fungi are not just mushrooms. They're quite diverse. So what are fungi? So this is a large group of mostly filamentous organisms that form their own kingdom. These are separate from plants, animals, bacteria, and others. Despite what you might see in the grocery store, they are not closely related to plants. They're incapable of producing their own food, so they get their food from other things. They kind of act as these enzymatic drills that mine down into different substrates, whether it be bread or wood or even human skin. And they use absorptive nutrition, as we can see here in this little drawing here, where they secrete digestive enzymes, they break down the substrate, and then they basically absorb the more simplified sugars and things that are constituents of those larger compounds. Fungal cell walls contain chitin, which is similar to exoskeletons of arthropods, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, at least insects. But kingdom fungi is hyperdiverse, and I think, I want you to go away with that as much as I want you to go away with knowing how fungi modulate cicada behavior. I'm sure many of you have heard about the chytrids that are killing off amphibians worldwide, the massive number of frog extinctions that have happened globally due to a fungal invader. I'm sure many of you have taken walks in the woods and seen conchs or fungi fruiting out of the base of a tree and wondered, oh, I wonder why they're there. Well, they're there because they are one of the few things that can break down that substrate. And of course, we've all left oranges and bread loaves and a number of things in our refrigerators only to be discovered with fungi growing atop them, whether it be the green penicillium-like fungus or the black bread mold Rhizopus stolonifera, as seen here in the lower right-hand corner. What surprises most people is when you tell them that fungi are most closely related to animals. Certainly, they share some common things. I mentioned that their cell walls contain chitin, and we know, for example, shrimp and insects, they have a chitinous exoskeleton. And again, part of this confusion about them being separate from plants but closely related to animals kind of springs from the grocery store shelf, where we often find them juxtaposed next to string beans and things like that. And we put them atop our salad, so we just assume they're plants, but they are far from it. They form their own kingdom. Now, this is a little grotesque, but being at a sci-fi convention, I figured everyone could handle this. Knowing that fungi, include many opportunistic parasites and commensals on humans. Many of us daily use a dandruff shampoo to battle a fungus that loves the oil glands of our scalp, and that's Malassezia, the dandruff shampoo. Unfortunately, some of us suffer from toenail fungus, which again is another fungus. Many of us, whether it be our kids or at some point in our lives, have had yeast infections, thrush and a number of different types of yeast growing on our bodies in places they shouldn't be, or in abundance levels they shouldn't be at, because maybe we're taking an antibiotic that's killing off the bacteria. And of course, ringworm, which sounds like it's a worm, but really is a fungus. These are all opportunistic fungi and kind of speak to the diversity of fungi that inhabit us. But, one of the things that it's important to mention is that fungi are really hard to control on our bodies. If you think about dandruff, if you've been using dandruff shampoo for 10 years, you probably still have it. Why is that? If you have a toenail fungus, it's really hard. Because the fungi are so closely related to animals, it makes defeating them when they invade our cells really challenging. Fungi also have some really unique characteristics. I can go on for a whole talk about this, and actually part of this talk centers around some of these unique compounds that fungi are capable of producing. Many of you may know that fungi produce antibiotics. Penicillin, for example, was the first antibacterial that was mass produced around World War II. And this is a really important antibiotic to this day that kills off bacteria. And it's produced by this green mold that you often find growing on your bread if you leave your fresh rolls out too long. They also can produce some really unique compounds like ergot alkaloids. Maybe you've never heard of those, but I'm sure you've heard of some of the effects of ergot alkaloids. Ergot alkaloids cause something called ergotism or St. Anthony's fire. This is a real problem during the Middle Ages. But more recently, it's believed to be intertwined with the Salem witch trials, as you can see here in the upper right-hand corner. Ergot is a fungus that invades cereal grains, and it replaces the wheat heads with sclerotia. And when we eat these sclerotia, these contain natural lysergic acids, like LSD. So it's believed that the Salem witch trials, for example, was just a case of a number of wet years that led to a mass outbreak of ergot on rye, a mass consumption of that ergot, and mass hysteria as a result of everyone tripping on essentially LSD. There's other compounds like coprine, which can be found in this white shaggy mushroom you see in the upper left. This is a really interesting compound too, because it actually prevents the breakdown of alcohol to acetic acid. So if you consume these mushrooms in the presence of alcohol, even one sip of alcohol, you'll get alcohol poisoning. And in fact, it's so good at doing that. Pharmaceutical companies have found a way to formulate this into a pill given to alcoholics that want to stay on the wagon. It's called Antabuse. And just one sip of alcohol on this medication results in alcohol poisoning. Of course, many of you may be on a statin or know of someone on a statin, have a parent on a statin. Statins were first, these are fungal-derived compounds, first discovered in the 60s, 50s, 60s. And of course, they could do amazing things like degrade lignin, which is one of the constituents of wood. You think about the trees that grow in our landscapes and in our forests. When they fall to the ground, what's going to break them down into soil? Well, it's fungi that serve that role. Given how diverse fungi are, it probably shouldn't come as a surprise that certain fungi evolved to kill insects. Now, these are some really pretty examples that I wanted to show you here. We could see Ophiocordyceps on a cicada killer wasp on the upper left. We could see an Ophiocordyceps on a cicada nymph on the upper right. And then we have a fungus called Furia down bottom on a snipe fly on the bottom side of a leaf. Now, some of these fungi are specialists, meaning they only have one host, like this snipe fly pathogen. Some are more generalist, where they can invade caterpillars and flies and bees. So they're very broad in who they can infect. And then some fungi have a specific life stage that they infect. This gets me into the topic today, which is on cicadas and the cicada fungus Mesospora. In 2016, a periodical cicada emergence happened in West Virginia. In fact, you can see a map here of all the, in the lower left-hand corner, of all the places where the cicada emerged during the 2016 season. And basically, you can see all the cicadas here in the right-hand picture. What I want you to notice is that all of them look normal, except for this one here. If you have your screen and you're seeing me, you might not see it, but one of these cicadas, you can notice that its backside or its posterior end looks like a chalky white rounded mass. And basically what you're seeing there is the fungus Mesospora. And about this time that they started to emerge, two of my grad students at West Virginia University approached me and said, hey, could we study that fungus? And I said, I don't know the fungus. Even though I'm a classically trained mycologist and plant pathologist, it's not one I had encountered. And they said, okay, well, we'll bring you a sample. And they did. And this is one of the ones they brought me. And I said, oh, this is so fascinating. But I had no idea what the story was going to turn into. At this point, it was just find some cicadas, some of which had fungal infections, collect them, and maybe move forward and see what we find. To give you a little background, I wanted to talk about cicadas first. This is a superfamily in the insect order Hemiptera. Even though they look scary, you can see them on my student's hand here, they have sucky mouth parts where they feed on sap. So they're not going to hurt you. They're big and they might fly and get caught in your hair, and that might be scary, but they can't hurt you. There's about 3,000 species worldwide. A majority of them are in the tropics. Now, there are annual and there are periodical cicadas. The story I'm telling today involves both, but the one that you may know here in Maryland is the periodical cicada that emerges. In fact, it'll be emerging next year, and I'll show you a map here in a second. But just because something's called an annual cicada doesn't mean that it takes only 1 year to go from being basically an egg to an adult. It takes several years to develop underground, but some part of the population emerge each year, therefore giving the name annual. Whereas periodical cicadas are synchronized, and they'll emerge in a given 2-week period every 13 or 17 years. And there's 15 extant broods, and I'll talk what a brood is. But the periodical cicadas emerge in the billions into tens of billions. There's just a massive amount of them. So what is a brood? A brood is a population of 13 or 17-year cicadas that emerge in a given year in a specific, in a given area in a specific year. For example, there's 12 17-year broods, and there's 3 13-year broods. Now, if you look at the map here, you can see the different populations and where they occur and what brood they are. Just have you pay attention to the yellow there in Maryland, and that's brood 10, and that's coming out in 2021. So what I also want to point out is that some of these broods overlap. For example, I'm in West Virginia, which has many different broods. So we're lucky that we get to see them. We don't have to wait 17 years in between seeing them because, one emerged in 2016, one emerged in 2019. So we were able to see them just within a few years of each other. And the other thing I'll point out is that you could see that there's like a small population in upstate New York, up in the Syracuse area. That population is very small, and it's likely to go extinct over the next few 17-year cycles just because it's reached such a genetic bottleneck. So what cicadas are present in Maryland? Just because, here we are at Balticon, I figured I'd bring this in, make it relevant. We have a number of cicadas. The neotibicin and megatibicin are something you probably know. They're these green ones. We call them dog day cicadas. We often hear them in the dog days of summer, so like the late part of the summer, and they just scream from the trees. So they don't occur in massive numbers like you see with the periodical cicadas, but they certainly are loud. They make up for it with volume. And then the magicicada, which are these periodical cicadas, the brood 10, which emerged in Maryland last in 2004, is set to emerge here in 2021. So, and this includes a number of species. But as I'll tell the story about Mesospora, they are all susceptible to Mesospora. So here's a family tree of cicadas, the same way you would think about your own family tree. And these kind of are done based on the genetic relationships among these cicadas. There's 3 genera that I'm going to focus on today, and I want to kind of show their position on the cicada tree of life. And those are indicated by a red arrow at the base of the node. So that's the periodical cicadas, which is the ones you may be familiar with, the wingbanger cicada, which is out west, and Say's cicada, which again is native here in the east, but less common, so you might not actually be familiar with it. So some more information about cicadas. They have piercing mouthparts for drinking sap. People say, well, how do they know when to come up after 17 or 13 years? Well, it turns out while they're tapped into a tree, they're actually counting sap cycles. So because we have, periods of time where trees are dormant in the winter, late fall through early spring, as the sap starts to run again, they're able to count up to 17. And that's really fascinating. There's a lot of studies into the mathematics of cicada emergence and prime numbers. And that's a topic for a different person at a different time. But it's certainly, if you're into math, there's a lot of papers on this. They have these obligate bacterial partners that live in their guts. They basically have a specialized suitcase in their abdomen that holds these bacteria. In exchange for a house in the abdomen of the cicada, these symbiotic bacteria help to synthesize essential amino acids that the cicada can't get from the sap alone. Sap is not very nutritious, but in combination with the bacteria that help synthesize these amino acids, it's plenty enough for them to thrive. And they have conspicuous courtship calls, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, just because you've heard them loudly blaring from your tree. And if you look in the lower right-hand corner here, you can see basically something called a timbal. That is the vocalization organ that's only found on males. And basically the male abdomen, which you can see everything behind the male cicada, acts as a resonating chamber. So they're able to do this. And if females are receptive to mating, and this is an important point for the rest of the story, is that if females like the male's call, she'll flick her wings and signal to the male, you know what? Okay, you can attempt to mate with me. I'm ready for that. Now, cicadas are susceptible to a number of insect-destroying fungi. I'm sure that many of you have lifted rocks or lifted logs and found insects in various states of decay, like you're seeing here. This fungus, Metarhizium, on the left is a generalist fungus that will infect and kill a lot of different insects. The one on the right, this Ophiocordyceps, is a really unique one. Very analogous to the zombie ant fungus that just erupts out of the head of the cicada nymph. You can see that the fungus itself is much bigger and longer than the cicada nymph itself. So we're currently working to describe this. This is a new species to science that we found out in Arizona. But if you were to cut one of these cicada nymphs open in half, like you can see here, you can see that it's completely filled with fungal tissue. So it's now just acting as a shell where the fungus can fully colonize as it depletes everything that's inside it. Excuse me. So Mesospora is really interesting. This is formerly what's referred to as a zygomycete. This is a group of sugar-loving fungi you often find in breads and things like that. But this group, subgroup of zygomycetes, which is now in the Zopegomycota, as you can see kind of highlighted here in the red box. This is a member of obligate parasites that really attack arthropods. So really they can't be cultured, they can't be grown on a petri plate, they only really grow on their insect hosts. And a close relative that maybe some of you are familiar with is this entomophaga in the lower right-hand corner. This causes a summit disease in flies where flies that are infected with this fungus, they will fly to the highest point in a building, they'll position their abdomen outward on the glass, and then they'll explode. The fungus will explode from their recently killed cadaver. So very sci-fi like, except this is certainly more science than fiction. So with Mesospora, there's at least 13 species of these sexually transmissible pathogens. Yes, these are sexually transmitted diseases in the cicada world. They were first described back in the late 1800s from a cicada in New York. But really, after they were first described back in the 1800s, they remained kind of an oddity, a mycological oddity for 100 years. No one studied them. And part of that is the thing I was explaining in the last slide, where they can't really be grown on petri dishes, so it's really hard to study them because of that fact. So for a long time, we relied on spore morphology and cicada host to kind of say, okay, this is this species of Mesospora and this is the other species of Mesospora. But, you know, it turns out that spore morphology oftentimes will overlap. So it's really hard to say, okay, this is one species based on a spore being this big, and this is another species based on a spore being a different size. But with the advent of DNA sequencing that came about starting in the 1990s, we were able to understand whether or not those relationships that were resolved based on morphology actually held up. And in our recent study, we've actually found out that these two that are in this red box are actually the same species based on DNA sequences. even though they infect two totally different cicada hosts. So that was really interesting to find, and it actually plays into this study I'm going to be presenting here about the psychoactive compounds. So we know that Mesospora life cycle is, well, we know that we don't know a lot, actually, because the cicadas and the fungus spend most of their lives underground, where we can't really observe them. This is kind of a detailed cartoon that we put together for a paper we just published in a scientific journal. And what you can see is that these nymphs, if you look at this box, you can see some cicada nymphs underground. They get covered with spores. They emerge here on the left side if we follow the arrow up. And then eventually their abdomen starts to slough off. These plates that make up the exoskeleton start to come off in rings, revealing this white fungal plug that's hidden beneath. So their abdomen is basically replaced by a mass of spores and fungal tissue that mimics the back end of a cicada, but is all fungus. And eventually those fungi make their way back into the soil to infect the next generation. But I think if you're going to leave this slide with one idea that's fascinating to me to this day, is that the fungus can persist underground for 17 years while it waits for its host. That's really quite amazing that a fungus can persist as a spore underground for that long and wait for its host to pass by to infect it. So I wanted to talk a little bit about behavioral modification, because after all, that's kind of what this story is about. There's something called active host transmission in these cicadas that are infected by Mesospora. What does that mean? Well, instead of slowing down the insect and making it kind of groggy, you think if you had a raging infection or a sword wound to your stomach, you'd probably limp around and eventually just sit down and succumb to your wounds, right? Well, with cicadas and Mesospora, we see that not only does the fungus maintain activity, it seems to almost accelerate it. There's kind of a prolonged wakefulness in these cicadas, despite these conspicuous infections and despite the fact that almost a third of their body has completely fallen off, including their genitalia. And this active host transmission is actually seen not only in Mesospora, but in two closely related fungi called Strongwellsia and Entomoptera. But what's really unique about Mesospora infections is this hypersexual behavior we see in infected cicadas. So males will continue to attempt to mate with females, even though the back end is a fungal plug. They'll continue to spread this. And in addition to trying to mate with females, they'll mimic females to attract males. And this is a strategy actually by the fungus. We call this an extended phenotype. The fungus has taken the reins of control away from the cicada and now has the reins in its hands, and is basically driving the cicadas to come in contact with as many healthy individuals as possible. In fact, doubling the number of healthy individuals it comes in contact. And this is really present only in cicadas with these fungal infections. So really interesting. Now, this is different than a host behavioral modification called active host transmission. This is one that, if you've ever read about the zombie ants, that's what happens in this system. And the same with the Entomoptera. You can see that fly there in the far left with its wings up and what looks like a cushiony abdomen. That's all fungal spores that are rupturing out. That's summit disease, where the fungus manipulates them to climb to a very high point, affix to that point, and then die. After they die, the fungus sporulates from their cadavers. And then spores are disseminated through gravity and through rain splash and through active shooting of spores. Active host transmission is different. It requires a living host, and the host behavior facilitates the pathogen transmission, thereby increasing the pathogen fitness at the expense of the host. We can kind of see here on the right, this is kind of a flow chart for these different behavioral modifications we see with fungi and insects, where some, for example, Mesospora, you can see it leading to active host transmission. And some of these other pathogens are summit disease, and then some don't cause any manipulation at all. But if there's a common theme that's here, it's that a lot of these entomopathogens have found ways to modify their host to benefit the dispersal of the fungus. In fact, Mesospora and Strongwellsia are really good examples of this, but there are other ones on flies and green apple bugs and thrips. And you can see in all these cases, in the fly in the far left-hand corner, you can see there's a hole there at the bottom of the abdomen through which spores shoot. So this fly has an active fungal infection that's carved a hole in its abdomen, but the fly is still flying around as if nothing's wrong. You can see this green apple bug in the middle here is looking pretty bad, but it's moving around even though its abdomen is ruptured open and there's fungal spores spreading around. And the same here with a fungus, Mesospora-infected periodical cicada on the right-hand corner. So we like to look at the genetics of these things and say, okay, well, let's try to reconstruct the evolution of these things the same way that you might overlay eye color onto your own family tree and try to trace back, where do these blue eyes come from? We're trying to figure out where active host transmission came from. And as it turns out, it's a lot harder than we think because there's a lot of fungi out there that have yet to be discovered. I said fungi are diverse early on in the talk. What I didn't say is that there's hundreds of thousands to millions of fungi that have yet to be discovered. So it's really hard to trace back various traits in an organism if you don't have the complete family tree, or you don't even have a partial family tree. So we're trying to do that, but it's proving to be difficult. So we're trying to do the math to try to figure out who's responsible for behavioral modification. We're trying to put the pieces together, but this is not a simple story. But, some recent work on the zombie ant fungus, as can be seen here, have kind of really pointed us in the right direction. Their work suggested that fungal compounds, these small molecules, similar to pharmaceuticals we might take for a number of things, especially psychiatric disorders, might change the ant's behavior. So that was really interesting to ask. So we thought, okay, well, what if we did a specialized chemical analysis on these fungal plugs from cicadas? So we did just that. We took the fungal plugs from the backs of these infected cicadas. That's this white plug that can be seen here in the lower corner. And we also took the posterior ends of healthy cicadas. Why did we do this? It's really important in science to have controls. A control will tell you whether or not a healthy cicada has the same compounds as can be found in the fungus-infected ones. If it's not found in the healthy ones, then that tells us either the fungus is producing it or it's produced as an interaction between the fungus and the cicada. So that's why it's important to have those posterior ends of healthy cicadas in the mix there. And then we did this chemical analysis and we showed that each sample produced these really unique signatures. And you can see that up here in the chart. You can kind of see a fingerprint for these two Mesospora species, which are the first two. And then the third one's healthy. And you can see it looks less like the Mesospora ones, indicating that these are obviously more similar in their chemical profiles or their chemical fingerprints than they are to healthy cicadas. In total, we found about 1,176 differentially detected small molecules or chemicals in these plugs. But really, I'm going to focus on two of them, one from each of these cicadas. So I'm in my bed one night at 2 a.m. It's 2017, and my grad student's working late. And he calls me at 2 a.m. And I pick up my phone and I say, his name is Greg. And I say, Greg, why you call me? It's 2 a.m. He says, you're not going to believe what I found. And I said, but Greg, it's 2 a.m. Like, my wife's pissed. Like, I hope it's important. And he said, those cicadas you sent? I said, yeah. He said, well, the ones from New Mexico that you collected, the annual cicadas, are loaded with psilocybin. I said, psilocybin? He goes, do you know what psilocybin is? I said, yeah, the magic mushroom compound. He said, yeah, it is. So we found psilocybin, which is a psychoactive tryptamine that's produced in about 200 different species of magic mushrooms. We found it as the most abundant alkaloid in the plugs of these cicadas, which is really fascinating. And if you look at this kind of figure over here, you can see that was only detected in the annual cicada plugs and wasn't detected in the periodical cicada plugs, nor was it detected in the negative control or the healthy cicada abdomen. And it was 17-fold higher compared to those other things. So I'm like, oh, wow, this is it. So, are you sure? And he said, no, well, actually, no, I'm not sure. Because really the instrument we used to detect it only was looking at its mass. Similar to, let's take two participants on this call. You may have the same exact weight, but you're not the same person, right? So similarly, chemical compounds can have the same mass, but it doesn't mean that it's the same compound. There's a number of ways you have to test that. And the first way is to actually compare the cicada fungus with a chemical fingerprint of a standard, an analytical standard that's made by a chemical company that you can purchase and then run through an instrument and kind of compare them side by side. So again, coming back to this concept of chemical fingerprints, you're basically comparing the chemical fingerprints. So what I'm showing here in the top two charts is that the standard and the plugs from the cicadas matched exactly. In fact, there were 8 fragments that matched. You only need 2 or 3 fragments to say for sure you have the same thing, and we had 8 exact matches. So basically, that was that. An interesting thing that came about is when I had to order these standards, I went to go check out from the chemical company where I ordered them, and it said, please enter your DEA controlled substance permit number. I thought, oh God, I don't have one of those. And then I called my student who's been doing this kind of instrumentation for a decade. And he said, no, don't worry about it. They probably have DEA exempt standards. They sell them all the time because they realize that not a lot of people have these permits. So just order a DEA exempt one. And sure enough, we were able to find one and compare it. And like I said, the result was that what we found in the cicada fungal plugs was an exact match to psilocybin. But what about the periodical cicadas? I mean, those were the ones that were in our backyards. Those are the ones that a lot of you are familiar with. Those are the ones that are emerging in Maryland next year. I said, Greg, did you find psilocybin in those? He said, I'll look again, but I didn't see it. But remember, I told you there was 1,176 differentially expressed compounds that we found in the fungal plugs that weren't in the healthy cicadas. I said, well, what else is in that list? Let's dig through. When we started digging through and, going through these compounds one by one, Googling them, trying to figure out what they are, looking in the periodic or the peer-reviewed literature to figure out what they do. And he kind of stopped and looked at me like with a stone cold face the one day. And I was like, what is it? He said, have you heard of cathinone? I said, cathinone? No, I'm not familiar with that. Is that like psilocybin? He said, cathinone's an amphetamine. And we quickly Googled it. And, cathinone is a natural amphetamine found from this plant in the Horn of Africa that's used in the Horn of Africa and also used in the Middle East. It's chewed mostly by the men there as a stimulant, and this plant contains this amphetamine, and we were detecting in these cicada plugs. Now, as you can see on the figure on the right, you can see that we detected it pretty high amounts in the periodical cicada, but we did detect a little bit in the annual cicada, so that was really interesting, but none in the healthy cicada control. So again, we're looking for candidate compounds that could explain the behavior. If it's in the healthy one, it's probably not going to be our good candidate compound. But the fact that we found it here and not in the healthy ones was a good indicator. So again, I went to Greg, okay, what do we do? And he said, try to get a DEA exempt standard and we'll compare the fingerprints. And we fragmented in this instrument. And sure enough, we got 3 fragments that matched. And we had none in the healthy cicadas. So we have a match. And now we know we have amphetamines in the periodical cicadas and we have psychedelic tryptamines in the annual cicadas. And then I said, okay, well, what's next? And he said, well, since we have these standards, we can actually figure out how much is in each plug. We call this quantification. So we were able to determine the absolute amounts. When you think about dosage, think about taking acetaminophen or taking a pill. They always tell you what the dosage is or the dose. We were able to figure out the dosage in these plugs. And we showed that psilocybin was present in both our cicadas from New Mexico and our second species, which I told you earlier, we determined based on DNA is the same fungus. So that was really interesting. But we only found psilocybin was quantifiable in these SACE cicadas and not in the wingbanger cicadas. And the reason for that is that as these compounds are produced, they will go through these changes where they might add a certain group. You can see that this group right here is not on the same compound and it's being dephosphorylated. So these compounds undergo kind of changes in chemistry, which make them different, but still active. And we found psilocin was quantifiable in 82% of the other plugs, but not in the healthy cicadas. So again, coming back to these are compounds that are unique to fungus-infected cicadas, and they're found in most of them. So at the same level too, and you can see this is a nanograms per fungal plug. Now we also looked at the absolute quantification of amphetamine in these periodical cicadas, and yes, we found it in several populations, but it wasn't present in but about 30% of the plugs. And moreover, it was only quantifiable in 24%. So, why is it so much lower than psilocybin? Well, if you understand the activity, the bioactivity of these compounds, you would know that psilocybin, maybe a trip from magic mushrooms, might last a lot longer than taking something like bath salts, which is a synthetic cathinone. If you're not a person who's taken bath salts, I have not, and I never plan to. Some of you may be prescribed drugs for attention deficit disorder or ADHD. These are synthetic cathinones as well, so they serve a similar way. So think about the half-life of an ADHD drug. Same kind of thing. And actually think about the function of an ADHD drug, because it's going to come into play here and trying to think about how these compounds are interacting to affect the behavior of the cicadas. So a question I always get when I talk about quantification is, can I eat that? Is there enough of a dose in those cicadas that I could eat it and trip? Well, I often say one does not simply eat a Mesospora-infected cicada. And the reason for that is not because I'm against the use of those things, but I told you this was just 2 of 1,176 compounds in there. We haven't vetted the other ones, and we have no idea what their function is. All it takes is one toxic compound in those cicada plugs to really ruin your day. So as much as these have recreational drugs in them, they have a lot of other things that could really affect you. But how then do we understand the role that these compounds are playing in cicadas? Our next step would probably be to dose them, right? Take purified psilocybin or take purified amphetamine and dose the cicadas. And that would be the next step we would do, except psilocybin and cathinone are regulated by the DEA. In fact, when we first discovered these compounds in cicadas, I was really nervous because you need permits to work with controlled substances, but we didn't know we were going to find controlled substances. So I have a letter here on the right. I wrote the most awkward email of probably my career because I thought I was going to get a SWAT team coming through my lab office, tasing me and stealing my cicadas. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to publish this or talk about it in an open forum because basically we were dealing with controlled substances, but the DEA gave us a blessing. That's kind of what the letter says, that we weren't intending to do something malicious with it. It was just a kind of an inadvertent discovery. But it's something you don't think about until you have to think about. So that was really interesting. Fortunately for us, there's previous behavior modification of arthropods in the 60s and 70s, before the DEA started to really tightly regulate a lot of these compounds. A number of people dosed ants and spiders and blowflies, anything you can imagine, with LSD and mescaline and all kinds of things just to see the effect. And as it turns out in the literature, low doses of amphetamine, similar to what we found in the cicadas, caused increased aggression in ants, and it altered the feeding behavior in blowflies, which is kind of what we're seeing, a suppressed feeding or suppressed drinking just to mate. And the psilocybin ingestion had a less observable impact, and that's been shown in previous studies where they've given spiders human doses of psilocybin, and it messes up their webs a little bit, but not too much. So, but the point of this again is, we can lean on the previous literature, but really follow-up studies are going to require DEA permits and strict oversight. So basically, we found these compounds present in multiple populations of infected cicadas, but not healthy ones. And the known neurogenic activities of these compounds explain some of the behavior prior to death. Focused effort, like you find with an ADHD drug, improved endurance or increased stamina, and appetite suppression. But the activity level effects of these compounds can't explain all the behaviors, and it's likely that some of the other compounds that the fungus is producing, or some of the insect hormones that are interacting with these compounds are acting, synergistically to create the basically modified behavior we're seeing in front of us. But likely these compounds contribute in some way. We just don't know. Do they contribute to 80% of the behavior, 50%, 20%? We'd have to really dose them to see. Now, we have some genetic evidence that these compounds are being produced by the fungi, and we do this through genomics and things like that. But the long and short of it is that we don't have a lot of data and that we have to generate more. And some of the compounds are missing, which may indicate that this is a novel biosynthetic pathway. But we're continuing to sequence the genome. We're trying to culture it. We're making field observations and doing a number of things, including searching for additional Mesospora species. Because, we're hooked now and we really want to, we've published 3 papers on this and we're looking to do more. But overall, the vast majority of arthropods, including cicadas, remain unstudied. There's numerous ways to investigate these, but really collection and storage is key. And there's some amazing interactions happening around us, like this cicada thing we worked on right from my campus. 300 yards outside my office. So there's amazing things happening all around us that can be turned into science fiction, but science can be stranger than fiction. And I think I've made a case for that. So for more info on this, you can check out, Ed Young did a piece in The Atlantic about it, this parasite drugs, its host with psychedelic chemical and shrooms. And Joanna Klein did an article in the New York Times, drug castrated and eager to mate, the lives of fungus infected cicadas. We'll continue to publish on this. You can follow me on Twitter for more on this if you want to keep following the story, or other weird stories. You may have seen that we injected peeps with marshmallows back in 2019 and got some press for that too. So with that, I'm gonna stop sharing here and then take questions. Okay, so let me go to Q&A here. All right, so I'm going to answer live here. Can broods crossbreed if their cycles sync up and they're geographically adjacent? Yes, they can. In fact, there's a good number of researchers that are devoted to this question and are tracking the expansion and contraction and the overlap of broods and how they interact. And this is how new broods can emerge. So that's a really good question. But just like new broods can form, also broods that remain in isolation can go extinct. I'm going to answer this. Do the fungi infect the tree? No, the fungi are obligate on the insects. The cicadas do hurt the tree a little bit. They feed on they'll feed on the sap underground, but when they come out in the spring, they'll lay eggs, they'll oviposit eggs in the branch tips. In fact, I encourage you next year when the cicadas emerge to just look for dead branches all around, because the cicadas will lay millions of eggs in the branch tips and it'll cause them to die. The trees won't die, but the tips of those branches will die. There's a question, do you have a link in the study to the study on the small compound in the ant fungus? We mentioned that in our cicada paper that we published in Fungal Ecology, and that's open access, so it's not behind a paywall. If you go to the journal Fungal Ecology and you put my name in, you should be able to find our cicada paper there, so you can look there. Is there a way to make a healthy living space in the naturalized habitat? Certainly, one of the things I think about is these cicadas spend 17 years underground, right? Feeding on the roots of trees. If land developers come in and take out all the plants, those cicadas that were there are dead, right? So it's really important to maintain forested areas, even in suburban and urban environments. Otherwise, the cicadas won't persist. And you don't think about them because they're underground for 17 years at a time. And you may not think, oh, well, taking out this patch of forest is going to affect something that's been underground for 4 years or 7 years or 16 years. Imagine it making it to 16 years and then, someone removes a whole patch of forest. Not to say that natural tree mortality doesn't happen in the forest and cicadas die, but when you remove a whole patch, you're removing a whole population. Is there evidence that the bugs actually hallucinate, experience a high? That's a really good question. There's some evidence that they experience altered time perception or altered time. The wingbanger cicadas in New Mexico, they tap their wings to mate. They don't actually have a vocalization. So what they do is they'll call like this. And the males tap way faster than the females. When males are infected, they'll tap at an intermediate pace. So it's clear that their perception of their temporal or their perception of time is skewed. Whether or not that's due to other compound or if it's due to the psilocybin, I don't know, but it's certainly an interesting question that we'd like to dig into. But again, it would require the DEA permits and things like that. So besides the ergot fungus you mentioned earlier, are they're fungi, bacteria, or parasites that modify human behavior to promote their own reproduction? Oh yeah, absolutely. And the toxoplasma in mice and cats is a really good one. There's a worm that will infect crickets that motivates them to jump into water and drown themselves so the worm can fulfill its life cycle. There's a number of fungal manipulators. Well, think about, rabies is a really interesting virus, right? In fact, I'm sure many in this room could speak to it better. They say that like Dracula is based on the rabies virus. I don't know if that holds true, but this is a virus that makes you salivate and bite into things. So therefore, like every bite, you're spewing virus particles, and it makes you hydrophobic. So you don't drink. So you're basically like you're keeping a lot of the virus in your mouth, and so that's really interesting. But there's more. I just can't think of those off the top of my head. But the horsehair worm is a really good one. We're in a suburban area. Our whole neighborhood community hit by emerald ash borer this year. Still have ash trees showing up dead this spring. Wanted to know how to keep the area healthy. EAB, emerald ash borer, is a real problem, and it's gonna, it took out the ash. Fortunately, we're not great about diversifying planting of trees. Cicadas can feed on a number of plant species, but I would say the key to resilient landscapes is to diversify what you plant. Don't plant the same thing as your neighbor just because it's aesthetically pleasing. Diversify to ensure you have a policy in place for the next big pest or pathogen.
We have about 2 minutes left, sir.
Okay. Fascinating talk. Are the folks studying how fungal parasites evolved? Yes, absolutely. In fact, we're trying to understand how they may be co-opting gene networks that exist in the animals themselves, and are utilizing them to get signals to their brains or to their muscles. There's a lot of great work being done on the zombie ant study at Penn State by Dave Hughes and another student named Teresa DeBecker, who's at the University of Central Florida. Do we know what mechanism caused infected male cicadas to utilize female reproductive behaviors? Well, we don't exactly know that. It could be hormone-based. Certainly these fungi castrate the males. They castrate the females too. They remove the genitalia. And there may be a hormonal cascade similar to what we might see in vertebrates. So I'm not saying that they're exactly analogous, but it's something to think about is hormonal cascades and how that impacts behavior. Do we know? Okay, let's see. Thank you so much. You did a very good job speaking. Thank you. I appreciate that. Are there any cicada predators who are susceptible? Yes. Not to the Mesospora, but I showed you a wasp that's susceptible to an Ophiocordyceps. So even the predators that will kill cicadas are susceptible to their own fungal pathogens because fungi, at the end of the day, are the best. And that's why I study them. So I think we're done there. We're done there. We're done there. Okay, I think I'm about out of time. So thank you again for your attention, and I appreciate your interest, and hopefully I'll get a chance to interact with you some other time. Thanks.
I'm a professor, assistant professor at Cooper Medical School of Rowan University, but my research is in the cranial mechanics and musculature in herbivorous dinosaurs. And today I'm just going to be talking about what my research is all about, what I've done, what I did for my dissertation and a few years ago, and how that's carried on. Feel free to ask questions. I can't guarantee I'll get to any of them, but if there is time at the end, I'll try to answer a couple, but I'm so sorry if I don't. I tend to talk, so maybe I'm wondering if it might go long. But so I'm just going to get started. So here I am in the hat, looking out in the field, looking at dinosaur, facial anatomy. No, I wish that was me. I wish I could do something like that. That would be amazing. But basically, ever since undergrad, I've been interested in the anatomy of the dinosaur head, specifically herbivores, and basically looking at what their muscles might have looked like on the inside. And unfortunately, we can't dissect dinosaurs today, obviously, because they've been, these ornithischian dinosaurs and dinosaurs that are not birds, essentially. So we have to look at the bones and look at muscle scarring and things like that. I'm going to try to take this off. It might help me talk a little. I'm sorry. So paleontologists have been trying to reconstruct cranial musculature and just like generally look at the mechanics of dinosaur heads ever since the 1800s. And specifically, Dullo in 1884 was probably about one of the first to really reconstruct musculature, or at least talk about what the head musculature would have been like in different dinosaurs. So he basically broke it down into two different categories. And now we know it's a lot more complicated than this, but I'll just talk about it to give you a broad view. So first one is the crocodilian muscular condition. This is basically the condition where the sauropods and theropods, so this is a sauropod here, and I'll show you what it looks like in a second. These are the long neck sauropods, and these are carnivorous theropods. These two types of dinosaurs, Dullo mentioned that they had relatively weak temporal muscles, so muscles in just behind the orbits right here, just caudal to the orbit, but much larger palatal muscles, basically big muscles that stretched from the palate underneath the cranium and wrapped around underneath the mandible into this big attachment site. And the same here, you can see this big attachment site that might have been present in theropod dinosaurs. Conversely, for things like ornithopods that are herbivores, they were considered to be the, quote, lizard-like muscular condition, which is basically the reverse of the crocodilian muscular condition. That way, that means things like larger temporal muscles, so this temporal region of the temple is much longer for backward rostrocaudally, and as well as weaker palatal muscles. So there's very little room for attachment for the palatal muscles in smaller palates in general. Now we know it's a lot more complicated than this, but this was kind of a basic framework that many paleontologists have kind of, worked off of for the past century, basically, especially most in the past 2 or 3 decades. So today we use a method known as extant phylogenetic bracketing, and this was coined by Dr. Larry Whitmer in 1995, and this is basically a method in which basically we used living animals to kind of elucidate what dinosaurs might have looked like. And luckily, we have many types of birds, and birds are dinosaurs themselves. They are an offshoot of theropod dinosaurs, and therefore, because there are birds, we can dissect them and kind of get a feel for what dinosaurs' jaw muscles, at least the attachment sites, or get a relative idea of where their attachment sites might have been. We also can look at crocodilians, like this alligator. Crocodilians are archosaurs, as are dinosaurs and into birds. So they also give us a good idea as to what their muscles might have looked like. And also, we can look at things like lizards and turtles, which are kind of further or more distantly related. But all of these kind of give us clues as to what dinosaur jaw musculature architecture would have looked like. So I'm not going to talk a lot about carnivorous theropods. I've only got a couple of slides on them because my research is in herbivores, but I wanted to highlight them really quick. And just to show you, there have been many studies in cranial mechanics in theropod dinosaurs, specifically Tyrannosaurus rex, the very famous animal that we all know and love. And Tyrannosaurus rex especially has these gargantuan jaw muscles, temporal and palatal. They just have this enormous jaw power in which they're able to crunch down on their prey and break bone. But here you can see these are the temporal muscles. They originate here along the upper margin of this is called the supratemporal bar, and they stretch down and attach onto the coronoid eminence of the mandible, basically the part of the upper region of the mandible that's behind the teeth, caudal to the teeth here. And then the palatal muscles, you can see, this is a view from behind. See these palatal muscles wrapping around and attaching along here. And a lot of people reconstruct this muscle to stretch way up to kind of insert close to where this temporal muscle is attached. So you can get a feel for how just massive these muscles are in these animals. And there have been, like I said, tons of studies in carnivore mechanics or cranial mechanics, not only with just the muscles, but looking at strains within the bones. So these right here are examples of studies in what's known as finite element analysis. Basically, for instance, here in Rayfield et al. In 2001, they break down the skull into in the computer software into really tiny triangles, and these triangles kind of you can make them push against each other in certain ways with certain pressures, imitating what a bite of a dinosaur may have been like. And with that simulation, you can see the cascade of forces running through the skull. And these are just examples of what the output of those studies. So the cooler the color, the less strain there is. The warmer the color, the more strain there is in that region of the skull. So you can kind of start to understand what where those forces are kind of perpetuating throughout the skull. There's also a method called multi-body dynamics analysis, in which you can actually simulate the muscles themselves working on the bone to see, look at leverage of the muscles to help with understanding bite force and so on and so forth. So lots of studies. Now, my studies are in ornithischian dinosaurs. Basically, that it involves all of these animals on this side of this tree. So over here we have saurischians, which have traditionally been known to consist of theropods and sauropodomorphs, although a recent study by Barron et al. Has kind of given us another look at this and kind of has postulated that, well, maybe theropods are actually closer to ornithischians, creating a clade called Ornithocelia. I'm not going to go into that, but what we're focusing on here is the ornithischian dinosaurs. And ornithischian dinosaurs consist of a huge range of morphologies in their heads and in the bodies. Anywhere from stegosaurs with tiny heads but enormous plates on their back, spikes on their tail and bodies, depending on the species. There's ceratopsians with these enormous frills and horns sticking out of their head. Hadrosaurs with these duck-billed, quote, duck-billed morphology of the bill, and sometimes, in some cases, they have big crests on their head. These come from a line called ornithopods, which are just broad-billed animals. There are pachycephalosaurs with big domes on their head, sometimes can get up to about 10 inches thick, and also ankylosaurs, which are these armored tanks that walked around with these bony knobs all over their bodies and heads, and sometimes they have big clubs on their tails. And so you can get a sense for different kinds of defense mechanisms these animals have. I have always thought that this was the superior clade of dinosaurs, subclade of dinosaurs, but many disagree, including Dr. Holtz. I know he's out there. but I've always had a soft spot for ornithischian dinosaurs. So one of the most interesting things about ornithischian dinosaurs is that they had these crazy feeding mechanisms. And we know this because of dental microwear studies. This, for instance, is a study by Mallon and Anderson in 2014. And you can see here on these bottom photographs, these scratch marks. These are microscopic views of the surface of teeth. And you can see scratches in different orientations. Some of them are forward and backward, rostrocaudal, some are mesiodistal in teeth. Some of them are side to side, transverse. And you can kind of see in these charts the kind of the amount of one scratch direction, or compare the one scratch direction from another, and how often or how common they are. But so for instance, here's an ankylosaur, a lot of forward backward motion of the jaw. Basically, this is really its backward motion of the jaw, palinal motion. Hadrosaurs have a mix of palinal and transverse scratches, and ceratopsians do as well. And something about hadrosaurs and ceratopsians especially, they have these huge dental batteries, basically columns and columns of teeth packed together. So hadrosaurs could have over 1,000 teeth in their mouth. And they're packed together and create this solid occlusal surface in which they can pull the jaw backward and curl it out while they're feeding. So, and not only the teeth, but the jaws themselves have these insane adaptations that are just all over the place in ornithischians. Some have these little triangular muscle attachment for the temporal muscles. Others have a huge coronoid process, which basically increases that mechanical advantage of the temporal muscle. And we'll see that a bit later. Some have these curved tooth rows, just like arching up and down. This is an ankylosaur here. Here's a hadrosaur with a coronoid process. Ceratops is a coronoid process. Some have these big beaks that are pointed. Others have much more flat, broader beaks. And also, this jaw joint is actually set lower than the tooth row. This kind of is sort of like what we see in herbivores today, except it's opposite. In large herbivores today, the jaw joint is above the tooth row, but it has pretty much the same function in that when the animal's jaw is closing, all the teeth kind of can come together at once instead of more of a scissor-like fashion that carnivores have, that in which their jaw joint are level with the tooth row. So tons of adaptations in herbivorous dinosaurs for herbivory. One of my personal favorites is something called the predennary bone. It's this little bone that ornithischians have that's unique to them only. There's this little tiny bone in the front of the jaw, in the midline, attached to both sides of the jaw, both of the dennaries on each side of the jaw. And these predennaries basically form the lower beak, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from square in this hadrosaur form to pointed in ceratopsians to this little bar-like thing in ankylosaurs that basically don't look like they can. They're just like hanging there. There's not much room for articulation with them. So, because of the way that in many ornithischians the predennary would have attached, there's a good possibility that they actually had the ability to rotate both sides of the jaw at the same time, do medial rotation of the lower jaw like this. So imagine you have, the mouth coming in, there's a predennary in the front. That bone holds these two sides of the jaw together so that they can rotate independently. You think of when you eat your food, like a salad, you don't really think about it, but you're mostly eating on one side. There's a good possibility that these animals could actually feed on both sides of the jaw at the same time. These things are eating all the time, so they just need to constantly be able to eat as much as they can, process as much vegetation as they could. So my Dr. Dave Weissample and I looked at the predennaries across the board in ornithischians and just kind of categorized their morphotypes, and there's all different shapes and sizes. Again, this little pointed thing that rests on the edge of the mandible to really broad ones that don't look like they articulate. And if you go to a museum and look at these dinosaurs, these predennaries are just kind of like, floating there. There's no real perfect way to articulate the predennary, except for ceratopsians, in which they kind of secondarily have a little slot in the predennary for the dennaries to fit into, to fuse it up a little more. But So this alone, these predentary alone could show differences in the amount of medial rotation of the jaw, medial lateral rotation of the jaw. So for instance, there's a slight rotation where there's just a little bit of wiggle room. There is a lot more extreme rotation coupled with a palinal or backward feeding motion, as well as just a secondarily fused condition in ceratopsids, which they just can go straight back, as well as up and down. And here you can see without the predentary, this is a frontal view of an ankylosaur, you can see how it just can rotate like this in these larger animals. And here's an example so this is a Gobihadros. You can see how the mandible would curl inward against that predentary. Like that. And then I'm gonna go to the ankylosaur. You can see the same thing. So in ankylosaurs, you can see it pull up and pull back at the same time. They have this like motion that just kind of curls as it pulls up. This is what you see in the tooth wear. So these predentaries are kind of facilitating, holding that in place, probably with some kind of fibrocartilage in between, so that those dentaries can curl in and out against it. Okay, so along with the predentary, ornithischians are known for another feature that they have, and that's what's known as a buccal emargination. It's this ridge on the lateral aspect, the outside rim of the teeth. And you can see it in most ornithischians. It's basically like juts outward a little bit from the tooth row. It kind of forms a shelf in some cases, especially in this ceratopsid right here. So the past over 100 years, this emargination was thought to be the insertion of a novel cheek muscle, basically a muscle that bridges between the upper and the lower jaw. Now, the argument for it was, well, these animals needed to hold food in the jaw anyway, so it makes sense that there'd be this muscle here. Problem is, reptiles don't have this new muscle. A buccinator-like thing. A buccinator is a mammalian muscle of facial expression. Okay, it's not a reptilian feature. So the fact that you would put a buccinator on the sides of an ornithischian jaw basically would mean they would have needed to create a whole new muscle, which is entirely possible. However, looking at going more into the anatomy of it, it doesn't really seem to make sense. I'll get into that a little bit more. But there have also been other explanations for the margination, as for instance, keratinous beak stretching outward on the lateral aspect all the way back behind the jaw. Maybe that buccinator-like muscle kind of had another orientation in which it just kind of jutted forward, things like that. So it's been up for debate for literally, especially the past few decades, but ever since 1973, when I'll go back here, when Dr. Galton in 1973 officially proposed that there were cheeks in ornithischian dinosaurs. So this is kind of a view of basically what would happen what would the animal look like with or without cheeks, okay? And so this is just kind of gives a basic view of, if they didn't have cheeks, either it would be really just flat like this, which is highly unlikely, or it would have this lip-like margin that extends all the way backward. The third option is that if it definitely had cheeks, they would have this flap covering all the side of it. Although, it could be this as well, but the most likely for a cheek muscle would have been this option here. And Morhart in 2009 did a study in which she basically looked at the foramina of the jaw to see, the more foramina there are, the more likely there wasn't some kind of soft tissue structure, but she basically found that there likely was some kind of soft tissue structure, although whether it's a lip or a buccal flap, a big flap on the side of the jaw, it's really unsure. And she very plainly said in her manuscript that, or in her dissertation, that it was not, or I think it was a master's thesis, that it was not You can't tell for sure, and you really can't. There's not really a good way unless we had a mummy of the animal. But she did an amazing study that gave us a lot of clues into what it might be like in a lot of dinosaurs. So ornithischian jaw musculature. Now there have been studies that have reconstructed the jaw muscles in ornithischians, especially. For instance, in 1961, here's Ostrom's study of duck-billed dinosaurs, hadrosaurs. And up until most recently, the temporal muscles of ornithischians were said to have attached along this coronoid process. And that's it, just along that coronoid process from the temporal region and not extending any further than that. And here you can see the pterygoid muscle as well. Now, these more recent studies have all said that cheek muscles are probably not likely. It doesn't hold to the extant phylogenetic bracket, meaning all of the animals that are most related that are living today don't show any signs of a buccinator-like muscle, so why would, dinosaurs that are extinct have them at all? So these studies have consisted of just muscle attaching to that coronoid process and around that post-dennary margin. But no cheeks here. Very similar to what theropod dinosaur muscles look like. But I always had an issue with that, just because, if you have the same kind of muscles in an ornithischian as you do in a theropod or a sauropod, then why is it we see so much oral processing? How can something with muscle or anatomy, with the muscle anatomy of a theropod, do something like chew food? Because all those muscles, if you look back here, are constrained to the back of the jaw, which is basically good for pulling the jaw up to close it and not do much palinal feeding. So I then asked the question, what does it take to have palinal feeding, or something called proal feeding even? So before I get to palinal, I'll just briefly talk about proal. Proal is basically a feeding mechanism where you bring the jaw up to occlusion and then you move the mandible forward while in occlusion to chew forward. Okay, so mesially or rostrally, pushing your mandible forward. This is something that elephants do, a lot of rodents do it, as well as the tuatara. Now, I said, okay, these animals are specifically do proal feeding motion. What is it about their muscles that, allow them to do that? Well, right off the bat, you notice that their muscles are actually attaching a lot more forward, underneath the orbit or even past the orbit. So they have this large mass of muscle that's actually extending forward. Especially in rodents, and in tuatara, it's the palatal muscles that are extending forward. So basically, it's this huge bracing mechanism with this big, powerful muscle that can pull the jaw forward. Conversely, in palinal feeding, that you get a similar kind of thing. But incidentally, there is no living animal that has a palinal feeding mechanism that we know of. What we have to rely on is extinct animals. So I've looked at things like dicynodonts, which are basically these herbivorous relatives of mammals from the Permian Triassic. Basically, before even the dinosaurs showed up, these animals survived and thrived. And also little mammals that aren't alive today called multituberculates that especially have this big blade-like tooth and a muscle attachment that basically ends right in here. And you notice how this is lateral. It attaches lateral to those teeth. So it stretches really far forward and attaches on the outside of the teeth. Same thing with the dicynodonts. Notice the muscle extending way far forward in these dicynodonts that had teeth, although most dicynodonts lost their teeth. This is an earlier one that still had teeth in place. So I said, okay, well, these animals all have muscles that are placed forward in the jaw. And when you look at just the just cranial mechanics in general, it's generally understood that, if you have muscles constrained in the back of the jaw, there's a lot of joint reaction force or force that kind of presses back onto the jaw joint itself that's focused in the back of the jaw. Whereas something that does a lot more, that needs a lot more power, extends that muscle forward to dissipate that joint reaction force and kind of spread it along the mandible a little bit. This is especially helpful in things that chew their food, although you don't necessarily need to chew your food to do this. But I thought, okay, well, can we say something similar for ceratopsians? Because ceratopsians are mainly palinal feeders. They pull their jaw back, orthal too. Orthal means up and down. So they do up and down, but they also pull their jaw back a lot when they're feeding. And I went and I looked at it, and I noticed that ornithischians, especially ceratopsians, first of all, have this cheekbone that flares out. Okay, is normally things like theropod dinosaurs and sauropods, that side of the jaw is continuous with the cheekbone. But in these ornithischians, especially ceratopsians, this cheekbone flares outward. And when it flares out, you can see this pocket of air here. It's just empty. Now, in the normal reconstruction of the muscles, those muscles attach to the coronoid process in the back right here. But I thought, well, why isn't it that this whole region isn't filled with something? Because basically, it's not like arteries or nerves are that big that they would go through there like that. So, but you also wouldn't want it to be just a big pocket of air. So what was it that goes through? But then I realized there's this buccal emargination that everyone thought was a cheek ridge, but that it actually extends back onto the lateral aspect of the coronoid process too. So it doesn't end in front of that coronoid process. It continues on. It's a shelf that continues lateral or onto the outside of that coronoid process. You can see it here too, and right here. So I said, okay, here's a traditional muscle reconstruction. But if we take that lateral ridge into account, well, first of all, with this original reconstruction, you can see the joint reaction force is all constrained to the jaw joint. These things have massive jaw muscles. You don't want all that force to go against that jaw joint. Otherwise, it's going to hurt a lot in life. It's not going to be very good for its skull. So what I've proposed is that instead of this muscle only attaching onto this part of the coronoid process, what if it actually extends all the way along that lateral margin? Now, this muscle does attach onto the lateral aspect of the coronoid process in a lot of living reptiles today, as well as birds. So why isn't it that it can't extend forward? And it actually does in some things. So I thought, well, that ridge looks like it continues on to where that surface area is. So it's a good chance that this muscle extended forward, just like in dicynodonts would have, which are also palinal feeders. So this would also make those reaction forces kind of spread across the jaw and pull that jaw backward, just like a dicynodont would here. And so here's kind of a breakdown of what those jaw muscles look like. Here's the most superficial temporal muscle here, but there's also deeper ones. So if you take this layer away, you can see there are still muscles attaching to that tall coronoid process, which are, really, they're necessary for this animal to have. And they go up and attach all along down here in the temporal region. I looked at ankylosaurs and kind of thought, well, they look like they're doing something similar. They have this ridge as well. And if you look at a CT scan, this was courtesy of Dr. Larry Whitmer, that there's a big tunnel which kind of angles forward. This is where those temporal muscles would have been. And these temporal muscles basically would have stretched forward. And based on what it looks like, and because of the fact that there's this ridge here, I believe it's very likely that a muscle would have stretched forward, just like I mentioned in the ceratopsians it would have. Same thing in hadrosaurs, although hadrosaurs have a much more constrained opening of the jugal. So there's not as much room for that muscle to stick through, but there still is a little pocket. And so that muscle would have come out a little bit, but not as much as things like in ankylosaurs and ceratopsians. But here's the reconstructions in ankylosaurs and hadrosaurs. So these are separate groups of ornithischians, and I'm not saying that this is something that all ornithischians have. This is something that seems to be a convergent kind of structure for these derived or very large ornithischians especially, which incidentally are palinal feeders. Ceratopsids, ankylosaurs, and hadrosaurs all have a major palinal component in their feeding mechanism. And so it would make sense that each of these animal groups would have had this muscle that extends forward. So this is a before and after. Here's this banshee-looking Triceratops skull here before with all the muscles, jaw muscles stuck in the back, and here's the newer reconstruction. So it's a hypothesis, and if it's proven wrong, great. If not, great. It's just something to think about. I always thought that it's not good to hang on to what is commonly thought. There are many ways that anatomy could have been, especially soft tissue anatomy in things like dinosaurs, which we know nothing about. So it's always great to explore the anatomy and really try to get a sense of what different things could have been, what could have been present. So I did other studies as well. So I did a recent study looking at animal anatomical traits related to muscle anatomy across many herbivorous dinosaurs, looking at the temporal region, so up in here, the adductor chamber, the chamber where all the temporal muscles are sitting, the palate, cornoid elevation, this insertion of those temporal muscles, retroarticular process, which is this little process here that those pterygoid muscles, those palatal muscles would have inserted, and other structures as well. And further back, I also did a study looking at the mechanical advantage of temporal muscles in ornithischian dinosaurs. I did this basic 2D lever arm mechanic methodology in which I took the vector of a temporal muscle and took the moment arm, which is basically perpendicular length from the jaw joint to that vector of the jaw muscle, and took that moment arm and divided it by the output lever, which is basically from the jaw joint to different lengths along the jaw. And with this, I could kind of get a sense of the mechanical advantage of the jaws at different tooth levels, or at different points in the tooth row across ornithischians, and just kind of compare them and see where they kind of focus their anatomy. So I'll start off with the thyreophorans. So these are things like stegosaurs and ankylosaurs. And right off the bat, when I compare between them, so before I go into it, the left here is the mechanical advantage of the predennary, and the cooler the colors are, so things like this, the less mechanical advantage, the smaller the number for the leverage. So mechanical advantage, the value is less. The red, the higher, or the red, warmer colors show the highest mechanical advantage. So in thyreophorans, it's kind of all over the place when you compare between the animals within that clade. But you can notice here a Scelidosaurus, which is this animal here. It popped up before the division of stegosaurs and ankylosaurs, or at least animals like Scelidosaurus did. But you can see that their jaw is just like really mechanically advantageous throughout the tooth row. It's really efficient throughout that tooth row. You also see a much lower mechanical advantage in ankylosaurs especially. So it doesn't look like they have a lot of power in that jaw. They also incidentally have much smaller teeth. So they aren't really doing as much with the jaw as, say, a ceratopsian would. But they still are doing that palinal feeding motion. We have tooth wear from ankylosaurs that show that. So there is a little bit of processing going on in things like ankylosaurs and stegosaurs, but not to the extent of things like hadrosaurs and ceratopsians. So if we look at their cranial musculature, there are lots of differences you see. So these two are stegosaurs, for instance. And you can notice even between stegosaurs, the Huyengosaurus, it's a Huyengosaurid stegosaur. It has a tooth row that stretches all the way across the jaw, and its temporal muscle actually looks like it might extend a little bit more forward than something, say, like a Stegosaurus. But notice how a Stegosaurus has a much broader temporal muscle than the Huyengosaurus does. So right off the bat, you can see they have very different feeding mechanisms going on. Ankylosaurs, like I was talking about before, they have that kind of tunnel-like adductor chamber, so you can see the muscle kind of stretching forward. So in this study, I looked at a lot of different traits in the animals to just kind of compare. So here's a stegosaur versus an ankylosaur here. See the very low cornoid process in ankylosaurs, but a much kind of broader and a bit taller cornoid process in stegosaurs, so on and so forth. Things like ornithopods, we have, if you go, so at the bottom of the ornithopod tree, at the more basal region of the ornithopod tree, you can see that especially in the caudal teeth, the distal teeth in the back of the jaw, they're not very efficient in that region. Their tooth rows, there's not a lot of mechanical advantage. But when you get to things that are like hadrosaurs, so these big duck-billed hadrosaurs that are here, all of a sudden you get this massive increase in mechanical advantage. It shoots up and their values are a lot higher. So they have really powerful jaws, and it evolves with that tooth battery that I was talking about before. They have these massive, just like, shearing mechanisms that they're doing just a lot of cutting probably all throughout the day. They're these massive animals that just needed to eat all the time. You can see, and so I also kind of explored the feeding or jaw musculature, and there are differences in traits in their feeding muscles, but especially I just wanted to focus here, even within groups of hadrosaurs, there are differences. So for instance, here's what's known as Gryposaurus. This is big, broad-nosed kind of duck-billed hadrosaur, and they have these really wide temporal regions, much broader temporal muscles that come down and attach. Whereas things like Edmontosaurus, that temporal region is much smaller. So the origin of that muscle doesn't allow for as much muscle room, and allow as much room for muscle. I'm sorry, I'm slurring my words a little bit, I guess. Maybe I need to drink some water. But you also see that in this other group of hadrosaurs as well. So, big broad muscle here and much skinnier muscle here. So again, lots of differences. You can see here's that Gryposaurus, really large temporal region, versus Edmontosaurus is really tiny. So lots of differences. And we see differences in their tooth wear as well, differences in the amount of palinal versus orthal feeding scratches and things like that. So each of these come with their own adaptations. Marginocephalians, so these included the ceratopsians as well as the dome-headed pachycephalosaurs. You see the same trend in them as you do with hadrosaurs. So especially at the back of the jaw, they have a really low relative bite force or mechanical advantage. They're at the predentary, at the front of the beak, their mechanical advantage is a bit higher. So that would mean that they're probably focusing more, at the front of the jaw in their bite. But again, just like in hadrosaurids, in ceratopsids, you see this massive increase in leverage in the lower jaw when basically these large ceratopsids with horns and big frills on their heads, all of a sudden, these also evolved dental batteries, so they need a lot more jaw power to cut the food. So same trend you see as in the hadrosaurs. So from a decreased relative bite force to a much more increased one here. And you see all different types of muscles in them as well. I won't get too much into it because I already talked about ceratopsians, but you can see the trend from a jaw muscle, for instance, that's more caudally restricted here to a much more rostrally, more forward attaching muscle in the big ceratopsid dinosaurs. You can see here the cheekbone isn't as flared out as in big ceratopsid dinosaurs, so it wouldn't have allowed the muscle to extend forward like other animals did. So just lots of different differences there. When you look across the board at ornithischians, you can kind of see a much more interesting trend. Specifically, the thing I wanted to point out is, first of all, in thyreophorans, like ankylosaurs and stegosaurs, they have really low relative bite forces relative to derived ornithopods and ceratopsids. So you can see they're both cool colors, both at the front of the jaw and the back of the jaw. But when you look between these two, again, like I said before, in ceratopsids, you see this big increase, and in the hadrosaurids, you see the big increase. And when you look at it statistically, now the statistics can't be they're not very robust here, but because the sample size is terrible relative to what statistics should have. But, I just wanted to explore to see what it'd be like, what you would see. And what I found was that there was no significant difference in the relative bite force between the derived hadrosaurids and the derived ceratopsids. But they are both individually significantly different than their more basal members, like smaller ornithopods versus hadrosaurids, or smaller ceratopsians versus ceratopsids. So they basically convergently created this feeding mechanism that was a lot more efficient. And both of them incidentally also evolved a large coronoid process for temporal muscles to attach to. So you see lots of different convergences between the two groups. To explain it mechanically as best I could, so you'll go from a third class lever in more basal animals. So for instance, the bite point is located in front of that muscle vector, and here's the jaw joint. You move from that to a second class lever in which the muscle vector is actually situated in front of some of the bite points. So in this case, it would actually attach lateral to those teeth, that tooth row, and stretch forward. And this automatically greatly increases that mechanical advantage in both of these groups. But they're doing it in different ways. So for instance, in a lot of hadrosaurs, that angle of the muscle is going further up, but in ceratopsids, it's going down. So they're not, they're convergently going to similar leverage, but in different ways. So it's not complete convergence. There's still a lot of differences. So that's what's just fascinating about these animals. Sauropodomorphs, so these long-necked animals, I've only done a little bit in my most recent study along with the ornithischians, but there have been tons of great studies in sauropodomorph cranial musculature. And you can see even in them, there's lots of big differences in their muscles. For instance, these macronarians like this Camarasaurus and this Giraffatitan or Brachiosaurus-like animal, the temporal muscles stretch out to be a lot larger, like a big fan, versus in diplodocids, they're a lot skinnier and attaching to that coronoid eminence, kind of acting as more of a hinge to bring the jaw upward. And incidentally, that palatal muscle, as I said in the very beginning, is much larger in diplodocids, and that larger palatal muscle orients that palatal muscle to be a lot more vertical rather than diagonal. So this really helps in upward motion of the jaw. Although there's a little, microscopic movements that are happening in the teeth to actually process a little bit, but maybe not microscopic, but just small relative to the size of the skull. But these animals are primarily more ortho feeders, so up and down. So looking at their jaw muscles, again, lots of differences across the board. I won't go into it that much, but you can see here, broader temporal muscles here, much skinnier temporal origin here, but stretching maybe a little bit more forward, a little more rostrally. In dicraeosaurids, their skull actually tilts a lot further back, so it even makes that muscle stretch even more forward. Same thing in titanosaurs, which are a form of macronarian, which are more related to brachiosaurs, incidentally. So titanosaurs and diplodocoids kind of have a bit of convergence in some areas of the skull. Even there's still differences, but it's a little convergence there. You can see here the titanosaur, this is Rapidosaurus, it's kind of tilting its head backwards. So because of that tilt backward, that muscle is now able to extend a lot more forward. And there's an arch in that cheek region, so that it would allow that muscle to extend more forward than, say, a diplodocid, in which that cheek is really far down, so wouldn't be able to stretch forward as much. So tons of variation amongst all these animals. It's crazy. I also looked at some herbivorous theropods, because believe it or not, there are some herbivorous theropod dinosaurs. And so things like ornithomimids here, they have this fan-shaped muscle, and especially Dinocyrus, which is this massive ornithomimid that until a few years ago was enigmatic because we didn't know much about it except for its arms. Now we have a lot, I think most of the animal now, so we have the skull, so we can see what its skull looked like. And interestingly, Dinocyrus has a bit of flaring in the side of the skull, whereas other ornithomimids don't. And it tilts back a little bit too, so that it might have actually had a muscle that extends forward a little bit. There are therizinosaurs, which have these massive jaw muscles, temporal muscles, and therizinosaurs have been studied a lot, especially by Lautenschlager. Some great studies in therizinosaurs by him. Oviraptorids, they're these crazy headed animals that are just so bizarre. I still can't wrap my brain around them, but they show a lot of diversity in their jaw muscles as well. The temporal muscle here, for instance, in this Oviraptorid is really big. much smaller in canignathids, which have a lot shorter coronoid process, much bigger palatal muscle here versus a much smaller one here. So tons of differences both between and among groups of all kinds of dinosaurs. So, you know, when you look at orthal feeding variants, so some herbivorous dinosaurs are primarily orthal feeders. They have kind of broader temporal muscles, kind of medium-sized pterygoid muscles, palatal muscles. But these are good for really bringing the jaw up and sometimes even curling it inward a little bit, especially the ones with the predentaries. Yes, and also non-hadrosaur iguanodontians have a slightly elevated coronoid elements and palate, so it's kind of transitioning into that more hadrosaurid-like or ceratopsid-like thing or condition, but it still has this basic orthal feeding variant morphology, and you can see how the temporal muscles aren't really stretching forward that much, although it stretches forward a bit in these animals. Another kind of orthal feeding variant you'll see is things like pachycephalosaurs, which I forgot to mention earlier, and diplodocus. And you can see here the temporal muscles are a lot skinnier in the back, not as much room in the temporal region. So that allows that muscle to extend forward a little bit, and they have these massive palatal muscles attaching onto the side of the jaw here. And this would have helped of basically a great bracing mechanism to pull that jaw upward in orthal occlusion. And again, sometimes a bit of curling of the jaw and things like pachycephalosaurs with the predentary. So it's just, so to me that, I mean, just looking at these features individually, there's a bit of convergence there, even though they're completely different types of animals. There's still a lot of interesting nuances that make them look a little bit more similar than you would think. And also, of course, the palinal feeding variants that I've paid most attention to. So things like ankylosaurs, hadrosaurs, and ceratopsians. Again, with that flaring of that cheekbone and forward placement of that big jaw temporal muscle. But there are differences, and different kinds of hadrosaurs have different sizes of those adductor muscles and orientations, and muscle vector differences contribute to differences in their mechanical advantage throughout the jaw. So each one has their own individual ecology that their bodies were adapted for. And so, yeah, it's been crazy just looking at all the different kinds of anatomy in these very similar looking animals. And like hadrosaurs, between hadrosaurs and stuff like that. There have also been, there are more and more amazing kind of computer modeling studies that have been coming out more recently in herbivores. I haven't had the pleasure to do studies like this yet, but my great colleagues, including Bell, Button, and Lautenschlager, have done amazing work looking at differences in this skulls and their jaw muscles and reconstructing jaw muscles to see how, again, like those carnivores I showed before, how those differences or affected the strains that you see throughout the skull. And especially things that have similar looking skulls, turns out they have a lot of differences in how those forces perpetuate in the skull. So lots of things to look at. And last but not least, hyoids and tongues are important. We don't have a lot of hyoid bones in the fossil record. They're basically bones in the back of underneath the jaw that hold the tongue muscles, that we have them as well. In some things like ankylosaurs, they're huge, but we don't have them in we don't have them in the fossil record very much. So hopefully we'll get a lot more so we can reconstruct tongues, because they're really important for feeding. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for coming. And guess it's 3:50 now. I'm sorry I didn't get to anything. It looks like I'm still here. Maybe I can. So I'm gonna try to see the most. Why are temporal muscles dominant in ornithischian dinosaurs and palatal muscles in saurischian? That's a good question. Palatal muscles in saurischians, so like in sauropods especially, their feeding mechanism is more orthal. So they just happen to get bigger palatal muscles. There are some ornithischians with big palatal muscles, like I said, like pachycephalosaurs. But yeah, there's just, it just depends on the environment they were in. Sorry, I don't think I'll be able to get to any more questions, but thank you so much. And yeah, this was great. Thank you. All right.
land on Mars in the 1976 Viking mission. She will address the possibility of life on Mars based on results from that experiment and on her recently published book titled To Mars with Love, which tells the behind-the-scenes story of this experiment. At the end of the talk, she will tell you how to obtain a signed copy of her book at a nicely discounted price. If you have any questions, we encourage you to use the Q&A, and Pat will be happy to answer them at the end of her talk. And remember, this is an all-ages con. Please keep the chat PG.
Well, thank you, Archer. It's a pleasure to be here today to share my story as told in To Mars with Love. So you'd like to know if there's life on Mars? Well, many have wondered about that since Mars was first discovered thousands of years ago. First slide, please. No one is credited with discovering Mars, although Galileo was the first to observe Mars with a telescope in 1610. Mars is about half the size of Earth and around 140 million miles away on average. Due to its red appearance caused by iron oxides, it was named after the Roman god of war. Next slide, please. In 1895, Percival Lowell wrote a book titled Mars, in which he described artificially created canals on Mars. I actually remember hearing about those canals in my grade school years in the 1940s. Lowell later wrote a book in 1905 called Mars, the Abode of Life, where he presented fascinating speculations that Martian life forms may be even more highly evolved than those on Earth. Well, perhaps those speculations were inspired by H.G. Wells' 1898 novel titled War of the Worlds, in which he fantasized Martians invading Earth. On October 30th, 1938, Orson Welles aired War of the Worlds as a news story, periodically interrupting his regular radio program with an update of the invasion. Apparently, it was very realistic because the next day, Halloween, the front page story of the New York Times described waves of hysteria resulting from the newscast, where some people actually fled the area in their cars. But not until 1970 did Congress appropriate funds to actually go to Mars to look for life. These funds would be for the 1976 Viking mission, next slide please, which would be the very first spacecraft to land on the surface of Mars. It was funded as a biological mission to determine whether or not there really was life on the red planet. And as of today, it is the only mission to have directly searched for extant life on Mars. Actually, I'm amazed that it was funded as a biological mission because almost nothing was known about Mars in 1970. There had been flybys in the 1960s by Mariners 4, 6, and 7 that showed a myriad of craters along with polar ice caps consisting of frozen carbon dioxide, or dry ice, but there was absolutely nothing suggestive of life from these flybys. Anyway, to address the life issue, NASA selected several experiments, next slide please, to search for the microbial metabolism on the surface of Mars. These experiments would be contained within 1 cubic foot, weigh not more than 22 pounds. And for those of you not born at the time, probably a good many of you in the audience, that was quite a requirement. Nothing like this had ever been attempted before. There weren't any fax machines in 1970. There weren't any PCs in 1970, and there weren't even any fax machines. They hadn't been invented yet. The Viking missions, in fact, marked the onset of technological miniaturization and the onset of the exciting new field of astrobiology. Well, one of the experiments selected was the label release life detection experiment, the LR, which was originally designed by Gilbert Levin. At the time, I was an assistant professor at Hopkins with expertise in biochemistry, biophysics, and the use of radioactive isotopes as tracers, and I was looking to make a career move. Well, when Gil Levin offered me a job in 1970 looking for life on Mars, it really blew my mind. It was so far out. My colleagues thought it was a suicidal career move, and I didn't disagree. but it seemed like fun and a perfect fit for my expertise and an exciting opportunity. So, confident that I could land on my feet if it was a total career disaster, I left an academic career behind and headed for Mars, becoming Gill's co-experimenter as I came up to speed. Well, the results of this experiment on Mars, which were actually positive for microbial life, have been published many, many times. But the behind the scenes story of how this experiment got there has only recently been published in my book, To Mars with Love. Next slide, please. As the name implies, it's meant to be a fun book and includes not only the science and engineering of the LR experiment, but all the humorous moments, photographs of the key players, mission memorabilia, and my parallel adventures in the equestrian world and beach communities of California. And the interactions between those communities and the Viking mission was sometimes quite amusing. Well, prior to the mission, I worked hand in hand with the engineers building the biology instrument, and my book documents all the challenges, crises, successes and failures, and the humor involved in getting the LR to Mars. And at the end of my talk, I will tell you how to obtain a signed copy of my book. But before getting into how the instrument worked, let's start at the beginning by telling you about the labeled release experiment itself. The concept of the labeled release experiment is very simple. Next slide, please. The experiment seeks heterotrophic microorganisms in soil. Now, don't let that scare you. What that means is that they were looking for microorganisms with animal-like metabolism, where organic substrates are consumed and the end product of metabolism is carbon dioxide. We all consume food and exhale carbon dioxide. A drop of liquid nutrient containing organic substrates is added to a soil sample, and if there are microorganisms in the soil, they metabolize the organic substrates and evolve carbon dioxide. Now, if those organic substrates are labeled with radioactive carbon, the evolved carbon dioxide will also be radioactive. So yeah, all you have to do to detect metabolic activity is put some sort of a Geiger counter over the headspace above the soil sample and monitor for the evolution of radioactive gas. Now, this is a typical active response under terrestrial conditions. And you can see it's a very rapid, strong response. When you run out of organic substrates, you will see a plateau. Now, to show that this active response is actually biological, a duplicate sample of the same soil is heat sterilized in advance of the nutrient injection. Failure of the controlled sterilized sample, which is down here, to evolve radioactive gas indicates that the heat treatment killed the soil microorganisms and that the active response is biological. The method was versatile in detecting microbes in a wide variety of soils, and it was extremely sensitive. Well, once the LR was selected to fly, the experimental conditions had to be adapted to a flight instrument yet to be designed. Next slide, please. Early tasks were to define the most effective heat sterilization temperature for that control. It had to be hot enough to kill the microorganisms, not hot enough to harm the hardware. After extensive testing with several soils, we finally settled on a control regime of 160 degrees centigrade for 3 hours. We also had to select the organic substrates appropriate for the flight experiment, and I'll come back to that in a minute. Once the nutrient was designed, we used it to develop a library of responses from soils from all over the world. Martin Marietta had the overall responsibility for the Viking lander, but the biology instrument was subcontracted to TRW in Redondo Beach, California. And as the design evolved there, we interacted with TRW to ensure that the instrument they designed actually did perform the LR experiment. Software also had to be designed. ROM sequences were developed by TRW to automatically implement the experiment on Mars. In addition, I worked with personnel at Martin Marietta to design computer programs for handling and manipulating LR data once it was returned to Earth. Remember, this was in the 1970s. There weren't any PCs. At the time, I had to plot all graphs by hand and calculate slopes by hand. So having a computer to do that was a very exciting improvement. Next slide, please. Selecting the organic substrates took about a year. There were 2 amino acids, glycine and alanine. There was also formate, the carbohydrate lactate, and glycolic acid, all universally utilized in a wide variety of soils. All these substrates had to be stable to heat sterilization and long-term storage. That was important because the nutrient had to be prepared a few years in advance of when it would be used on Mars, and it had to undergo several heat sterilizations before it ever left Earth, including sterilization of the entire spacecraft just prior to launch. In fact, this is the only spacecraft to have been sterilized. We didn't want to go to Mars to detect terrestrial hitchhikers. But the neat trick was that every carbon in each substrate was labeled with the same amount of radioactivity. That meant activity would be detected regardless of which carbon it had been derived from, and that the amount of gas released could be quantitated. Well, when we performed the LR experiments in the lab, we used a technique that allowed us to perform maybe 30 simultaneous runs in a day, which allowed us to compare many experimental conditions in a relatively short period of time. Well, performing the experiment in the laboratory is one thing. Getting it to work autonomously in a hostile environment millions of miles away is anything but trivial. We learned just how hostile the environment was when Mariner 9 went into orbit around Mars in November 1971, and I was on that flight team also. The Mariner 9 was the first spacecraft ever to orbit another planet. Next slide, please. We found that Mars was cold with temperatures rarely above freezing, with daily temperature fluctuations of more than 100 degrees centigrade. The surface was bombarded with solar radiation, and the atmosphere was almost entirely carbon dioxide. Atmospheric pressure was near vacuum, 6 millibars as opposed to 1,000 millibars here on Earth. And there was no liquid water found, but plenty of photographic evidence that liquid water had existed once upon a time in ancient times. Here is a Mariner 9 image showing dendritic patterns, which gave us hope that life may have evolved in ancient times when conditions were more favorable, and if so, might still be there. So how did the labeled release flight instrument work? Next slide, please. The next slide shows a simplified schematic of the LR hardware. Here we have a test cell, which can be raised or lowered from its cover, or head end as it was called. Once nutrient was added to the soil, any gas evolved passed through a 13-inch tube to a detector chamber containing 2 solid-state beta detectors that would monitor evolved radioactivity. Any carbon-based gas would have been detected, whether it was carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, methane, or whatever. The tube was bent in several paces to prevent contamination of the detector by any radioactive particles escaping from the test cell. And both the head end and the detector chamber contained heaters. The head end heater would maintain the test cell between 10 and 12 degrees centigrade during an experiment, and could also be used to sterilize the soil at the 160 degrees centigrade for the control experiments. The experimental sequences on Mars would be performed in the dark under Mars atmosphere with an overpressure of helium. That was necessary to keep the liquid nutrient from exploding when added to the test cell, because Mars atmospheric pressure was near vacuum. Next slide, please. And here I am in 1971 with the very first rendition of the LR instrument, known as the phase 1 breadboard. As you can see, here is the test cell and the tube going up to the detector. And here is my right hand is handling a lever that raises and lowers the test cell from the head end. The lever wasn't flight-like, but the test cell tube and detectors were. We used this early instrument to test for leakage and counting efficiency and to run some soil tests under terrestrial conditions. It was slow going because each run took days and there was only one of these prototypes available. One of the first problems we ran into was that following a run, residual radioactivity adhered to the stainless steel head end and detectors, and the only way we could find to clean it up was by taking it apart and swabbing it down. But that wouldn't work on Mars. So after a lot of trial and error, we learned to clean it up by purging with helium while activating the detector and the head end heaters. Eventually, we got results that closely resembled soil tests done by our laboratory technique. Next slide, please. We tested 3 standard soils, Aiken, Death Valley, and Creek Bed. The solid lines are active responses and the dotted lines are sterile control responses. The graph on the left shows results from our standard laboratory technique, and the right shows results from the phase 1 breadboard. And as you can see, there's a pretty good match, which gave us confidence that the instrument as designed could adequately perform an LR test. Next slide, please. Well, the next rendition was the LR Test Standards Module, or the TSM as we called it, which was ready for use at TRW by December of 1972. This version contained all the essential components of the flight instrument with the test cell and the detector in this area. And once soil, and it's enlarged over on this side, once soil was placed in the test cell, a bell jar was placed over the entire thing and evacuated to Mars atmospheric conditions, which took about a day. Then it took a day or two for a soil run and another day for cleanup. All operations were done manually by flipping switches on the instrument panel. It was slow going and we kept this instrument running 24/7. If something needed doing in the middle of the night, either I or my full-time technician had to be there to do it. And it was a really touchy instrument requiring much attention, upkeep, and repair. Next slide, please. Well, the way the instrument initially worked is shown in this slide. There are 4 chambers, a test cell, detectors, a water reservoir, and a nutrient reservoir. And there's a high pressure helium source and a low pressure helium source to push things around. There were a series of 8 valves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they were opened or closed on 1-minute intervals or multiples of 1 minute. Initially, valve 46 over here was open to break a glass ampule in the nutrient reservoir. And then low pressure helium was bubbled through the system to remove any products of radioactive disintegration that had accumulated since preparation of the nutrient. Before nutrient injection, this valve 61 was opened for 1 minute to allow equilibration of the test cell headspace and the water vapor pressure in the water reservoir. The purpose was to raise the atmospheric pressure in the test cell and prevent the liquid nutrient from exploding when added to the test cell under Mars atmospheric conditions, which again are near vacuum. This turned out to be a total disaster and was eventually this whole system was removed, a story detailed in my book. And instead, we pressurized the cell with low pressure helium. But although this system was physically removed from the hardware, valve 61 remained in the ROMs, and it became known as the phantom valve. Well, to deliver nutrient to the soil, valves 46, 59, and 45 were opened to high pressure, so high pressure helium could drive the nutrients through a 3 mil restrictor right here to the soil during the 1 minute time the valves were open. All valves were then closed and the experiment begun. Note that this was a timed delivery, and the amount of nutrient delivered was determined by sizing that restrictor. Following an experiment, radioactive gas in the test cell was removed by purging with low pressure helium through valves 42 and then out 52. To clean up any residual radioactivity on the head end, purging with low pressure helium continued while the heaters in the head end and the detector chamber were turned on. Well, I went to TRW for a couple of weeks in December 1972 to learn to use the TSM and to make some soil runs. Oh, the results were so disappointing. They didn't match results obtained in our laboratory technique, and we couldn't even get the same result twice in a row. We had to revamp our plans and devote full time to solving engineering problems. And we had to do it without changing the basic instrument design. We were told that it's too late for hardware design changes. Well, the only option we had to solve problems was by changing experimental sequences and procedures. And over the next few months, we made more than 20 sequence and procedural modifications. These are many of which are documented in my book. And by April 1973, the LR experiment in the TSM was working pretty well under Martian conditions. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, the flight instruments were being built at TRW. The flight instrument is much smaller than the TSM, with all 3 life detection experiments contained in 1 cubic foot, each with its own module. Unlike the TSM, which was designed for repeated use, the flight instrument was a one-time use instrument. The LR module is here in the center, and the other 2 life detection tests on each side of it. There was a 4th module, which you can't see here, called the Common Services module, which contained things used by all 3 experiments, such as the high and low pressure helium sources. And here in the center is the soil distribution assembly, which distributed soil to each experiment. The LR module contained 1 head end and 4 test cells on a carousel. Any specific test cell could be rotated under the soil distribution box to receive soil and then rotated back under the head end, where it would be raised and sealed against the head end for an experimental procedure. And over here on the right is an actual flight instrument with its 4 modules. It was assembled under sterile conditions. Again, we did not want to go to Mars to detect terrestrial hitchhikers. TRW built 6 of these instruments. 3 were used for pre-mission testing, 2 went to Mars, and a 3rd was a spare. The next slide shows where the biology instrument was positioned on the lander. Here is the soil processor with the biology experiments directly under it, but they were out of sight. And here is the sampling arm that went out and grabbed the soil. And here are the 2 cameras. And here I am next to the spare lander that was set up at the Jet Propulsion Lab during the mission. Well, by November of 1973, TRW was ready for the first full test of all 3 life detection experiments in the very first flight instrument. The instrument was placed in a chamber about 10 cubic feet, which was then evacuated to Mars atmospheric conditions, which took days. Next slide, please. All 3 life detection tests failed. That's when the fun really began. NASA personnel and Martin Marietta personnel descended on TRW and took over management of the biology instrument, and they loved that. I clearly remember Jim Martin, NASA's manager of the entire Viking mission, slamming his fist on the table and saying, we'll throw biology off the mission. Well, somebody reminded him that Congress had funded Viking as a biological mission and he just couldn't do that. So he slammed his fist on the table again and said, okay, we'll throw off the worst 2 experiments. Well, the problem was nobody could figure out which were the worst 2. Gil and I got letters saying that all key scientists will remain in residence until the problems were solved. Gil had a company to run, so that meant me and my technician, of course. I had gone out there in November of 1973 for a 6-week trip and never got home until spring of 1975. The 2 major problems for the LR were that the nutrient injection system failed because that 3 mil restrictor clogged, and the sterilization temperature for the control sequence only reached 140 instead of the required 160 degrees. And those were only the major problems. There were many other less critical ones. Solutions had to be within the constraints of the existing hardware and software. It was too late to redesign. So solving problems meant creative thinking outside of the box about new procedures and sequences, and then testing those candidate changes in the TSM. Well, everybody worked like crazy. There were nonstop crisis meetings starting at 7 a.m., 7 days a week to figure out what to do. We kept the TSM running 24/7, testing candidate fixes. We even pulled out the phase 1 breadboard for some of these tests, which was real desperation. For the nutrient injection system, next slide, please. It took months, but we finally managed to fix it within the constraints of the existing system. We did it by removing the restrictor and adding a valve to the nutrient delivery system, which changed it from a time delivery to a volume delivery using a metered cavity. Well, bet you're wondering how we did that without changing the hardware design. Remember the phantom valve? Well, because it was in the ROMs, we were able to add it back into the system and create a metered cavity that delivered the correct amount of nutrient. How we manipulated that phantom valve to solve the problem is a fascinating story detailed in my book. The other major problem was that the sterilization temperature was too low. No other heater could be found that would reach the required 160 degrees, but the problem was eventually solved by adding a booster heater to the head end that would raise the sterilization temperature from 140 to 160. And this became important during the mission. Well, by January of 1975, a year and 2 months after those failed tests, we were finally ready to test the life detection test experiments in the next available flight instrument using all the new sequences and procedures worked out in the TSM. Unfortunately, the LR test in the second flight instrument was another dismal failure because the nutrient ampule failed to break. All other systems worked fine, but the LR was a big disappointment. Well, we had one last chance to show that the LR actually worked in a flight instrument. A third flight instrument is available for testing in the spring of 1975, just a few months before launch. Amazingly, in the third flight instrument, the LR worked. Next slide, please. Here we see the results with Aiken soil, one of our standard test soils, tested under Martian conditions. We had a typical positive response following first injection and an additional response following a second injection of nutrient. These dips in radioactivity reflect turning off one or the other of the 2 beta detectors to test single channel counting modes. We also had a typical control response down here in which the soil was first sterilized in the test cell at 160 degrees for 3 hours. It was close. The final parts of this test were completed as the 2 final flight instruments were being shipped to Cape Kennedy for incorporation into the spacecraft. Well, the first Viking spacecraft was launched on August 20th, 1975. Next slide, please. And it arrived at Mars on June 19th, 1976. Everyone gathered at JPL in June, where an entire building had been dedicated to Viking. On July 20th, 1976, the lander was released from the orbiter sometime around midnight. A parachute was deployed around 21,000 feet above the surface, and retrojets were fired about 50 feet above the surface to slow it down. The entire biology team stayed up all night waiting for the landing. Next slide, please. Here's Gil Levin here, and Chuck Klein, who was the biology team leader, and all the other members of the team, which are, they're all labeled in my book. But as the lander approached the surface, we watched numbers flashing on a monitor, giving the altitude of the lander above the surface: 1,300 feet, 650 feet, 50 feet, silence. I was sure it was coming in too fast and had crashed. But then we have touchdown, came over the loudspeaker. Within a minute, the very first image from Mars, next slide please, flashed on the monitor. Well, we couldn't make much sense out of this picture, and the image then built up slowly to the right, a few sections at a time, and finally the lander footpad appeared. Next slide please. And everyone realized that we actually were looking at the surface of Mars. This is the very first picture that ever came back from Mars. Champagne bottles magically appeared, and everyone was in very high spirits. Well, the first color picture came in a few hours later. Next slide, please. It showed a barren landscape, not unlike terrestrial deserts, and the red color reflects iron oxides. There are no obvious life forms, no camels, although there certainly could be microorganisms in the soil. There were tantalizing greenish patches on some of the rocks that generated some heated discussion, but the imaging team eliminated the problem by adjusting the color so they no longer appeared green. That was not the end of the story, however. Well, the first soil sample was collected on Sol 8. Sol is the Martian day, and the LR got underway on Sol 10 when nutrient was first injected onto soil. The first 9 hours of data were available around 7:30 that evening. I sat down at the computer surrounded by Gil and other members of the biology team and put in the commands for a printout of radioactivity evolved over the next few hours. Next slide, please. Lo and behold, it was clearly a positive response. Equally amazing, the instrument actually worked. That was a bit of a surprise. It was a really exciting time, and everyone present signed the printout. Well, that first cycle ran for 7 sols, after which the critical control was run, in which a duplicate sample of the same soil was heat sterilized at 160 degrees C for 3 hours before nutrient was added. Next slide, please. Another big surprise, the response of the control was negative. And taken together, the results from these 2 cycles on Lander 1 were consistent with a life response and looked a lot like a terrestrial life response. Next slide, please. And here you can compare that the Mars results from the first 2 cycles with the slide I showed you earlier of a terrestrial soil under terrestrial conditions. The magnitude of the response was much, much lower than this soil, but that was not unlike responses we had seen from low population soils, such as those that we had collected from Antarctica. Well, everybody immediately jumped on the bandwagon of trying to explain the results by some exotic chemical reaction. Nobody, including me, was willing to accept the life interpretation as conclusive, mainly because nothing else on the mission indicated life. The other two life detection tests were negative. The organic analysis experiment failed to find organics, and every theory of life said that where there's life, there has to be organics. And there was no liquid water found on Mars, and water is believed essential for life. For the remainder of our runs on Landers 1 and 2, we tried to learn more about this active agent and did everything we could think of to figure out whether the active response was biological or chemical. I'm not going into detail about those results, but the next slide summarizes all the results. The active agent gave a positive response when injected with carbon-14 labeled organic substrates. The same active response was obtained by the second lander 4,000 miles away. So the active agent, whatever it was widespread. The active response was also repeated at both landers. The activation was not caused by ultraviolet exposure because we took one of those samples from under a rock and it was fully active. Now for the thermal controls, it was inactivated by preheating at 160 degrees for 3 hours, which you've already seen. And it was partially inactivated by preheating around 50 degrees centigrade for 3 hours. In trying to distinguish whether the active result was biological or chemical, we came up with a bright idea. We figured out a way to reduce the sterilization temperature from 160 to 50 degrees, something that had never been tried on the TSM or even thought of prior to the mission. So how did we do it? Well, the story's in my book. The idea was that very few chemicals are sensitive to 50 degrees, which is 122 Fahrenheit, but Martian microbes adjusted to much colder temperatures might be adversely affected. 2 runs were conducted on Lander 2 by pre-treating the soil around 50 degrees for 3 hours. Both results show that pre-treatment around 50 degrees dramatically reduced the magnitude of the response by about 70% or more. This was strong evidence for biology. The active agent was also inactivated by long-term storage at approximately 10 degrees C. For our last runs on each lander, we used soil stored in the hopper at 10 degrees for around 84 days on one lander and 140 days on the other. There was essentially no activity in either one, showing that the active agent is destroyed by long-term storage around 10 degrees C. This also strongly favors biology for the same reason. Namely, few chemicals are affected by 10 degrees, which is 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but biology on Mars very well might be. So, did the label release find life on Mars? Next slide, please. It's still a highly controversial question, even after 40 plus years. The results are entirely consistent with biology, especially the thermal controls where 50 degrees partially destroyed the positive response and 10 degrees essentially destroyed it. Very few chemicals are destroyed by such low temperatures. The problem is that nothing else on Viking was positive for biology. The other life detection experiments were negative, no organics were found, and no liquid water was found at that time. Some scientists, including myself and Gil Levin, the principal experimenter, believe the evidence strongly favors biology, but others disagree, attributing the results to some as yet unknown exotic chemical. Bear in mind that many have tried over 40 plus years to replicate the labeled release results non-biologically. None have succeeded. So the LR results have remained controversial even after 44 years. Recent missions support the biological interpretation. Next slide, please. Water has now been found. Not much, but perhaps enough to support life. Complex organics have been found. Methane has been found, which is a possible indicator of life. Why? Well, because the half-life of methane in the atmosphere is only around 20 some odd years, so its mere presence indicates that it must be constantly replaced. Almost all the methane in the Earth's atmosphere results from the action of methane bacteria. And most interesting about the methane on Mars is that it is localized and its concentration cycles with the seasons, a mystery entirely consistent with biology. Well, elevated oxygen levels have just recently been reported, again, localized and cyclical with seasons. Keep in mind that there could be life on Mars, whether or not the LR detected it. Nothing about the Mars habitat precludes life. Terrestrial extremophiles exist that could possibly exist on Mars, and if so, that life is microbial. There's no macroforms that have been observed, no little green men up there. But I leave it to you to read about it and decide for yourself. The evidence pro and con is presented toward the end of my book. If the LR really did detect life, that would perhaps be the most astonishing finding ever. If not, the LR story is still an amazing account of an incredibly ambitious, first ever and only effort to put a metabolic experiment on another planet, an achievement that has not since even been attempted. So maybe there really is extant life up there, whether or not the LR found it. It has been so disappointing to me that no further life detection experiments have been sent to follow up on the exciting LR results. All missions since Viking have looked for water and possible habitat. None have directly sought life. Hopefully, future missions will directly look for life, and when they do, Mars may yet have big surprises. What I have learned from Mars and from discoveries that I read elsewhere in the universe is, next slide, please, expect the unexpected. And that statement applies not only to future space missions, but also to the tales and situations presented in To Mars with Love. Thank you. I would be happy to answer questions, but before I do, I'd like to offer you a signed copy of my book at a special discounted price that includes free shipping within the United States. All you have to do is send me an email at info@tomarswithlove.com, mention Balticon in the subject line to get this discount, include your address and any special requests you may have for inscriptions, and I will send you a custom PayPal invoice that reflects the discount and the free shipping. The offer is good until March 15th. And we could stop the recording now, and I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
The recording has stopped.
All right, let's take a look at our questions. So our first question is, I've heard that the perchlorates in the Martian soil are highly toxic. Does this toxicity apply to microbes or only to more complex organisms? Are there more known microbial organisms here on Earth which can survive in such conditions?
Yes, there have been perchlorates that were discovered in 2009, and they seem to be all over the place on Mars. And the interesting thing is that many people have found various species of microorganisms that actually thrive on these perchlorates. So the perchlorates do not preclude microbial life on Mars.
Let's see. If the other two Viking lander tests were negative, is it possible that they just failed to work?
Well, I don't think that's very likely. I guess I just don't think that's likely at all. The instrument worked exactly as we would have expected it to work.
Why did you use helium rather than heavier inert gases in the early experiments?
Because the only thing available to us was helium. We had a helium source, both a high pressure and a low pressure helium source, and we didn't have anything else available. Remember, we were constrained with weight requirements in that biology instrument. We couldn't have added anything else, and it worked just fine.
And our
Anything
next
else?
one, how did you get the color image of Mars back? Did the rover have film?
Oh no, that was all digital. The way those cameras worked, they build up with strips each strip was just maybe, well, I'm sure these dimensions are right, but let's say each strip was about a half an inch or a half a centimeter, and it would be strip, 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 and it just built up from right to left. And that's very interesting because if a horse had galloped by, you wouldn't have seen it. All you would have seen was one modeled strip. And I understand that those strips were analyzed uh, looking for such a model strip, but none were found.
Did you have any further experimentation with NASA after this particular one?
Oh yes, oh yes. We tried to understand what the active agent was. I worked a lot with hydrogen peroxide, and we eliminated that as a possible cause for the reaction. We worked with soils that were Mars analog soils, and we could not account for the label release experiment non-biologically. We also did some interesting studies with the TSM where we added radioactive gases into the TSM, and we could actually show that the gas that was evolved was carbon dioxide and not carbon monoxide.
If there had been an intraceable problem with the experiment that would have forced a hardware change, was there any chance to delay the mission, or would Viking have simply launched on schedule with an experiment that could not run?
Who knows? Thank God I didn't have to consider that. We got what we got. There was no chance for a delay, and if those experiments hadn't worked, I mean, that was it.
I noticed that your book cover has a winged horse on it. Was
Yes.
the symbol of the Viking missions a Pegasus?
No, but I'm glad you asked, because at the same time that I was working with Viking, I joined the Howard County Hunt Club, despite the fact that I had never jumped a horse before. And the interactions of these stories with Viking are sometimes very funny. Well, my horse was named Shadowfax, and he was named for the winged Pegasus of the Hobbit series. And hence we have the winged Pegasus flying across the Viking years. That's the significance of the cover. Glad you asked.
All right, I think we're just about out of time. Any final thoughts?
Well, it's been my pleasure, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you. We very much appreciate that you were able to join us here today. All right, well, thank you all of our audience. Appreciate your attendance and hope you come back for another panel later. Have a lovely afternoon and happy con.
Hello, everyone. We'll get started in just a minute. Cool. All right, I'm going to share my screen here. Welcome. I'll be looking kind of like at a weird angle because my camera is down here and my presentation is up here. So I apologize for that. I hope you're all having a great Balticon so far. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. Open this up. Okay, so this is how this is going to work. I'm going to talk and you're going to have questions, hopefully. There are a few natural breaks in my talk, and then I'll go in. So if you have a question about whatever, put it in the Q&A. That's the option you should have somewhere on your screen where you can like type in a question, and I'll look at that periodically and try and answer any questions as they arise. I know that there's also the chat feature. It's hard for me to monitor that while I'm talking, so I'll try and look at there too a couple times, but that's more for if you guys are just doing your thing and talking, that's fine. And I'll kind of go back through there after my talk. But the Q&A, I'll probably every like 8 or 9 slides, there's a couple section breaks, and I'll go back and take a look and try and answer as many questions as I can. And then there'll definitely be some time at the end. So welcome. So my name is Doug DeLuzin. I am a geneticist, and I am an assistant professor of biology at the department, or in the Department of Biology at Morgan State University, which is right in the heart of Baltimore, Maryland. If you have any want to follow anything I do, my Twitter handle is RipplesInTime24. I post a lot about science communication, and my talk today is bacteria and the microbiomes in homes around Earth and above Earth. And so I'm really hoping just to share a little bit of what I've learned about the microbiome. And so the caveat to my talk is that I'm a human geneticist, trained to study health disparities and how social determinants of health influence our health outcomes, particularly with Baltimore City. but I got really interested in the microbiome when I was in graduate school. And it's something that's been kind of a tangential hobby of mine that I've really dived into with a new project in my laboratory now. And one of my graduate students is spearheading a project where we're going into different homes in Baltimore City and collecting mold samples and profiling the types of mold that are in people's homes and whether they're pathogenic, what's there, what kind of bacteria are living there with it. And that really got my curiosity about the microbiome. And so this presentation is kind of a overview of what I've learned about the microbiome coming from someone outside of microbiology. So there might be specific questions about microbiology that I will not be able to answer. And I'll definitely be as forthright with that as I can. Or I will at least try and point you in the direction of who might know those answers. But hopefully I can answer as many questions as possible. So without further ado, let's begin. Let me know if there's any technical issues with the slide. Okay, so a simplified tree of life. So if we start at the origin of life, the first cells that arose out of that primordial soup billions of years ago on planet Earth, and we look at time here as the y-axis, at some point there was a divergence, and that most of the current species of bacteria arose from some common ancestor that also gave rise to us. We're within the eukaryotic kingdom of life. And somewhere along this branch, this is contested. It is unknown if kind of the eukaryote derivatives began first, and then archaea, which are other type of single-celled organisms that are a lot like and similar and dissimilar to bacteria, might have splintered off, or if it's actually the opposite, or if it was really bacteria and archaea that began and eukaryotes kind of splintered off. This is a very simplified tree of life, and I'll talk a little bit about how we know this tree of life is how this arose. But this more complicated picture is the current tree of life. And highlighted in red here are where we fall in the animal kingdom, in eukaryotes, all other, yeasts, even fungi, these kind of things all fall in this area here, which is when you look at the diversity of species on planet Earth. We are similarly related to archaea bacteria, and more so than just normal bacteria. But there are so many more bacteria on planet Earth than there are us, and there are other types of eukaryotes. And so this is kind of a weird kind of picture representation of the tree in life, kind of a more classical example of looking at how everything's related to one another evolutionarily is to do something called a phylogenetic tree. This is a representation of knowing the genetic sequence of a species genome. So like our genome, the genome of bread yeast, the genome of Helicobacter pylori, a bacteria that cause ulcers in the stomach. And we can compare their similarities and dissimilarities, and through that build a relationship tree that you see here. And again, highlighted in red are the eukaryotes. And you can see that we're really just a tiny slice of the pie of everything that's out there. Certainly, we are a dominant species on planet Earth. We are by no means the most populous of species on planet Earth. In fact, as we'll learn in a few minutes, human cells are not even the most dominant type of cell type that encompasses who you are in your body. But we fall in kind of this smaller area here of archaea bacteria and bacteria. So I wanted to show this just to get an appreciation for what it is that the diversity of life looks like. So we had a question of the current tree of life. Where is the base? And the base is two places. One, the base is kind of just here, and the base is some primordial ancestor that we don't know what it was, but the original cells, or maybe even the original cell on planet Earth, we don't know if it arrived here from an asteroid from another planet. We don't know if this was something that spontaneously kind of constructed itself from macromolecules in the early part of our history on Earth. But it's some ancestor that then developed into a cell that was capable of self-replication, that was capable of performing enzymatic reactions, of obtaining energy from the environment, and storing that information so that it could be passed on to the next generation after cell division. So the base of that keeps getting pushed back a little bit further in our history evolutionarily, but we don't know exactly what it was. And so that is determined right here, is that we know that some ancestor, given the fact that even though we're so different from bacteria, we still have a lot of commonality. You know, we share genes that are 100% identical, nearly, with trees. And we share genes between trees and us that are extremely similar to bacteria. So we know that there must have been some kind of original, you know, OG bacteria that kind of gave rise to all of it. Okay. So when I'm talking about the three domains of life, there are a couple of things that I'm not going to get into too much specifics on this table, but you know, really we have these three major domains, and some microbiologists may even argue that this is an oversimplification. I'm not going to go into that. But there's bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes. And so these are the major distinctions between the two. The most important one is that the nuclear envelope. So in our cells, we have a nucleus, and that's where our genomic information is contained. We have that as a eukaryotic cell. Both bacteria and archaea are missing that. They have kind of a region within themselves where that information is stored, but there's not another envelope around it. There's not another packaging around that information to keep it safe and to keep it from being damaged. There are different types of organelles. So we have mitochondria, we have lysosomes, many other organelles within our cells that do different functions that you may have heard of. They're membrane bound as well, just like the nuclear membrane, and absent are gone in bacteria and in archaea. The cell wall, how the outside of the cell protects the contents of the cell and interacts with the environment, has different components in it. And if you look at that between bacteria, archaea, and eukaryotes, we're missing that, a peptide or a protein called peptidoglycan. Bacteria have it, and archaea and eukaryotes don't have it. Protein synthesis starts with an amino acid in the archaea domain and the eukaryotic domain called methionine, whereas it's a little bit structurally different for bacteria in an amino acid called formylmethionine. So some of these kind of hydrocarbon chains, these lipids, are a little bit different and unique to each domain of life. Some of them are very similar. You'll see here that we're more common with bacteria in our membrane lipids than we are with archaea when it comes to membrane lipids, so unbranched hydrocarbons. So there's a lot of traits. I'm going to go to the next slide here. If you look at the genes themselves in our genetic information, bacteria don't have introns, and introns are part of a gene that kind of gets edited out before the gene is its final product and translated into protein. Archaea have some of these introns, and we have many of them. And in fact, all of our genes have intronic regions, which is kind of like structural components of the sequence that don't necessarily code for protein. So I'm not going to go through this whole table, but there are some commonalities and differences that have provided good evidence to suggest that we're probably more closely related with archaea than we are bacteria. However, all three of us are all linked in that we all stem from some original progenitor type of cell or macromolecule billions of years ago. So I just wanted to kind of give a little bit of an overview of that before diving into the microbiome in general. And let me just check real quick. This is a good little pausing point. There's a branch of the tree of life that is simply labeled Loki Thor. I believe it, and it's probably due to the fact that the people that discovered it either wanted to call it something cool or wanted to have a little bit of fun. So, for instance, there are some gene names like Sonic Hedgehog and a couple others where they were discovered in the 80s and 90s. And the scientists that discovered the gene were able to give it kind of a fun name. So there's a couple of those, particularly in mice. The gene names are quite hilarious. Let's see here. Okay, next slide. Okay, so that's obviously a brushstroke of types of organisms on planet Earth. And so my talk is really centered on something called the microbiome. And what do I mean by that? I thought maybe just a kind of a basic definition to work from for this talk would be helpful. The microbiome is really the genetic and cellular material of all microbes in a given location. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So that would include, single cellular small microbes like bacteria, archaea cells, fungi, particularly those that are single celled, protozoan, those are eukaryotes, but they're single celled, and viruses. Now, viruses are not a living thing. The definition of being alive part of that definition means that you are capable of providing the information for yourself to self-replicate to the next generation. Viruses must have a host cell, as we've all probably learned through COVID and a lot of the other viral pandemics, that a virus must infect a host to be able to hijack the host machinery in the cell to replicate itself. So by definition, it cannot self-propagate, which means it's not truly alive. However, when we're talking about the presence of microbes in the microbiome, we include viruses in that definition. So it can be a little bit tricky sometimes when we're talking about things that are truly alive versus not, but we do consider viruses as part of kind of the microbiome. And today's talk is really going to focus on several different things in the microbiome, and that's where I go back to given location. Today's talk is really going to focus on what's going on us in humans, the microbiome-wise. Why should it matter that we have bacteria on our bodies? Why do we care? Why is it important? And then we're going to talk a little bit about the microbiome in the world that we interact with, outside in the soil, on our walls, around the home, where we might pick up the microbes. And then we'll talk a little bit about space, which of course you can see behind me. I'm definitely on the International Space Station right now, which will feature later on in our talk. All right, so, okay, we'll come back to questions in a minute. All right, so before I get into that, one thing we want to talk about, or I want to talk about, is how do we know what's there? How can we look at something that we can't see? And certainly we could take a culture of it and look at it under a microscope, but that doesn't really tell us if it's, for instance, an archaea or a bacterial cell. The subtle differences are very hard to see under a light microscope, and sometimes even a confocal microscope, which is a little bit more higher powered with higher resolution. So the discovery of archaea, for instance, didn't really occur until the 70s, when we had the technology to extract someone's genomic information and sequence it, like reading a book, and understand the precise orientation and precise lettering of the genome. Our genome is consistent, and our genome of everything on life, even in viruses that aren't alive, have a genome that is made up of 4 bases, A's, C's, G's, and T's, adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. These are 4 acids, basically, nucleic acids. And there are several different ways we can extract genomic information and read the letters of the code. The original method was called Sanger sequencing, where you kind of built a template one by one. I'm not going to go into the specifics of how this works. It doesn't matter for this talk. But basically, we have developed technology now where we can take, say, our cellular genomic information, and we can read out exactly what DNA is there, and not only in what quantities, but what's the precise sequence of it. Now, there have been revolutions in this technology. So another technology is called whole genome shotgun sequencing. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that you can take a sample from the environment that has viruses and bacteria and fungi all kind of living together in one complex ecosystem. We can take their genomic information, break it up into little bits, you sequence all those little bits, and then you use computational biology to restructure that all back together and identify the different types of species that were there. So that's really all I want to get into with sequencing. There are definitely more advanced technologies now that provide better resolution, different things that it doesn't really matter for this talk. And I'd be happy to talk about a little bit of those at the Q&A if you'd like. But this is really what allowed us to really identify this species of bacteria versus this species of bacteria. And it's all based on that phylogenetic tree I looked at earlier, which is, how closely related are these species? Are they the same species, or are they different? And how different are they? And that really allows us to classify then, when we have a new sample, an unknown sample, sequence everything that's there, and then compare it back now to the databases that we have of all these different microbes. So let's get into the human microbiome. So what is going on and inside our bodies? And I thought this would be a good jumping off point, because we all care about ourselves, and we're also kind of battling the COVID right now and other pandemics that are occurring, and common cold even. So what's going on here? So there was a study a couple of years ago. There have been a few studies, but one of the most recent ones was a few years ago, and that was how many cells are there in a human body? And so this is looking at a typical adult female, I believe. And in the typical adult female, you have about 25 trillion human cells. And I'm sorry, about 30 trillion human cells. 25 of them are your blood cells, 25 trillion of them. They take up about 3 kilograms of your mass of a typical adult individual. Erythrocytes, so those are blood cells. Fat cells, adipocytes, take up another good chunk of portion of the by weight of your mass. But really, when we look at like erythrocytes, they are the most type of cell we have by a wide margin. And then everything else, all of our tissues, the other 5 trillion or so cells in our body that are human cells, are our neurons and muscle cells and all these other cells. Bacterial cells. Now, this doesn't even count the amount of virus on you. This doesn't count for the amount of fungus that might be on you or yeast. Account for about 38 to 40 trillion cells. These line your gut. They're on your skin. They're in your mouth. They're in any mucus layer inside your ear, in a vagina, on your toe. They're everywhere on your body and inside your body and all your tissues and floating around in your circulation in the blood. When we look at that by weight, our human cells definitely outweigh the amount of cellular content from bacteria. But when it comes to just pure numbers, you're mostly bacteria, which I think is kind of a fun thought. And most of that is a very, what we call, symbiotic relationship. We are working with bacteria and providing them with something, and they're providing us with something. And that's kind of what I wanted to get into some of those somethings. So one great place that you might have heard about, you eat yogurt and you can help your gut flora, but your gut microbiome. It's very warm in this room. So our microbiome provides us enormous health benefits. That also means that if something messes up with our microbiome, we can have disease and health consequences. But this is kind of the typical, it's a very rudimentary drawing of our gut, and we call it the gut lumen, which is if you were the inside of your small intestine, inside of your large intestine. Exactly. So this is why antibiotics can make you sick. Thank you, Jennifer. Right. So we can, well, I'll come back to that point in just a second. So we're eating our food, and from our food we get protein, fats, and fiber. These are necessary nutrients for the bacteria, which are kind of almost the first layer of interaction that our nutrients get from our food before it processes in our body. These bacteria help us process these foods and these biomolecules. So fats get metabolized into primary acids and secondary bile acids. These are essential for our digestion. There are some things that we need every day that we only get from our food, and that's only produced by the bacteria in our gut. Fibers, importantly, certain types of bacteria called firmicutes and bifidobacteria create butyrate and folate, and these are biomolecules actually that if you have higher portions of them in your diet, this reduces the mucosa of your intestines. So these are our actual intestine cells from dividing uncontrollably, and it actually reduces our cancer risk, which we'll come back to in a few minutes. Whereas if you have more of a high protein, high fat diet, the bacteria there are going to be creating hydrogen sulfides, secondary bile acids, which can actually trigger inflammation and cellular growth and proliferation in our guts and increase our cancer risk. So the balance between good and bad bacteria is more about a lot about the food you eat and the types of nutrients these bacteria process. But they're absolutely essential. If you were to wipe out all the bacteria in your gut, you would be feeling very sick. And so that kind of goes back to Jennifer's comment that like if you overtake antibiotics, that's sometimes why you get diarrhea. It's sometimes why you get GI problems, is because those antibiotics are killing whatever it is that you need them to kill, but they're also killing good bacteria that kind of provide the health benefit that are going on in your gut. Just gonna take a look at the questions and answer. We will talk about the non-pathological human virome later on. Any thought on good bacterial supplements? I'll get back to that at the end of the talk. Are there diseases caused by archaea? There are. I know there are. I don't know offhand. Let me think about that while I'm talking. I don't know offhand, but I'm pretty sure that there are. And yes, C. diff infections are definitely an opportunistic bacteria that generally most of us have C. diff in our bodies, almost all of us. It's like most of us actually have staph on our skin. It's more of an opportunity. So if you take a lot of antibiotics, like if you get sick and you go to the hospital and you're on antibiotics for 3 weeks, you either get exposure to more C. diff, or that C. diff now has an opportunity to grow and expand in the gut lumen and in the gut area where those other bacteria have died from the antibiotics. And so it's kind of a game of catching cat and mouse, where you want to kill the good bacteria or bad bacteria quickly, and you want to let the good bacteria recover quickly before the bad bacteria that didn't get killed by antibiotics develop quickly. So it's kind of an interesting game that goes on in your gut. Okay. Now, the human skin microbiome, so we have a whole layer of dead skin cells on our skin, and then on top of that, we have a lot of different bacteria. We have viruses that interact with this bacteria, phage viruses in particular, which are viruses that only infect bacterial cells, and then fungus and several other types of microbes. Well, the recent studies have shown actually that the skin microbiome is relatively stable for us. So depending on whether, how often you're bathing, who you're interacting with, certainly you might pick up certain types of species from people that you haven't had. But relatively speaking, if you look at different places, say on your face, on your arms, on your foot, in the crux of your elbow, those stay relatively stable once you're an adult. However, in childhood, that's a little bit different. So I'm actually going to skip ahead a slide and I'll come back one. Most of our gut microbiome and some of our skin microbiome is actually seeded right at birth. So for instance, there was a recent study looking at mother-child pairs. They were looked at about 50 pairs, and this has been replicated now in a couple other studies. But you take an oral swab of the mouth, you take a skin swab, a stool swab, and then a vaginal swab of the mother. And then on day one, and then following up months after the child is born, they take similar swabs. And what you find is that when you look at the oral swabs, a lot of the oral cavity is predominantly seeded by what you get from mom. And our stool, which is when you collect stool and feces, this is a representation of what's going on in your gut. It's not the representation, but certainly anything that's being processed out of the body. Find that our gut microbiome in particular is highly reflective of the stool samples coming from mom, suggesting that a lot of the bacteria you pick up originally with you come from mom, which I think is also really great and also aids in our digestion. Colostrum and breast milk also have bacteria in them and also help seed some of the gut bacteria, though that was not included in this study. I'm going to go back a slide. As we age, though, unlike our skin microbiome, our gut microbiome changes a lot. Certainly with diet, if we look at, say, levels of bifidobacteria, we have much higher levels of those early in life, generally seeded by adults and then by your parents or your mother in particular. And as we age into adulthood and then into old age, we lose out on a lot of this bacteria that are generally considered to be pretty healthy bacteria and bacteria that are beneficial for our metabolism. And so as we get disruptions in bifidobacteria or other types of bacteria, we can be impacted, have allergies. Irritable bowel syndrome is certainly a condition that people suffer from that is very much linked with the microbiome in the gut. Obesity and diabetes is also linked now with the metabolism in their gut. We'll talk in a few minutes about some of the other health benefits of the gut and cancer risk, particularly colorectal cancer, stomach cancer. Some of those other cancers have direct links and risk factors associated with the types of bacteria that you either got from the food you were eating or the types of bacteria that have found their way into your gut and are now kind of spreading. Of course, this is kind of generalization. This is not true for any unique individual. This is pooled samples looking at over time as in individual ages, and certainly is going to be related to where you live. So this is a study looking at the bacterial content of the gut microbiome. I'm just going to check my time. Okay, I gotta go a little faster. The gut microbiome as influenced by diet. So this is looking at all the bacterial content of African Americans in the United States and Native Africans that are living in South Africa. Or at least in this study, the African Americans that were recruited eat a high-fat, high-protein diet, whereas the Native Africans recruited in this study at more of an agrarian fiber-containing diet. And here you can see, this is kind of across all the individuals in the study, you can see different degrees of percentage-wise of different types of bacteria. It doesn't really matter. The main take-home point is that bacteroids are bacteria that really process fat and protein and provide those inflammatory metabolites that get into your body. Whereas Prevotella and those related bacteria, this is a phylum of bacteria, are much more likely to be developing certain folates and butyrates, which are metabolites essential for our body, but also keep inflammation down and lower cancer risk. This study was interesting because they took these individuals and switched the diets, and over 4 months found that their gut microbiome also switched. And then when they went back to their normal diet, the diets reverted back to where they had originally been before the study. So this was highly, highly related to the types of foods that you're eating. This was a study looking at individuals in Nepal, 4 different populations, and then the US as a comparator, looking at individuals that are really on a hunter-gatherer diet, individuals that are remote, moving from area to area as they follow their food and collecting and foraging. More settled foragers that have kind of established communities, have some agrarian practices, and then are also going out collecting food, and then more agriculturalists and those that are settled in cities in Nepal and Kathmandu. And then they classify this as industrialists or more like an economically developed country like the United States, and looking at different types of bacteria related to the diet. And you see that some bacteria, particularly in Nepal, are much more closely related geographically than those in the United States, whereas you see some subtle differences in the types of bacteria that are found in the diet, particularly in Verocomicrobia. These are types of bacteria that help with our diet and processing. So our diet is heavily influenced by, our gut microbiome is heavily influenced by our diet. All right, so now I'm going to get into the built environments. This is a good little pause here. Let me just kind of catch up with some of the questions, and let's see here. I'll come back to bacterial supplements. So no transplant patients taking immune supplements are told to change their sheets more often and wash pajamas more often to avoid a buildup of that normal skin staph that might turn into dangerous infections. Yes, so I mentioned earlier that staph are on our skin. We all have staph. So we all have staph that are capable of causing staph infections. It's just whether or not that staph gets into an open cut or a wound to cause a staph infection. Certainly you can pick up staph from the environment, particularly MRSA, which is a methicillin-resistant staph, and highly drug-resistant staph you can pick up in a hospital. But absolutely, we all have staph as a natural component of our skin flora. Great questions. Okay, so we can pick up our microbiome from many different areas. Certainly ventilation in your house. If you have pollen blowing in, for instance, you might be picking up some of that bacteria. That's actually how penicillin was discovered. There was an open window in the laboratory, and Alexander Fleming found that the fungus had come in and landed on one of his bacterial plates and produced a natural compound to kill that bacteria, and that was how the first antibiotic was discovered, very serendipitously. We can pick up microbiomes that are reflected in our pets. There are several studies that have looked at the gut and skin bacteria of your pets and animals and from their dander, and we find that it's on our skin and in our gut. Same if you have cockroaches or other types of pests in the home. Farmers and those that are exposed to livestock or horses on a routine basis will pick up some of and share some of the same bacteria and microbes that are found there too. So there's a lot of different ways we can pick up the microbiome. A really interesting study was looking at the microbiome of handrails at Penn Station in New York City. And so this is a study done by Chris Mason at Cornell University, where they went and just sampled every hour for the day the handrails. They took swabs of the handrails and then did sequencing on them to find the bacteria there. And they found that not only were there all kinds of different bacteria, viruses, they picked up a couple pathogenic stuff too, but that there was kind of a temporal change in how often these bacteria were changing, probably due to rush hour. So 3 o'clock, this is the beginning of the afternoon, here's the morning. And you can just see over time, the microbiome of just a stationary object at Penn Station and those handrails changes, certainly influenced by the people touching those areas and then definitely over time, the amount and frequency of those touchings. So they kind of created almost like a clock, and actually his study, they ended up taking swabs from every rail station in the whole city. And there's a lot of other interesting stuff in there. And the citation is down on the bottom right. And we can probably figure out a way to share these slides or something if you're curious of following up. Where are the microbes coming from in the built environment? If they're coming from us, this was a study looking at homes in Brazil. And we find that, for instance, in our bedroom, most of the microbiomes in the bed, so that you leave that slough off your skin or that you breathe out and settle on to your pillow at night, come from your human arm and also our feet. Same with chairs and countertops. Cups also come from water sources in those homes. And you can find definitely in the floors in the bedroom, the kitchen, and the living room. Most of it's our feet tracking in. Walls in the bathroom, in particular, the oral microbiome influences. So that's identifying that there are bacteria in the walls in the bathroom that are found there and only there in the house, and also in the mouth of the occupants. So this is probably due to brushing teeth, showering, cleaning yourself, that you're exposing and dropping out these bacteria, and they're getting onto the walls of the area. So the built environment is definitely a reflection of the occupants, and a reflection of the occupants going out into the environment and interacting with other things and then bringing that back in. Certainly, there are a lot of undertones for COVID. I had originally wanted to talk about COVID, but I realized I think there's just it was an easier escape for me to put together a presentation that didn't deal with the pandemic. So I thought I can answer any questions about COVID afterwards. I'd be more than happy to. So I thought this was a very interesting study. Certainly in our kitchen and the walls of our kitchen, heavily influenced by tap water coming in or cooking water sources that also are human skin. So we're touching our walls, we're moving things around, touching the countertop, and that is definitely changing the kind of the local environment of the built environment. Okay, so I'm just check questions real quick because we're going to get into the last part of it. I'm going to try and get this done in about 10 minutes. I'll leave a couple answers, questions and answers. We can use sequencing to profile then the microbiome of things all around the world. So this is a study that just came out a couple years ago looking at bacterial diversity around the Earth. And so they went and took soil samples from all the continents except for Antarctica, and in different climates and biomes of these continents. And they found a whole host of different types. So this is looking at the different relative abundance of bacteria by phylum breakdown. So proteobacteria. And there are different types of proteobacteria. Predominantly around the world, most are alpha proteobacteria. I don't really know what that means. They're a type of bacteria that metabolize certain things. I'll be honest, this is more the extent of my knowledge about these specific bacteria. Actinobacteria are definitely bacteria that we have on our human skin, and they're pretty prominent actinobacteria in the environment. But we can see that when you break this down, there are certain types. So like certain types of bacteria that are more predominant in temporal and tropical grasslands. Proteobacteria are more common in forests and in cold forests. Dry forests have more other types of actinobacteria and firmicutes, which I'll come back to in a minute. Tropical forests have their own types of bacteria as well. Some of these, when you sequence these, not only do you identify the species, but you can identify genes that give you a little bit of an idea of their functionality. So there are certain types of actinobacteria, acidobacteria that are very good, say, in areas of, when you look at ecology of low productivity. So deserts, deserts in particular, or area wastelands that don't have a lot of metabolism going on nutritionally. These are bacteria that will thrive there. There are bacteria that thrive pretty much everywhere in the world, from the vents undersea of the ocean to volcanic lakes in Glacier National Park. Some bacteria thrive in low pH acidic environments. And so you can kind of identify from the types of genes in these genomes where or what the functionality of the metabolism of these bacteria are. And when you map that to the world, we find that a lot of, say, high pH bacteria, so these bacteria that live in basic areas, when I mean basic alkalinity, as opposed to high acidity, those are areas that are very desert, like in Mongolia, the high steppes of Central Asia, the Western United States, or the Atacama Desert, or in the Sahara, areas that don't have a lot of moisture. Whereas in dry lands, other types of bacteria are present, particularly in the Sahara. And then other areas, especially arid, dry areas that kind of overlay with some of these other areas, we find that there are low productivity bacteria. So bacteria that can kind of thrive in this type of environment. And the last part of my talk is going to talk about the link between all these creatures. So bacteria, archaeoviruses, they have a very intimate history. For example, for childbirth, the placenta are actually, there are genes related to the formation of placenta that are originally found in viruses and originally evolved in viruses. So we even have some genes in our genome that we've hijacked from viral genomes. That's no different when you look at bacteria and viruses. They are constantly at war with one another, and they're forever shaping each other's evolution. And that is probably one of the driving factors that caused archaea and eukaryotes to splinter off from bacteria. Bacteria and viruses can exchange genetic information. And so this will allow, say, a phage virus to pick up, to say that it infects a cell, bursts the cell open, that exposes all the DNA from that cell, and other bacterial cells that are kind of just locally hanging out there, maybe even from a different species, can pick up that information. Other times, viruses can actually go into a cell in the bacteria, pick up the cellular genomic information of that bacteria, leave that cell, and then go and infect a different species and transfer that DNA into that new bacteria. This is a primary driver of evolution as we know it, and also a way that information can be exchanged between different kingdoms of the and different domains of the tree of life. And so this intimate history has really driven a lot of things that we've seen when it comes to the different types of bacterial microbiome organization. I'm going to skip this slide. I think this is really interesting is that, though, when we look back at our gut lumen, so here's our gut, here are the mucosal layers of the bacteria, and then here are some more bacteria, and the exchange of information. That pattern of structure that allows information to come from nutrition into our bodies is very similar when you look at, say, seawater and coral, or you look at sea anemones and other types of flora in the sea, where they exchange nutrition with seawater. They also have a bacterial layer protecting their tissues that exchange information. This is also true in soil, where plants are picking up nutritional information from the soil. It's being processed by bacteria and other types of microbes and then brought into the tree itself. This all independently evolved. It's called convergent evolution, where these similar types of pathways evolved, which really goes to strengthen the argument that this is an essential feature of life, an essential feature of how we interact with the microbes around us. And so I actually discovered this looking for this talk. Okay, Tim and Oren, great, thank you. And I thought that that was really interesting. Okay, so I promised space. Let's talk about space. The microbes of the built environment at APL, Applied Physics Laboratory, or JPL, or at NASA, or JAX, or some of the other major space organizations around the world, they do as best a job as they can at decontaminating the information going up into the ISS and in the space shuttles, but it's not possible to get everything. And certainly then when humans come to the ISS, they're bringing everything that's on them to the space station. And so there have been several studies that have looked at diffusers, handrails, air return grills. This is a picture from the ISS. This was published actually just a month ago. And you can find that when you look at the different types of microbes and bacteria, there are all kinds of things on these different parts of the International Space Station. So it's really a reflection of us. When we look at, this is kind of looking at very large phylum and families of bacteria. When you kind of dive into the species level, Staphylococcus is present in air intakes and in diffusers and in surfaces of incubators. So we can be picking up potentially pathogenic or related types of staph that aren't pathogenic from the environment, even in the space station, which is about as sterile as you can try and be, other than maybe in a hospital setting. So I thought that this was really interesting that we're starting to look at that. And certainly when we go to Mars, when we go to the moon, if we're able to leave permanent colonies there, we're going to be leaving the microbiome there too. There are bacteria that have survived rides around the sun on satellites that have returned back that have survived zero G. So I am not at all surprised that there will be bacteria that will eventually find their way onto Mars. Maybe even when the Mars rover there, they've already been seeded on the planet. So it'll be interesting to see what that looks like in the coming years when we can finally get some samples. And then this was looking at dust. So this is on the space station. This was dust particles collected from dust. And you can see that in HEPA filters, when you look at International Space Station on the left, and then the actual center where that stuff was collected, the profiles don't necessarily match up, but a lot of some of the similar bacteria and families of bacteria are certainly carrying through. And it seems like in the space station that then preferentially allows some of these bacteria to kind of thrive a little bit more than others. Certainly like firmicutes on the HEPA filters and then the filters built by JPL and then launched and brought up to the space station can really thrive there. So it's very interesting to see where this is going to go. The NASA twin study also looked at the microbiome of people in space and how that changes over time. I didn't have time to really talk about that in the talk, but I would certainly, NASA has all that information online. That's the NASA twins study. So yeah, I wanted to wrap up and just leave about 5 minutes for questions. I really appreciate you coming here. I see there's like over 50 people. It blows my mind. Thank you so much. You can find me on Twitter at ripplesinTime24, or feel free to shoot me an email. I love talking microbiome. I love talking genetics too and aging, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And then I'll just plug shamelessly that I have several nonfiction articles about the microbiome, about the NASA twin study, about aging in Clark's World magazine, as well as an analog. So thank you. Let me see if I can pull up any last minute questions here. Okay, so I had promised to come back to, are there any thought on good bacteria supplements? I think that I am not opposed. Certainly certain foods have good bacteria in them. I think yogurts, in particular, kombucha, is it kombucha? Yeah, kombucha, I'm saying that right. Some other fermented foods, I think that those provide some bacteria that can be very beneficial. I don't know anything about things that you'd find at GNC where they promise that they're going to cure Alzheimer's or something. I think that that's all garbage. But certainly, foods from vegetables. I believe some of these, one bacteria, I'll type it in here, is called Akkermansia mucifila. Akkermansia mucifila is a bacteria that's been identified as protective against aging-related diseases and immune system inflammation. So this is a bacteria that produces butyrate and other types of metabolites that get into your bloodstream and actually kind of chill your immune system out a little bit, particularly as you're getting older and you don't want a ton of inflammatory problems going on. There's a discussion in the field of, is it actually that bacteria or is it some other bacteria that works in concert with Akkermansia that's the real bacteria and driver of this phenomenon, and we just haven't picked it up yet in our studies. And that's an ongoing debate. So there are definitely companies that are now trying to package Akkermansia into chocolate and to eat that. And I don't even want to give an opinion on that yet because it's so early on. I'm sure the science will catch up with that to see whether or not it's right or wrong. Do you have any information about the virome? So there was one slide I skipped over, and I apologize for that. I'll try and bring it up here. That does look at the virome, and part of it is that we just really don't know what any of this stuff is and where it's coming from. But most of it is in the oceans. So most of the oceans contain not only most of the bacterial species, but most of the viruses that are kind of combating those. There's actually an education project I'll type in here called CFAGE, where undergraduates at institutions around the world actually go and take samples in the soil, in the ocean, and sequence it just to figure out like what's there. And so that's kind of where we are with the virome around the world right now, is that we are really just trying to figure out, I'm sending all this stuff to tech. I'm sorry. I should be sending all this information to Peter, maybe you can resend that out real quick. So CFAGE, thank you for typing that in. And then I'll do Akkermansia. Is that we're just trying to catalog it and try to figure out what's really there. So, okay, and then let's see. Does the limited diet on ISS cause changes in the astronauts' gut biome, and does that give them digestive problems? Great question. No idea. So I'll be upfront. That's a great question. I am sure that either the NASA Twin Study looked at that, or NASA has information on their website. They have a ton of stuff about the health of their astronauts, and I would direct you to their websites. If you go to PubMed Central, you can even type in like astronaut microbiome, and it'll pull up papers and abstracts based off of those findings. And I'm sure it's been looked at. I don't know offhand, but you could probably go to PubMed Central and find some of that information. Let's see, probably got time for one or two more questions. Any thoughts on transplanting gut bacteria? Yes, awesome. It's some of the clinical trials have already shown that's a phenomenal way of treating IBS. It's at least initial studies have shown that a poop transplant, a fecal transplant, taking poop from a healthy individual, a healthy donor, and there are companies now that do this. They collect poop from healthy people and they transplant that into individuals with irritable bowel syndrome and colitis and there's one other disease or condition that I'm thinking of that I don't remember the name of. And yes, it's not effective for everybody, but there are a lot of people who report a extreme change in their symptoms, and they are literally getting poop injected up their rectum and seeding new bacteria into their colon. So yes, I'm a big proponent of this. I think that this is a great way to identify new ways of curing these problems that are very hard to cure. C. diff has also been found to be cured with basically priming the colon and the small digestive tract with C. diff with bacteria that kind of compete out the C. diff. So that might be a great way. Another thing along this track is there are people now looking at phage virus as a new type of antibiotic. And so instead of using penicillin or amoxicillin, you actually give someone phage vectors to go in and kill the bacteria. And this was actually used in World War II by the Russians. They didn't have penicillin when it was discovered in the United States during World War II. So soldiers on the front in Russia would actually have a vial of bacteriophage that they would crack open and dump onto their wounds that were infected to kill the bacteria. And so there are definitely clinical trials going on looking at phage therapy as a way of combating multiple drug-resistant bacteria. I'm imagining I'm just about out of time. I'm happy to stay for a few minutes and answer more questions, or do we have to end this, Peter? There's a question, is there a reason whether or not we would want our bacteria to go on Moon or Mars? I think that's from James Pratt. I recognize that name. That's a good question. I don't know. I think that for the science of understanding a unique biome and going into a kind of a purified location, from the scientific perspective, I think then it's a shame that we're contaminating these things. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be inevitable anyway. And certainly if we want to colonize the Moon and Mars or even terraform Mars someday, bacteria, there's no way we're going to do it without bacteria. A great example of that is when you take in a breath, all that oxygen that you just took in were created by bacteria about 1 billion to 2 billion years ago. Our oxygen in our atmosphere was a lot different when Earth began, and it wasn't until bacteria started respirating aerobically and releasing oxygen as a byproduct of their metabolism that our atmosphere filled up with oxygen. And that's probably going to be the only way we would ever terraform something like Mars, where you could actually walk outside Mars without an air tank and walk around. And that, it probably took 1 billion years to do that on Earth. Maybe we can up that game a little bit when we terraform Mars, which I hope we do someday. But yeah, that's a great question. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Yes. Yeah, Larry Niven writes a lot about that. And gosh, I'm forgetting the author's name, but like Green Earth, Green Mars, Blue Mars, Red Mars, the author escapes me, but there's a lot about the terraforming of Mars and looking at that too. Kim Robinson, yes, thank you. Let's see. Oh, CRISPR. Weren't bacteriophages viruses used in an early form of gene editing? Yeah, so CRISPR is actually a bacterial defense mechanism against viruses. And that's CRISPR, as you know, or may have heard, is a technology adopted from bacteria to perform gene editing in human cells. And it's a revolutionizing medicine right now. There are clinical trials right now of editing our own cells and putting them back into an individual to cure sickle cell and cure cancer. So that's going to be, you're going to hear CRISPR in the future in every news line probably in science. But yeah, it's really evolved a long time ago in bacteria as a way of killing viruses. And we've actually found now ways of stopping CRISPR because viruses have co-evolved a way to stop the CRISPR in the cells that they're infecting. So this is like an arms war between Russia and the United States. We're just building better proteins to combat each other during infection of a bacteria. So yes, absolutely. We'll be seeing a lot more about CRISPR. Okay. Yeah. Are there some fungi that have a mutual relationship with their plant hosts? Are there any fungi that do the same for humans? I can't think of any off the top of my head. It would not surprise me though if there were some that provide us some benefit. I just don't know of any off the top of my head. I'm sorry. So yeah, a couple minutes. But yeah, really thank you all so much for coming and participating. I'll try and figure out a way to I don't know if I think this is going to be streamed on their like webcast at like late at night. So if you're up at 4 a.m. and you're dying to hear things about microbiome, it'll be up there. And it'll be on the BaltimoreCon website too. And then I'll try and find a way to get those slides linked up there. If not, what I'll do actually is if you follow, I'll type in my Twitter account one more time. If we do that, I'll try and post it through my Twitter account, and then you can download the slides if you'd like. Most of the stuff is all just ripped off from other papers that did way more cooler work than I ever did. So that's my Twitter account. I'll try and put it up tonight or tomorrow morning, and you can just download the slides from my website. Well, thank you. All the great questions. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. And I hope you have a great rest of Balticon.
is being recorded.
Attendees to come in. Hello, hello, folks. Welcome, welcome. We're just getting ourselves warmed up, making sure everything functions, making sure everybody's coming in. Maybe turning off additional microphones and volumes. There we go.
Perfect.
The question is that picking up that one?
Problem solved.
Pardon us. We have a lot of technology around here. Gee, it's almost like we deal with robots and other bits of weird technology.
Yes. Okay. So shall we start?
Yes, let's shall.
Okay. Well, welcome to BaltimoreCon 54, and welcome to our presentation, Testing the Robots That Keep Us Safe.
Also, welcome to the first virtual BaltimoreCon, because, you know, the fact that we've pulled all of this together in a very short period of time is truly awesome. BaltimoreCon usually takes 2 years to plan. Instead, it's got 2 months.
So this is pretty awesome. Cool. Okay, so I'm Raymond Shea. I'm a research professor at Georgetown University and a guest researcher at NIST here in Gaithersburg. A lot of the work that we'll be talking about I did while I was a senior lecturer at Curtin University in Western Australia.
And I'm Archer Losley. I am a compulsive volunteer, and that means that I am an educator that teaches whatever needs teaching. So it might be that I'm helping kids with their robots, or for BaltimoreCon, virtual BaltimoreCon, being the Zoom wrangler and teaching all the techs how to do the thing. So welcome. It's all my fault.
So shall we proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're talking about robots, but what robots are we actually talking about? So the robots that keep us safe that I'm referring to are robots such as these. They're robots that go into environments that we don't want to go into to perform tasks that are too dangerous. These might be robots that are going into a collapsed building to find survivors. They might be robots that are tasked with approaching suspicious packages to tell whether further action needs to be taken. These are robots that are going into areas of biological, radiological, or chemical hazard in order to address the situation. Or they might be robots that are simply getting to places like drones that humans can't get to safely, even if it's performing a fairly simple task. We call these response robots. They're responding to a particular situation. Now, the question that we're posing here is, how do we test the performance of these robots to make sure that when the people who need them to perform, that they will perform? And how do we form a competition around this that can involve students at high school and college level in order to also foster the next generation? So, of course, we're talking about testing. What do we mean by testing? Well, you're familiar with tests, okay? Think about your average game of, I think around here you have a game, I think it's called football. It always strikes me as being more appropriately called hand egg, but let's call it football, right? I mean, when a football coach is looking for new players, they don't just make them play the game over and over and over again to see who to bring in, right? You have the scouting combine, you have standard tests, running, jumping, catching, throwing, that the coach understands means certain things in the game and means certain things for different positions. These tests are simple enough and well known enough that new players can also perform these tests in their own facilities and know what they need to do, right? And of course, there are some fairly standard tests, running, jumping, catching, throwing. I guess there's sort of some less useful ones. I guess, trombone stomping might be one.
Wait, trombone stomping?
Yeah, apparently it was a very important part of one of your seminal games in 1982 between Cal and Stanford.
I don't think we're actually testing for that standard.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, moving right along, what would be how do we develop the equivalent for response robots? That is, how do we develop ways of testing the very different types of tasks that they need to perform? And, I won't dwell too much on this, but basically this is all end user driven. we have the responders, we have scientists, we have researchers, we have developers, we have the manufacturers, all get together, figure out all the different tasks, all the different scenarios that a particular type of responder needs to perform. These then get broken down into elemental tests, right? Just like a quarterback, you know, they need to perform, you know, they might need to run. I don't think the quarterback kicks, do they?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. But, you know, basically different positions in the game require different skills, just like different robots for different tasks require different skills. We figure out what those are. We develop these tests. We validate them against the game such as it is. We bring them to the training sites where you have the rubble piles, you have the burn buildings, and we test to make sure that these tests that we've developed are representative. We gather lots of data and we publish them.
What about trombones?
Yeah, I don't think we've ever actually tested a trombone. I mean, I guess it's relevant if you're the Mythbusters and you put explosives into your trombone. But we haven't had a visit from the Mythbusters yet, so I don't think we have that problem.
I will leave it to you guys.
Yes.
The little ones, no, I'm not allowing the high schoolers to play with trombones or explosives. I'm not sure which one's more dangerous.
Anyway, so, and of course, we keep cycling through the responders to make sure they're relevant. But critically for what we're doing here, we also have a very, very strong involvement with the researchers, including students from high school right through to PhD students. The key thing here is it's exactly the same tests that the firefighters, the police officers, the hazmat teams are using. They're the same tests that the students are using. So the idea is that the students know, oh, the robots that are actually performing out in the field get these results. I'm getting these results. Just like when you're playing the game, you know that you know, the professional players are getting these results. You know, the young child who's trying to train up or so on knows where the benchmark is. Although, as we'll see later, this is one of those interesting cases where the students can actually be outperforming what the professionals do. So we're going to be focusing on competitions. You know, these competitions are research competitions, right? There are many different types of robotics competitions. Some of them are abstract games, which are amazingly good at encouraging the study of science. They can be tailored to cater to things like to push things like professionalism, writing, all that teamwork, all of those things, and they're amazing for that. We're talking about competitions that are a little bit different. We're talking about competitions that actually put real-world challenges in front of the students. Because they're real-world challenges, they're not quite as focused towards the teaching. They're not quite as focused towards all of those things. But the idea is that you get statistical significance in your measurement of the capabilities that the students are producing, and that these capabilities, these best-in-class capabilities, are directly answering open needs. Okay, so we'll be focusing on a competition called RoboCup Rescue for time constraints. We've also been heavily involved with a competition you may be familiar with called the DARPA Robotics Challenge, among many others. So, launching into it. The RoboCup Rescue Robot League, as we call it, I like to think, sometimes I describe it as being a bit like golf, right? It's not you head-to-head against someone else like you would have in a game of basketball or in a game of hand-egg. You're both working against the course. Now, one person may get a higher score than the other, but you're working against the course.
What about the golf carts?
Well, I guess if you wanted to play bumper cars with them as well, you could. Then you're working against them. We don't tend to be playing bumper cars with the robots, so that's less of an issue. And so the idea is that we're a league of teams with one goal, being to develop and demonstrate advanced robotic capabilities for emergency responders. The arena, the field we play in, looks a bit like this. It's supposed to represent a selection of challenges that robots may face. These are based on standardized tests that we've developed that are common to what we use for the emergency responders.
And you can see we've got a car right in the middle of it, so that should give you an idea of scale.
So we have all kinds of tests. For example, we test mobility, we test sensing, we test manipulation. I'll show some more later. But as Archer was talking about,
got a car.
Exactly. We have to. The idea is that the performance of these robots should not be in any question with regard to their applicability to the real world. They're still performing the standard tests, but now they're doing it in a way that people can actually relate to. You actually have a car crash and some hazardous materials. You need these robots to demonstrate that they can actually do it.
So the major league is operating at about a 120 centimeter scale?
Yes, 1.2 meter scale. Okay, yep. So here is the major such as it is. These are students from maybe second year of university up. So I believe they're college sophomores up through to PhD students. Here are the wide variety of robots, and in this scale, we have a general scale of 1.2 meters, 4 feet in the environment, which means the robots have to be less than that to fit through the environment. And we'll go through some of these in a little bit. But now, more recently, we also have a much smaller scale. So these are the junior students.
So that would be RMRC versus just the regular robot rescue. RMRC stands for the Rapidly Manufactured Robot Challenge. And the idea is that instead of having 120, we bring it down to 30 centimeters, so about a foot. And the idea is to have small, maneuverable, basically disposable robots. We can get them laser cut out of plastic. You can use a 3D printer. We could make demos in Legos, and you can see how tiny they are compared to, say, the Telemax that it's sitting on, and that is an actual bomb squad robot. So these guys might be able to fit in an air duct. They might be able to fit into rubble, and generally the cost for them is about $500 or so. So if you have to send one into melting slag of some kind, oh well, you've lost $500, and you can print off another one. It's not a big issue. Where the big robot that they're sitting on, how much would that one cost?
That's about a $250,000 robot. So you don't really want to be sending your big robot in with that much risk. The other important thing about these small robots, of course, is they're lightweight, they're easy to transport, they're easy to build, and being mostly plastic, if they do go boom, they don't add too much to the shrapnel. So there is actually a real-world need for robots at this scale with this type of construction. This isn't just a toy problem. The other critical thing about this competition, because it's all 3D printed, sharing of information is a lot easier. You could literally download another team's robot and print it.
So we actually use their documentation as a way of helping them along in their scoring. Generally for competitions, it'll be all the stuff before the competition. You'll have preliminaries, then you'll have finals. This is some of the stuff that's included in the everything before competition. And if I was handed one of those documents and I was able to read through it and go, okay, yeah, now I know how to build that robot, I could hand it off to a new team who has no idea and can flip through and go, aha, here's what they did wrong, here's how they fixed it, here's where the parts are, here's the price list. If they could read that, understand it, and build their own, then they get a good score, and that ends up being a multiplier for their preliminaries, which helps them get into the finals. We want to reward the fact that we're open source. We want these robots to be out there. We want them saving lives, even if they are tiny. Because if you think about, a bomb squad unit or a police unit, fire unit who wants to try something like this, procurement is an issue. And if they can't get $250,000, but they could find something like this useful, maybe they could get $5,000 in a grant. Hey, that's 10 robots. That's not bad. And then you could play with them, try them, melt them.
And of course, the powerful thing about this, because we're using standard tests, is that a new team isn't at a disadvantage, right? Traditionally, with a competition where the competition challenges don't change from year to year, new teams are at a disadvantage because they don't have a built-up body of knowledge. They don't have an existing platform. By making how well a team tells other teams how to build their robot part of the scoring, a team cannot do well in the competition unless they've written a document, an open source document, that tells other teams how to recreate their robot. New teams can look at the performance of the robots in the previous year on the standard tests and actually pick which teams they're going to draw information from, which teams they're going to recreate, and then build off. The idea is that no one should be performing worse than the best performing team from the previous year. And this is measurable through these standard tests. And of course, the robot it's sitting on, is of course one of the big robots. This was in Sydney, and of course, you give you some idea of the size relative to a milk crate. So we got some big robots and some small robots.
And that particular one came from a squad that is near and dear to our hearts, because those guys, without their help, we wouldn't have been able to run our last competition. They came in a pinch. They basically donated a humongous amount of their effort to help us build all of the arena. And after the challenge was done, they got the arena, and now it's their practice field. And that's another thing that we've been doing, is whenever we go to a new location, we basically bring all of the stuff that's needed, sometimes even tools, and we leave it there, and we give it to them as future training materials.
Again, being standard tests, the same tests that we use in competition are now being used by the bomb squad in Sydney, the New South Wales Police Bomb Squad, not only to train their robot operators, but they're actually running humans in bomb suits through the same apparatuses.
Which was really cool to see, actually.
So it looks like we've got a bit of delay in the slide. Yep, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
The joys of doing telewebinars. Anyway, so of course, one of the challenges is rough terrain mobility, right? How well the robots can get over rubble and rough terrain. And of course, these are standardized because you want to be able to compare the same robot, or sorry, the different robots over the same challenge. And in this case, we constructed out of cinder blocks of a specific size in a particular orientation.
Sometimes we use gravel, mulch, sand, bits of plastic, so you'll have entanglement problems. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. And of course, it's also a lot of fun when the robots break.
Yeah, that's probably the best part of the fun. So I've started a trophy wall. These are my lovely, beautiful trophies. So if you look closely, and maybe we can have him zoom in, you can see some of our lovely little robots from the RMRC groups with all of the dead parts. We encourage our students, especially the RMRC team, to basically push to the tolerance levels. When you have a manufacturer bringing a robot out and saying, "Here, Bomb Squad, this is a $2 million robot. It is beautiful and wonderful and gorgeous. It is the most expensive, so obviously this is the best one." Most likely, somebody who's demoing that robot isn't going to push it past its tolerances in order to show what it can actually do in a crunch time. Our kids are definitely pushing their robots to their limits and then some, and we encourage them to bring spare parts, fix, and keep going. And sometimes that also means that, hey, my arm broke off, and you got to replace it. Or they broke, well, it's one team that broke all their wheels and replaced it with milk carton pieces. Yeah.
How did they manage to break 3 Raspberry Pis?
Well, pies are delicious, aren't they?
Okay, anyway, but on a serious note, though, this is, again, one of the powerful things about having a standardized test is that you can actually develop these mean time before failure or mean time between failure measurements, something that is traditionally very hard to achieve. Okay, so moving along. Of course, this isn't all just fun and games, right? You've also got, here's a story of how this was very applicable. Who remembers what happened in Fukushima in Japan with the nuclear reactor several years ago? There was a hydrogen explosion, and you couldn't get people into the reactor building, but they needed to inspect some of the equipment on the top floors to see if the control room should turn it on and off in order to cool the reactor and facilitate a safer shutdown of the facility. Now, they sent some military robots in initially that were able to open the doors, but the problem is they couldn't get up the stairs. Stairs are hard, and they couldn't get up the various things they needed to. The robot that actually managed to get up the top of the stairs and facilitate this shutdown was actually a robot that was developed by one of these RoboCup rescue teams, not the juniors, it was developed by a university team, and was refined over several years. And so they knew exactly what the performance was in the standard test. They knew it would perform, and it turned out to be critical in shutting down the reactor.
And when you have a situation like this, you do not have the option for failure. If a robot went partway up the stairs and then couldn't get any further and couldn't get itself down, that means that it's now an obstacle for the next robot to try and get through. So if you're going to send it up, you have to be guaranteed a success. Otherwise, it's going to be total failure.
Yeah. And actually, we do have a test facility. We have helped the Japan Atomic Energy Agency set up a test facility just inside the exclusion zone in Fukushima, specifically to do testing of their robots. Now, it turns out that the robot that they did send up was stopped by debris that had fallen over the stair. Now, of course, this competition is very responsive to what happens. So we actually now have a test for occluded stairs, for example, and we are actually having robots that can now overcome these challenges.
And for the RMRC team, we're including a lot of entanglement. And basically, every competition, we try a different entanglement to see how it goes. And we've got some teams that have basically figured out a way of, okay, what's going to cause a problem with, say, that type of robot? The tracks are going to get tied up, and most likely they're going to pop off because of all the torque. And I'm sure he could talk about the science. But the big thing is that our kids have figured out, aha, we know a way to basically keep it running with wheels, or the approximation of wheels underneath the treads, and just keep going. It's not going to be as maneuverable or fast or reliable, but it keeps going, and sometimes that's the most important part.
So moving along, we also have, of course, tests not just for the mobility that we talked about. I mean, of course, we have tests for the ability of the robots to manipulate, to move things around. And in fact, as you can see, assuming that the slide updates quickly enough, some of these can actually reach further than humans can. They have the dexterity as stacked blocks, which could be for shoring up walls or shoring up ceilings, or for radiation shielding, delivering things to survivors, radios, water bottles, first aid kits, things like that. We have tests for sensing and autonomy. Building maps is a very important task for a lot of these robots. And to be able to build maps that you can actually relate to objects in the environment, to figure out if there's a path through to get to a survivor, and to figure out where the survivor is and if there's a way of drilling a hole through a wall or through a roof to get to them, things like that. And of course, very topical now, the topic of drones, aerial robots. And we have a whole suite of tests for these that, again, bring this kind of rigor to a field where you haven't really had these standard tests of performance, even given the very, very wide number of players in the space. Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the competition that a lot of these high school students, and we're actually, one of the reasons why we're hammering this a bit is because this is an international competition.
We want more teams.
We want more teams, and we want more teams from North America. This is at the moment a lot of teams from Asia, from Europe. We do have some teams from North America, but we'd like to drum up some more interest. So of course, if you have children who are part of this, if you are a high school student and you're looking at this and going, this would be really cool,
join us.
Join us. Anyway, so you can see, one of the powerful things about this is that you're not spending a lot of time waiting around for your run. You can run a lot of robots in parallel. We get a lot of test results. And so this is one of those competitions where a team gets a chance to get statistical significance.
Honestly, we probably get better statistical significance than you guys do, because last year, I think I ended up basically doing 10 runs simultaneously every time.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So over the course of 3 days, I had hundreds of runs. And that gives you a heck of a lot of data. That
it was like 300 and something. We
Yeah.
had 300 statistically significant tests of these robots over the course of a week. The idea is that we want to remove the situation where a team with a good robot gets a bit of bad luck and is wiped out, right? That's not cool, I think. Having been in these competitions myself, right? We want the robot that's actually the best and most reliable out there, not the one that happened to get the good luck or the bad luck. Okay, we've eliminated, which robot got the good or bad draw by eliminating the head-to-head. Now we add statistical significance over the top of this.
And again, we encourage them to repair.
Yep, and try new things. And of course, we make a point to always set it up. You can see the smaller robots are over to the left, and we set them up near the big arena so that they can see, what the big robots are doing.
And we also encourage the kids to go and talk to other teams, as long as the other teams aren't currently busy with stuff, but go talk, make connections, and learn from each other. Because again, this is us against the arena, and the arena here is an arena. In the real world, it's all of us against rubble. So we really want everyone working together against this problem.
Now, of course, once the first half of the competition is finished, where everyone gets lots and lots of runs, we then put the arena together into a maze, and now it becomes a game. Now we don't care so much about the statistical significance. We want to make it into a game for the top X amount of teams. One of the cool things about this is we don't just say we admit the top 5 teams. We actually have a graph. We look for the gap in the scoring, and we say that, okay, there's a big difference between these teams. That's where we put the cut. It might be at 3 teams going through to the finals. It might be 7 teams. The idea is that you never just miss out on the finals, right? If you just missed out, we're putting you in the finals. It shouldn't be just a matter of that, because, again, to instill good understanding of statistics, we know that that difference isn't statistically significant.
And the other part of the fun, as far as I'm concerned, so all these started off as just nice little zigzag lanes. When it comes to the finals, I'm not the one assembling it. I'm handing the kids drills, and I'm saying, hey guys, you get to determine what your path is going to be. You get to determine what your cable management is going to be. Okay, there's a hole in the middle. How are you getting a human in there in order to move the cables around? You get to fill that out and figure that out, and they have to work as a team, as competing teams.
All the teams.
Yep, all the teams who are in finals working together to assemble this monstrosity that they then challenge each other to. It's awesome.
So one of the cool things about this is that winning is nice, but winning isn't everything, because the needs are so varied, just like there's different positions on the field. So one of the big outputs of this isn't just which robot won, but for every individual part of this, which robots were the best for each part. So, we actually have these radar charts where we can plot, this robot was particularly good at whatever. So for example, you can see that this robot, the one in the sort of middle upper left, is good at a lot of things. But you can see there's one thing where this robot on the far left, the far upper left, is best at. It's not good at anything else, but it's terrific at this one thing. Don't bother trying to read the letters, that doesn't matter. But the idea is that, yes, we have a winner. But the idea is everyone can excel at something. You can come and demonstrate cool stuff, demonstrate your niche ability. You're really, really good at this thing, even if you can't win the competition. And because you're sharing it with everyone else, you get to say, okay, this is the best capability. You can all share in this, and I can share in your capabilities and improve from there.
And this also will be very useful for things like firefighters who have no idea what a lot of these things are, but then can look at that and go, I'm in New York. There are a lot of stairs. There's a whole lot of tall, thin buildings. Which of these guys can handle stairs? Because if you have a robot that's great at everything but stairs, that's not a good robot to spend $250,000 on, because then they'd have to be picking it up and carrying it upstairs. Not worthwhile.
So, of course, we didn't just set the competition saying, okay, here's the thing, let's go. We seeded the competition with a couple of designs. So the one on the left, I call the EMU Mini 2, entirely 3D printed or built with parts that you can get off the shelf or by mail order anywhere in the world. The robot on the right, I call the excessively complex 6-wheeled robot. Again, same principles, but I wanted to see how complex you can make it. It's got a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 degree of freedom arm. I don't even remember, I built it years ago. It's got active suspension, it's got, front and rear steering. But the idea is that how much robot can you produce using just 3D printed parts, and this was done on a cheap 3D printer from 10 years ago, right? And stuff you can get off the shelf. Now, the one on the left, the Emu Mini 2, we deliberately had a budget of $500, including the camera, including the wireless LAN, including the onboard compute. And we open sourced it. We let all the teams build on this. And some teams built on this, and some teams came up with a bunch of different designs. So these are all designs that have come from this initial design, including, yes, the robot that had to be repaired using milk cartons for its wheels.
I was thinking that looked familiar. So that's Coco. Hi,
yes.
Coco.
Yes. It's what happens. And of course, one of the cool things about teaching using 3D printing is it teaches the kids about design for manufacturability and real structural engineering, such as you don't make your wheels lightweight and use really thin spokes like this.
Yeah, spokes are fine on bicycles because spokes on bicycles are usually made out of metal. And so they're pulling the tension evenly all across the board. There's the air cushion around it. So dynamic tension, it's a great thing. Plastic,
not so much.
Yeah, that's why we have Coco.
But you can also see that they've done really cool things like being able to reach around this. This is a test artifact. We call this the pipe star, and they can actually look into all the pipes and see what's going on. And so the idea is, can you inspect a suspicious package all around it, even if it's, say, in a place where you can't get to the back side of it? Imagine how useful a little robot like this would be to these squads. And of course, we actually encourage some schools, and some schools have actually been using this as part of curriculum. And of course, trying to 3D print enough robots for a class set is a bit hard. Those of you who do 3D printing, and you know what happens. Basically, you're trying to squeeze the entire object out of the nozzle of the 3D printer. So we even have laser cut versions. Remember, we're calling this the Rapidly Manufactured Robot Challenge. Rapid manufacturing includes laser cutting. For roughly the same price, you can get a very similar robot, and again, you can do all the same things. And of course, we can also deconstruct this and have challenges for parts of robots. And for instance, the arm. Arm is actually mounted to a much bigger robot that you can't quite see. Now, of course, this isn't just about competitions. We're all about sharing here. So we also hold teaching camps, summer schools, workshops, where which is held several months after the competition. The competition is very good for seeing what other teams can do, but it's a little bit hard to share what the top teams are doing because they're frantically busy trying to make their robots work. I mean, what did you see during the competition?
Not much sleep, a lot of caffeine, people ordering takeout and having it brought in and then being yelled at for having takeout containers everywhere.
Yeah. They're high school students, right? I mean, of course, all of this applies to the college students as well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, didn't they have to, there were people sort of sleeping on the floor and then,
yes,
robots running over them as obstacles or something. Didn't that happen?
Yeah. I don't think we need to talk about that.
No,
there was
okay. It was fine. It was fine. No students were injured in this thing. But the idea is that afterwards, we get the best in class performers to come and show everyone how they did their thing. And actually, we get everyone who can to bring their robots and have the best in class help them implement that on their robots. But this is also an opportunity for them to talk to the responders. We get the firefighters, we get the police officers, we get the emergency response people to come out and talk to the students. And not only that, though, these responders then sit with the students as they do their activities, as they try and get their things working. It goes both ways. We want the responders to have an understanding for what's actually capable, because here's the thing. What we see time and time again is the robots don't have a capability that's been known to science for 30 years. We ask the manufacturers, well, why don't you have this? And they say, well, no one's asking for it. We ask the responders, why aren't you asking for this? And they say, what, huh? It's the old case of things that are, fairly well understood to science can often seem to be science fiction to those who don't know about it. And of course, things that they think are fairly easy are actually not really possible. So having them working, side by side with these researchers, with the students, helps them to inform that. On the other side, it means that the students get a good understanding of the actual challenges of the field. This thing works in theory. I think it'd be really good for this. Oh, but no, but we have these other problems that you have to work around first, right? So it helps give them an appreciation for this, helps give the students, a drive to actually solve these problems, because they know that they're saving these responders' lives, and now these responders are also their friends. Now, of course, I've talked a lot about how we use these in competition. Of course, we also use these in the for the responders themselves. Here's how we can often set them up. And here we often divide these tests, these different tests, into different suites of tests for different types of robots, because of course we realize that not every robot needs to go through every task. So for example, let's say ultra lightweight reconnaissance robots, right? These are robots where there's been a traffic accident and there's a tanker with some unknown something in it. You want the first robot out downrange while they're getting the big robots out. They might even it might even be in a place that's inaccessible. They may even need to throw this robot over a wall and then have it run around.
And that's where the RMRC robots are also really good.
Yeah.
One of the American teams the year before that, basically had a chucker. And the idea was you wanted to be able to throw it up 3 stories, have it drop, and still be able to go. Admittedly, through some of the competition, there might have been issues and walls of it ended up needing to be replaced with panels of duct tape. But it, in the finals, was able to do practice runs and then finals runs of 1.5 meters drop over and over and over, and it reliably kept going. And I could see everybody else going, oh, and like cringing, actively cringing, even though it wasn't even their robot, because they were just, every time they expected it would land on a wall, it would land on its back, it would land on an edge. It's gonna break. Nope, it's fine. Keep throwing it.
Exactly. So, these are, again, different challenges that we push that are really needed in the real world. Then we have, for example, robots that are package capable, that can inspect a suspicious package, right? A lot of these call outs to bomb squads are suspicious packages. Someone's left a suitcase on the platform. I mean, most of the time it's, absent-minded professor, jet lag, someone, the mother or father who's dealing with children, and they drop something and the train doors close, right? But they don't know that. So you need to assume that there's something dangerous there until you've proven otherwise. So of course we have a different suite of tests. These aren't robots that you're necessarily throwing off the building, no. But these are ones that you need to deploy fairly quickly, get down range, maybe go up the stairs, so on and so forth. And then of course you have the ones for suspicious vehicles, right? Not long ago here in DC, we had a situation where Dulles Airport was shut down because there was a white van just parked out there that no one seemed to have anything to do, and it ended up being fine. The problem is that the robot couldn't open the doors. They actually had to have a guy in a bomb suit walk up to the vehicle to open the door, walk past the robot to open the doors, and then walk back, and then the robot went in to do its thing. I mean, there's something wrong with that. So we need to have these tests in there to not only test the ability of these robots to do it, but also to characterize how well or how poorly this is done, and to inspire the next generation of robots and the next generation of research to build these capabilities that can actually save these lives. Now, of course, we don't just talk about this from the perspective of the robot manufacturers and the end users, right? We want to deploy these everywhere. I mean, every classroom, ideally, we want them, right?
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with having it. I mean, so if you saw those lanes, those little zigzags earlier, the idea is to have one of those set up, and you can just, put in different items. Do you want stairs? Cool, we can put in stairs. If you want pinwheels, so you have some obstacles, sure, let's do it. Hey, let's do the sand day. Okay, let's pop some walls on it, duct tape it so the sand doesn't go everywhere, and put some sand in and see how we do. So it takes up a small amount of space and it's pretty versatile. The larger one's a little harder.
We're a big believer of duct tape, you may have noticed. We're a big believer of make the darn thing work, prove that you can make it work, and then you can refine it. Yeah. Now, of course, the same principle applies to the end users. We want the end users to be able to perform these tests, just like we want every young athlete, every school to be able to perform the same tests that the professionals do in their training and whatever, right? The idea is, firstly, they can see that the robots that they're getting from the manufacturer, they can do the acceptance testing. But it also means that you can now use the same tests to train the operators, right? The manufacturer's expert was able to get this level of performance. I can only get to this in this test. What am I missing, right? And they can be specific now about it. I can do everything else. It's just this little bit. I need to talk to someone. Or, hey, I can do this really well, but not this. But, Responder Larry in the next squad over is the other way around. We need to talk, and we need to figure out what each of us can do really well and can teach the others.
Think of it like driving your car. So maybe you took a weekend course on how to drive. You took your driver's test, you passed, you bought a car, and then you put it in your garage until there's an emergency. And you never touch it, you never look at it. All of a sudden, somebody has appendicitis and you need to drive them to the hospital. So what are you going to do? You've never pulled the car out. You've never put oil in the engine. You don't know where the gas cap is, let alone whether or not it has gas in it. Where are the keys? No clue. When was that time you took the test? Oh, that was like 5 years ago. Oh, no. What do you do now?
Yeah,
it's the same concept. You have to practice. You have to make sure everything's maintained, and you have to make sure that your hand-eye coordination is correct.
And this isn't to say that these squads don't train. They do train, but the problem is that they tend to, especially with the drone operators, right? You say, you need to get, X number of flying hours, but they don't say for what. And invariably they're busy. They'll take them off, they'll fly them around a field, and they'll land them. That's not really a test, but you need some kind of standard curriculum. So these test methods form these standard curriculums, and they're being adopted all across the United States and Canada and all around the world. And one of the key points about this, just as in RMRC, where we have small, easily deployed systems, small, easily deployed apparatuses, is here we design them so that these apparatuses only take up one lane of, say a parking garage, and they can swap out all kinds of different tests. So there's no excuse not to deploy these and no excuse not to test them. And it looks like an advertisement for Home Depot, because we want all of these test apparatuses to be buildable by using only bits you can get from a hardware store and a stationery store. You'd be surprised how tricky it is to do good, statistically significant measurement science under that constraint. That's one of the hard bits about this.
Hence all the duct tape.
Yeah, and we even design them to be put into shipping containers so that you can have ready designed, ready made, environmentally controlled facilities. In fact, this is actually how the facility was initially constructed at some of our test sites in the Middle East, where where Department of State is making use of this. We even make them fit in tractor trailers so that you can move them around.
A little bit easier around here. It also means that squads can trade them back and forth. So, hey, I got the stairs this month. You've got the manipulations. Let's trade next month and practice again.
Yeah. And of course, these go all around the world. We've got test facilities spread across civilian and military, and in this case, a lot of nuclear, all around. This is actually a little bit out of date. We've actually got a few more sites now in Europe, a few more sites in Korea, and so on. So this is truly an international effort. These standards are consensus standards. We have involvement from people from all around the world, students and researchers and governments and manufacturers and end users. That's what makes this really powerful. Everyone's on the same board. So to summarize, okay, so these standard test methods focus development because they communicate these very real challenges from the application right through to what you can do in the classroom. The team's developed on abstract but relevant apparatuses. These are abstract enough that you can build them easily. You can understand it. When something goes wrong, you understand why it went wrong. Real qualifications can be conducted remotely, just like you can get a coach to say, okay, well, what score did you get for this particular standard test? And there's no incentive to cheat because you can just recreate it. These combos, putting them together, reveal operationally significant capabilities. We have other events as well to encourage dissemination. We, of course, have these best in class because we measure individually all these capabilities. So you may not win the overall, but you're winning in a particular capability that is still very important and we still pay attention to. And because everything is the same, the winning student teams are now interesting to the first responders in industry who can use these as recruitment to figure out what capabilities are out there and get invitations to the next level.
And at this point, we should probably start thinking about taking some Q&A.
Well, we're almost done here. So let's, okay, and of course, you know, this is BaltimoreCon, everyone's plugging books. So I just wanted to
forget the books.
Plug a book I actually put together many years ago. This is a photo book of a lot of the early response robots in a lot of our tests. It's available from watchfromrobots.com. It's a, you know, it's a nice photo book. I've thrown a lot of URLs around, but you know, that's our presentation. There's a lot of URLs here. Don't worry too much about them. If you just go to balticon.intelligentrobots.org, you'll see all these URLs. Okay, so that's it for the prepared remarks. We have some time for some Q&A. We have one here. Do you want to, Archer, do you want to take it?
Yeah, how about I start off with that one? So, what is the ratio of boys to girls? Assuming it's not 50-50, are you doing anything to encourage more girls to join? So that is an interesting issue. As a league, no, it is not 50-50, not yet, which is part of the reason why we're trying to reach out. We have currently, I think it's at least 2 schools that are boys only that take, you know, that are fairly large parts of the league. So that makes it a little bit more boy heavy. The flip side of that, though, is we actually have been doing outreach with 2 all-girls schools also in Australia. So hopefully we get them on board and we start balancing the ratios a little bit. A couple of the American teams are getting better with their balancing. One of the American teams has a larger sister school from the local university and college are working together. Sorry, university and high school. I've gotten too used to working with Australians. University and high school are working together. And so some of the university students are actually mentoring the high school students in order to help them get along. And last year we ended up having basically all of that older team coming over and helping us with judging and just being encouragement and going around and helping kids deal with their things. And that team, one of the coaches, mentors is, you know, woman and very much female power. Yes, awesome. And I've been talking with her a little bit about how to help encourage and make this a better thing, which is part of the reason why I've been inviting her over, so that way people get used to the whole concept of, oh my God, girls like robots too. We had one team last year who was technically 100% female team members, but that was because we only had the one team member, which was kind of a shame. But I was impressed. Her robot the year before needed 6 people to run, and last year she got it running all by herself, and I was just pleased as plush. All the good feels.
So we have another question here. So if a school wanted to start a team, what's a ballpark on the startup cost, the yearly costs, and how many students minimum would you need to have interested for a viable team? This is actually kind of a tricky question. So, and actually this year, this year RoboCup's been cancelled because of COVID. We're actually going to be looking to run it online, just like BaltimoreCon. So actually stay in touch, because when it runs later this year, hopefully we'll get it to run. You know, it's going to be a much lower cost because you don't have the travel costs. This year was going to be held in Bordeaux in France, which would have been, you know, no one wants to go, you know, it's just too
expensive,
too much
wine, drinking, yuck, cheese. Ugh.
But the point is that the robots are deliberately very cheap. Like I said, we aim at $500. You can get started with the robot. Of course, you can go up from there. And that's assuming you have access to some kind of 3D printer, even if it's a fairly low cost, like $200 printer. In terms of number of students, you can do this with one really, really interested student. In general, I mean, we seem to see maybe 6 students tends to be a good number.
Yeah, I'd say 3 is your minimum, because you're going to want your operator, your software, and your hardware. Unless, again, like you're that one really awesome student from Mexico who could do it all by herself. Again, very proud. Yeah, I'd say 3 is probably a good minimum, because as a high school student, you also have to balance out work, life, play. Being all things to all one job is difficult. as evidence, we have a team of techs. There's no way any one of us could do all of the teching and streaming that would makes Balticon run. We have to work together.
But it does vary a lot. And if you have some specific things about that, of course, feel free to get in touch and we can discuss further. We'll also be on the Discord right after this. And so we can also continue the discussion.
And on the Discord note, I'm going to stop our screen share so our lovely tech can share the Baltimore Balticon address for our Discord.
Yep.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, so I mean we're not there right now because we're still talking to you.
Yes.
But we'll be over there momentarily.
There is a after panels discussion section, and we'll be in the tech and science section, so that way you can come and ask us questions.
On that note, we had a comment actually in this chat. Yes, we did break. They did break 3 because, of course, it's an approximation of 3.14. So they did break 3 pies.
They actually lost 3 before they figured out the whole "I wanted a trophy" thing. It was embarrassing. I mean, awesome, but kind of embarrassing.
But anyway, so that's I think we're basically on time now. We need to give people time to go off and do what they need to do before getting to the next presentation. So thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the rest of the con. Please sign up for lots of stuff. Show love to your panelists.
And remember, of course, Balticon is a volunteer-run organization. There is no registration fee this year. But if you go onto the Balticon website, please donate. There is actually a donation registration where you can also get some T-shirt things and whatnots as well. So please do support Balticon. Please do support the Baltimore Science Fiction Society.
Please do. Thank you very much for joining. Bye.
The recording has stopped.
Good evening. Welcome to Virtual Balticon 54, and welcome to the panel, Jews in Space.
Hi, I'm Marvin Pinkert, and I'm director of the Jewish Museum of Maryland. I've had the extraordinary privilege of spending about 32 years, nearly half my life, is managing the development of exhibits at museums, first at the Museum of Science and Industry, then at the National Archives in DC, and for the last 8 years at the JMM. Over that span of time, I estimate that the exhibit teams I've led have produced more than 90 exhibits on topics ranging from mazes to mahjong and from Magna Carta to the moon landing. Now, I know you're supposed to love all your children equally, but with 90 kids, some are just bound to be more endearing than others. Tonight, I'm offering a preview of JMM's next project, Jews in Space, a project I hope you'll love as much as I do. But in doing so, I realize I'm violating one of the fundamental laws of public speaking, of the public speaking universe. Never talk to an audience about a subject that they know better than you do. My expertise in Jewish law is not rabbinic. And with respect to space science, I'm no academic. And as for science fiction, I'm merely a fan. So I'll try to compensate for knowledge with enthusiasm. And I look forward to learning from you when we reach the end of the talk at the Q&A. The Jews in Space exhibit actually at the Center for Jewish History in New York last year. It had not been their plan to travel the exhibit at all, but we persuaded our colleagues that not only would Baltimore be a great venue for their show, but we would match the opening of the exhibit to the opening of Balticon. Unfortunately, COVID-19 came our way, and that's why we're not opening Jews in Space until September, why you're not enjoying drinks at the hotel bar, and why I'm speaking to you from my basement like a bad episode of Young Sheldon. But what good will it do to fetch? Instead, let's begin with a little humor, which is exactly where our colleagues in New York began in selecting the title for the exhibit. Mel Brooks made History of the World Part 1 in 1981. The film focused on Roman gladiators, the Inquisition as a Broadway musical, and the Court of Versailles. But Brooks couldn't resist the shtick of putting in a preview of coming attractions.
See, Jews in space! Jews are in space. We're zooming along, protecting the Hebrew race. We're Jews are in space. If trouble appears, we'll put it right back in its place. And Goyim attack us. We give them a smack, we'll slap them right back in the face.
While Mel Brooks would later make Spaceballs, May the Schwartz Be With You, there is no History of the World Part 2, let alone a movie entitled Jews in Space. It's said that all humor contains a grain of truth, and the folks in New York had made quite a loaf out of all that grain. Their exhibit included 3 primary areas of connection between the Jewish experience and outer space. A section on actual space explorers, the 15 cosmonauts and astronauts who've gone into orbit. A section on the history of Jewish interests in astronomy and astrology, and a section on the role of outer space in the imagination of people of Jewish heritage. Our community's many engagements with science fiction and popular culture. Since our gallery was slightly larger than theirs, we were given permission to add to the exhibit. Additions include artifacts from our own collection, materials on the history of Maryland in space, including the surprising importance of this state in the development of today's unmanned exploration of the galaxy, as well as just a few items that I was passionate about. There are some privileges to being the director. At the time Mel Brooks created the faux trailer for Jews in Space, no American or Israeli astronaut had been sent into orbit. Not a single astronaut in the Mercury, Gemini, or Apollo crews was Jewish. However, over the last 36 years, we've made up for lost time. Our representation in the astronaut corps is roughly twice the percentage of self-identified Jews in the American population. The first Jewish spaceman is actually a cosmonaut rather than an astronaut. Boris Volynov is the commander of the Soyuz 5 mission launched in January 1969. He is part of the first transfer of crew from one spacecraft to another. Actually, this was Volyanov's third scheduled mission. His crew had been scrubbed from 2 previous flights. It is unclear whether Volyanov's Jewish heritage had anything to do with his being pulled from his 2 earlier assignments, but there are suspicions. In any case, his first flight was a bumpy ride, ending with his module's parachute failing to fully deploy, causing such a hard landing that it broke some of his teeth. Dr. Judith Resnick grew up in California but had Maryland ties. Her doctorate in electrical engineering is from the University of Maryland, and she served as a biomedical engineer at the National Institutes of Health in Bethesda before joining NASA. Her voyage aboard the shuttle Discovery marked just the second time that an American woman went into space and the first time that an American Jew went into orbit. In her 145 hours in space, Dr. Resnick's mission specialty was the operation of the shuttle's robot arm. And no, the Canada arm will not be in the exhibit. Among other things, it won't fit into our hall. But we do expect to have some artifacts that belong to Dr. Resnick, as well as tributes to her that were made after her tragic death in the launch of the shuttle Challenger in 1986. Ilan Wolferman's mother had survived Auschwitz before she and her husband emigrated to Israel in 1949. That's where Ilan was born, in Ramat Gan, outside Tel Aviv in 1954. Before joining the Israeli Air Force, Ilan decided that he needed a more Israeli name and changed his name to Ramon after the crater Ramon shown here. While it's not unusual for a piece of geography to be named after a national hero, it's somewhat more unusual for a national hero to adopt the name of a piece of geography. When he went into space in the shuttle Columbia in 2003, he made a point of carrying with him this drawing of a view from Earth from the surface of the moon, made by a 14-year-old boy at Theresienstadt concentration camp. Ramon's first trip into space was unfortunately also his last, as he perished with the rest of his crewmates when the shuttle broke apart on re-entry over Texas. I don't want to leave you with the impression that every Jewish journey into space came to a bad end. Take the most recent Jewish astronaut in space, Jessica Meir. Dr. Meir was born in Caribou, Maine, the daughter of a Swedish mother who was a nurse and an Israeli father who was a doctor. Jessica attended the Arustuk, the Hebrew Community Synagogue in Presque Isle, Maine. Who knew there was a synagogue that far north? Meir earned her doctorate studying the penguins of Antarctica and was a NASA aquanaut before becoming an astronaut. On a recent mission, she not only was a full participant in the first all-female spacewalk, but managed to function successfully for more than 204 days in space. Her landing was uneventful. That is, if you don't count the unexpected period of quarantine she found when she returned home. The highlight of the astronaut section of Jews in Space is almost certainly to be a series of Jewish ritual objects put on loan to us by Dr. Jeffrey Hoffman, the first American Jewish man in space. Items on display will include the silver yod or Torah pointer shown here. Dr. Hoffman is the very first person to read from a Hebrew Torah in space. We will also put on display this dreidel, which he helpfully demonstrated on one of the nights of Hanukkah.
In Endeavor, Houston, for Jeff, all of America would like to know what you've got and what you're doing with it.
Well, this is the Jewish holiday of Hanukkah, and there's various ways that we celebrate it. And one of the games that we play is a little game with a dreidel, and it's something that you spin, and then you see which side comes up, and according to that, you either win or lose. And I was just trying to see how you might reinterpret the rules for spaceflight, since there's no up or down.
So aside from being an expression of ethnic pride, what significance, if any, can be attributed to twirling a dreidel on a space shuttle? or for that matter, counting the number of Jewish astronauts. At least part of that answer lies in the history of Jews in space, long before the first rocket left this planet. So where does the Jewish connection to space begin? Well, in the beginning, of course. The very first sentence of the fundamental charter of Jewish life, the Torah, speaks to the creation of the heavens, and the fifth sentence states that God called the light day and the darkness night, and it was evening and it was morning one day. The rabbis taught that the universe was bathed in primordial light until the sun, moon, and stars take over on the fourth day. The book of Genesis is foundational to many later Jewish rituals. The thrust of the Torah, indeed much of Jewish religion, is to bring order out of chaos. Torah is the home of 613 mitzvot, and whether you call them commandments or blessings, their overall purpose is to prescribe human behaviors, and quite often those behaviors are prescribed in relation to time. You might call it the original space-time continuum. Rituals happen at a specific time, and historically the only way to know time was to look into space. From antiquity, Jews took the first sentences of the Torah quite literally, believing that an evening followed by a morning constituted a day. That's why Jewish holidays begin and end at sundown rather than at midnight. And in traditional Jewish practice, hours were not exactly 60 minutes, but rather 1/12 of the time between sunset and sunrise, and then again 1/12 of the time between sunrise and sunset. This meant that in summer, a daytime hour might be 77 minutes long, and an evening hour just 42 minutes long. Given that the timing of prayers was linked to the time of day, early Jewish sages debated the question of what was actually meant by sundown. Was it when the last rays of the sun were visible on the horizon? Or was it about 18 minutes later when 3 stars, the so-called secondary stars, were visible? This debate results in a Jewish concept of a twilight, a sort of temporal no man's land that exists between any 2 days. The complications of time led to the need for service schedule boards, like the one on the screen, that could be adjusted by season. And if time is challenging here on Earth, it's even more complicated in the space age. Think for a moment of the special problem for an observant Jew in space associated with the question of when to pray, or in Yiddish, when to daven, on their mission. The Jewish schedule of prayers is linked to sunsets and sunrises, but an orbiting space station typically passes through about 16 sunsets in a 24-hour span. Technically, this would mean that a Jewish astronaut who is observant would need to spend about 50% of his or her time praying. Yet some rabbinic authorities insist that this is the only solution. Others argue that this is a good reason Jews should avoid space travel. But my favorite answer is the one that suggests that rituals be kept relative to your point of departure from Earth. So if you were launched from Florida, the only sunset you need to worry about is when the sun goes down in Florida. And the complexity of Jewish timekeeping is not restricted to hours. The months were enough to inspire generations of astronomical observation. You see, Judaism follows a lunisolar calendar, with a typical year consisting of 12 months, alternating between 29 and 30 days, matching the phases of the moon, each month beginning with a new moon. In ancient times, official witnesses, armed with diagrams of the moon's initial crescent, would climb to the top of a mountain and declare Rosh Chodesh, a new month. The only problem with this approach was that the seasons are determined by a solar year. If the lunar cycle went unfettered, you would eventually end up with the Spring Harvest Festival, Passover, happening in the middle of winter. So a practice developed of periodically adding a leap month when the calendar threatened to become unhinged. Over time, the pattern for leap months was set to a metonic cycle of 19 years. The numeric code shown here is not the winning number in the lottery, but rather the years in which leap months are added according to a metonic cycle. The drawing on the screen illustrates the large calendar interactive that we plan to develop for the exhibit. Another calendar-connected artifact we'll put on display is this daily guide that belonged to Baltimore businessman Mendes Cone, who is not to be confused with his uncle, the war hero and adventurer, also named Mendes Cone, on who we developed an exhibit. It is part of the Jewish tradition of mourning to light a candle for a loved one on the anniversary of their death. Of course, this involves keeping track of their death on the Hebrew calendar, not the Gregorian calendar. And in this book, Mendes has put a yard site reminder in handwriting on a list of important days. So Jewish astronomers look to the night sky to find a precise order in terms of time, but Jewish astrologers look to the stars to find clues to human destiny. Let me be clear, the Bible, in particular the Jewish prophets in the Bible, decry the work of astrologers and plead with people not to rely on them. But as this 1907 book on astrology illustrates, their admonitions were not always heeded. In fact, one of the most well-known expressions in Hebrew and Yiddish, mazel tov, commonly used for congratulations, literally means good constellations. It derives from a folk belief that our fate was foreshadowed by the stars. One of the most vocal opponents of these folk beliefs was the 12th century doctor and religious scholar Maimonides. Maimonides wrote extensively on the topics of astronomy and astrology, in the first instance helping to synthesize the work of Aristotle and Greek philosophers with the emerging scholarship from the Arab world. As for astrology, he found it incompatible with Jewish beliefs in human free will. But Maimonides is just one of a number of important contributors to astronomical science in the Middle Ages. Two others who will be covered in the exhibit's timeline are Abraham Barhia, a prominent 12th century astronomer and mathematician, who's the first to publish a solution to the quadratic equation. And a century later, Levi ben Gerson, also known as Gersonides, invents the device shown here, the Jacob's staff, to measure the distance between stars. He concludes that the stars are about 10 billion times further away from Earth than Ptolemy and the Greeks had suggested, and he discovers something approximating the real size of space. Now, while the golden age of Spain produced some impressive astronomers, it's not the end of the story. Across the globe and across the centuries, Jewish interests in the study of space continued. Perhaps the best-known scientist of all time, Albert Einstein. Now, the nitpickers on this audience may point out that Einstein won his Nobel Prize for his work on photoelectric effects, rather than his theories on space, time, and gravity. All I have to say to you is, no photons, no photon torpedoes. Einstein's work definitely belongs among the stars. Einstein, however, is not the first Jewish Nobel Prize winner in physics. That honor belongs to Albert Michelson, the man who put the C into MC squared. His experiments measuring the speed of light would later be complemented by instruments he designed to measure the size of stars. There are so many things to be measured in space. Dr. Vera Rubin measured the rotation of galaxies. Her life was also a measure of social change. She was just the second woman astronomer elected to the National Academy of Sciences. In January, it was announced that the observatory being built in Chile by the US, the one shown here, will officially be called the Vera C. Rubin Observatory, the first of its kind in the world to be named for a woman. Some astronomers gained fame for research, others simply for popularizing science. In the latter category, one Jewish practitioner really stands out. The Brooklyn-born son of an immigrant garment worker, Sagan traced his interest in the wonders of the universe to an early childhood visit to the 1939 New York World's Fair. Sagan was admitted to the University of Chicago at age 16 and left 10 years later with a PhD in astronomy and astrophysics. Even before receiving his doctorate, he had been an advisor to NASA and used this contact to advance his lifetime interest in exploring extraterrestrial life. He led the team that put together the first message from Earth to aliens who might live beyond our solar system. This plaque launched on Pioneer 10 in 1972. He is also well remembered for his public television program Cosmos and the billions upon billions catchphrase that he popularized. This section of the exhibit ends with the profile of the astronomer who's still active in Baltimore today. Adam Rees, the grandson of refugees who fled from Germany in the 1930s, is a Bloomberg Distinguished Professor in Space Studies, Astronomy, and Physics at Johns Hopkins University. His academic specialty is in the study of supernovas and pulsating stars. He was awarded the 2011 Nobel Prize in Physics for providing evidence that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. One of his primary tools in providing this evidence was the amazing photography and data provided by the Hubble Space Telescope. And while its namesake astronomer, Edwin Hubble, is definitely not Jewish, no matter how many times Barbra Streisand calls out Hubble in The Way We Were. Several prominent scientists at Baltimore's own Space Telescope Sciences Institute have been. These include not only Dr. Rees, but also Israeli-American astronomer and best-selling author Mario Livio. In addition to the exploration of real outer space, the exhibit has a section on the exploration of the space of our imaginations. In a previous exhibit on Jewish comic book writers and illustrators of the golden and silver ages of superheroes, we made much of the connection between Jewish authors who were largely the children of immigrants and the friendly aliens that inhabited their stories. Certainly, this is true for the more general question about Jewish encounters with alien worlds. It's true for talents in front of the camera. Here's my cousin Mandy in Alien Nation. Like Stan Lee in Marvel movies, Mandy gets guest cameo experiences in almost all my PowerPoints. But there also are influential behind the scenes personalities like Spielberg for Close Encounters and E.T. Even the musical score of space films has been written by Jewish composers, like Jerry Goldsmith and James Horner, who wrote the scores for Alien and Aliens, respectively. And we're planning to introduce a theremin interactive into the exhibit, celebrating the pioneering work of Bernard Herrmann in introducing that creepy electronic soundtrack into The Day the Earth Stood Still. Hugo Gernsback is not the first author of a science fiction work, but he is the first one to give that name to the genre. He also publishes the first magazine, Astounding Stories, that is fully dedicated to science fiction stories. The Luxembourg-born Gernsback was originally attracted to the field of electronic gadgetry and helped found the Wireless Association of America, an organization for amateur radio enthusiasts before World War I. When his interest in technology morphed into speculation about the future of inventions, he was in the right place to help found a fan movement for science fiction. While in his own lifetime he was accused of unscrupulous dealings with the authors who provided the content for his publications, today he is best remembered, especially by those gathered here, as the namesake of the Hugo Awards. We were very excited when we realized the exhibit would be opening within the centennial year of Isaac Asimov's birth, though there's some ambiguity as to the exact date that he was born. The Asimov family came to America from Russia when Isaac was age 3. Though Asimov's works of science fiction, such as the Foundation trilogy, I, Robot, and Nightfall, have become classics, the exhibit makes note of the fact that Asimov wrote on practically every topic imaginable, producing a library of more than 500 books as author or editor. And you can see in the elevation on the right, we will invite visitors to see how they stack up to the Asimov volumes. We're using Asimov as a measure. On the other hand, Asimov's history raises some fundamental questions about the significance of the fact that so many sci-fi authors come out of Jewish homes. Asimov, for example, while born into a Jewish family, identifies as an atheist and a humanist as an adult. Most of his writings have no explicit Jewish connection. An important exception to this was his decision to write a story and the foreword for Wandering Stars, a collection of 13 short stories on Jewish themes by Jewish authors. A recurring theme in these stories is the question of whether Jewishness is a matter of biology or ideology or ritual that makes you Jewish. In one story, a creature described as a pillow with tentacles wins acknowledgement as being Jewish. In another, it's a Yiddish-speaking blue caterpillar. Asimov himself sets a tone for the volume in his introduction. He writes, "My mother is Jewish and my father's mother was Jewish, and that makes both my father and myself Jewish." Continuing, I don't do anything about it, you understand. Attend no services, follow no rituals. It doesn't matter. I'm Jewish." While most of the authors featured in the sci-fi section of the exhibit are American, there are at least 2 Canadians as well. Toronto-born Phyllis Gottlieb, whose breakthrough post-apocalyptic 1964 novel Sunburst was so influential that the Canadian Award for Speculative Fiction is named after it. In 1981, Gottlieb pens a short story for the sequel to the Wandering Stars collection that focuses on the tale of the last Jew in the universe. Much of her work is centered on issues of gender and power. Boston-born Judith Grossman had a passion for Zionism and socialism, as well as science fiction. Taking the pen name Judith Merrill, she became an editor for science fiction publications, intent on raising the quality of sci-fi writing. Her vocal opposition to the Vietnam War led to her decision to move to Canada and become a citizen there. As I mentioned, the extraordinary contributions of Jewish comic book writers and illustrators was its own exhibit, Zap Pow Bam, 7 years ago. But Futurama deserves special mention for its numerous Jewish references. There are the Yiddish intonations of Dr. Zoidberg and the multi-tentacled beast called Yivo, named in honor of the Yivo Institute, where a friend of the writer for the episode worked. Close observers of the exhibit may notice that several items and photos on display in the exhibit actually come from the Yivo Institute. But perhaps the most remarkable sequence in the series is this bot mitzvah, with a robot being carried aloft on a chair and a misspelled Hebrew banner in the background that reads, "Today I am a robot," parodying the traditional expression associated with the bar mitzvah, "Today I am a man." Now I want to turn from the first bat mitzvah in space to the first rabbi in space. Babylon 5 was perhaps the only space drama series to feature an explicitly Jewish major character. Played by actress Claudia Christian, I couldn't make that up, Susan Ivanova is the lieutenant commander of the space station. In the episode TKO in season 1, her resistance to mourning for her father is oddly paired with the second storyline about a martial arts competition. Her rabbi comes to Babylon 5 station to persuade her to sit Shiva for her dad. Here is Theodore Bickel conducting a service for mourners as a rabbi in space.
Commander, may I have a word?
Of course.
I'd like to take your offer of leave.
Granted.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Commander,
Yes, sir?
I believe it's customary for friends to pay their respects during Shiva. I'll see you there.
I'd like that.
עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן. As you know, we're all gathered here to help Susan sit Shiva for Andrei Ivanov, beloved husband of Sophia of blessed memory, father of Ganya of blessed memory, and of Susan. Most of you did not know Andrei Ivanov, so let me say a few words about him. He was a Russian Jew and a scholar, a man devoted to logic and to reason, and above all, to peace.
This marks the second JMM exhibit in which Theodore Bickel makes an appearance. His last one was on an exhibit on folk music, and next year he may be back again in our exhibit Blacklist, the Hollywood Red Square. But I know what some of you are thinking. You've left out Bickel's most important sci-fi role as Sergei Rushenko, adoptive father of Lieutenant Commander Worf. Well, some of you are wrong. I just didn't want to spoil the big finish. The moment you've all been waiting for, the Jewish origins of the most famous alien gesture in history. Leonard Nimoy drew on his Orthodox Jewish background to suggest the famous greeting between Vulcans for the episode called Amok Time, putting his hand in the shape of the priestly blessing, the letter Shin, which would not be a positive result in Jeffrey Hoffman's dreidel game, but which has to be acknowledged in the post-COVID-19 world as considerably more advanced than a handshake. And the item on the right is from atop an ark in Maryland synagogue. The Nimoy is just one of a number of Jewish actors associated with the Star Trek franchise. This includes not only major characters like William Shatner and Walter Koenig playing Kirk and Chekhov, but also minor characters like Sarek, Spock's father, played by Mark Leonard, or Arnie Darvin, the man who starts the trouble with Tribbles, played by Charlie Brill. While there are no explicitly Jewish characters in the franchise, the whole underlying gestalt of the Star Trek universe leads me to what may be a controversial conclusion. My final observation is going to channel Lenny Bruce. In his famous routine in the late 1950s, he divided the world into Jewish and Goyish, that is, non-Jewish. As in pumpernickel is Jewish and white bread is Goyish. I want to conclude by making the case that Star Trek is Jewish, Star Wars is Goyish. I say this not based on who plays the lead characters, but something much more fundamental. Star Trek, famously pitched as Wagon Train to the Stars, features ensembles of wanderers, many of whom are seeking to find their own identities. Spock, Data, Odo, and the EMH, among others, are positioned as living between the human world and a very alien identity. It's not just Seven of Nine who's struggling with issues of assimilation. By contrast, the Star Wars universe, with its roots in Joseph Campbell's Hero with a Thousand Faces, is all about the emergence of singular heroes and villains. The Ubermensch will either save or destroy humanity. Its central questions are about destiny rather than identity. And that's why we'll display the text of the 4 questions from the Passover Seder in Klingon rather than a dialect of Wookiee in the exhibit. Well, that plus the fact that we hope to have Klingon language originator Marco Kron come and speak at the museum in October. And now I suppose I should come back from the brink, having taken such a big risk. I remind myself that this whole story began with a joke, and on a joke we will finish. I would remind you that Alan Sherman wrote his song about Harvey Bloom. There were no Jewish astronauts, and Star Trek had yet to record its first episode. If you feel like singing along, just go ahead. But remember, in space, when you're on mute, no one can hear you sing.
My name is Mr. Bloom and I'm from New Rochelle, and I sing this happy tune because my son, the astronaut, young Harvey Bloom, has landed on the moon. My wife and I, we miss our little Harvey so. Back here in New Rochelle, that every single night in the pale moonlight, we walk out on the patio and yell, shine on, Harvey Bloom. Up in the sky, you have been in orbit since January, February, June, and July. Don't come back too soon. We rented out your room. So shine on, Harvey Bloom, up there on the moon.
For those of you who want to learn more about the JMM and the Jews in Space exhibit, I'm going to ask Trillian to share our web address and then to share the address of our hands-on family exhibit site, the Wondernauts, that we've developed in connection with the exhibit, at least as hands-on as anything is these days. Now I'm going to ask Trillian to read me questions from the queue and see what some of you can teach me.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to start with our questions in the Q&A section, and if we've got through those, then I'll move over to chat. But if you do want to submit a question, if you start with the Q&A, that would be great for us. Thank you. So the first question I've got here is any information about Robert Sheckley included in the exhibit beyond his story in Wandering Stars?
Not to the best of my knowledge. There are so many authors that we could have covered, Silverberg, Harlan Ellison, but we just, there's a limit to how much you can put into an exhibit. So we picked the ones that New York had picked and then added a few of our own.
Great. So the next question we've got here. What about the 2 Jewish astronauts on the ISS, one who left from Florida and one who left from Russia?
You're asking me about whether they can pray at the same time, and daven at the same time? I suppose they would have to, following the theory of the rabbis who say it's from point of origin, that they would need to pray at different times.
Okay, so I'm going to switch over now to some of our questions in chat. So I think possibly this question, this comment came up before you had an opportunity to share the Wandering Stars cover, but someone was wondering if others in the crowd were old enough to remember the Wandering Stars anthology. So nice to know that you got there first.
One of the preparing for this presentation was actually reading the Wandering Stars book, which I had not read prior to this exhibit coming our way.
Okay, I'm just popping back over. Okay, another question, and I'm sorry if I get the pronunciation wrong here. Is Mary Robinette Coel represented in the exhibit?
I do not believe so, though you've given us a name that we will look up and see what we can find out more about her.
Absolutely. And then, so another a question, and perhaps it's someone that missed this part. Somebody asked about praying when you're out in space and not being able to keep to an Earth calendar. So perhaps that's worth just recapping that for a moment.
There are several different rabbinic theories about the way in which you need to pray in space. There are some rabbis who are insistent that the rules are the rules, and that if every time you go for a sunrise or a sunset, you need to go with the morning and evening prayers. There are other rabbis who advise that it would be, this is another good reason why space is not for Jewish pilots. And the third theory is that if you leave from a spot on Earth, that you should take the time that spot is, you should take your cues on time from that position. So that third theory, by the way, was developed when they had a challenge with Antarctica. And what explorers there were obligated to do when the nights could last for several days.
Fantastic. So one question I've got here is about the links. I've just popped those in the chat for everybody again. Hopefully you can find those, and I'll do them one more time before we finish up for everybody. We've got a couple of more questions about suggestions or people that we might want to include in the exhibit or research further. So two names I'm seeing here are Arthur Davidson, one of the architects of the Hubble, and then also another individual, Gillian Pollock, who I believe is an Australian science fiction writer. Have I got that correct? Don't know, Marvin, if those names meant anything to you.
Not at the moment, but we are continuing to investigate. What opening in September has done is given us an additional window in which to explore some additional possibilities. I did notice that there was one chat item that asked me about my uniform.
Yes, that was going to be my next one.
And I can't resist sharing the fact that this has been hanging in my closet for 22 years. At the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago, we did an exhibit called Star Trek Federation Science, one of my favorite exhibits ever. And so one of my team members made up this uniform for me. And that was the last time I wore it, was for the opening of that exhibit. And I thought that I've been fighting with my wife for 22 years, who says, why are you keeping that old uniform in the closet? And now I know why.
So it seems we've got a few more questions relating to sort of being observant while in space. And specifically, someone's asked, so if you, for example, were to leave Earth and go to Vulcan, you would still need to track the Earth calendar and not use the Vulcan calendar?
Well, this is a fascinating question, because the practical issue has been limited to people in orbit, because that's all that there is. But for example, even if you weren't going as far as Vulcan, if you're going to the moon, does that change the question of when sunrises and sunsets are counted? And I am not entirely sure what the answer would be. That we'll have to consult with our rabbinic expert. another person we hope will come and speak in October.
Yes, we're definitely hoping to bring Rabbi Yergov back. So another question here, someone asking you if you can talk a little more to Star Trek, please. Asking about the values expressed in relation to Jewish culture and also any folklore that is included in the stories.
Well, if you take a story like Little Green Men, one of my favorite episodes, you're dealing with the question of who is the alien and who is the human, since it imagines a world in which the Ferengi are the normal people, the people you can identify with, and the humans are behaving like aliens. I think that that's an example. I understand that the two people most closely involved in that episode, in developing the episode, were Ira Behr and Peter Miller, who are both Jewish showrunners for Star Trek. And so it isn't terribly surprising that so much of the alien universe of Star Trek, whether that's the Vulcans or the Klingons or the question of Ferengi, are connected to Jewish authors and Jewish writers. I'm not sure I answered the question very clearly.
I think it sounded good. So I'm going to say we've got a lot more suggestions here about people that we should be looking into. And so I can assure you I am writing all of them down while we've got all of these notes up here. Alan Stern is one that's coming up both on the Q&A and on the chat. I'm not seeing any more questions. I think that's everything that we've got in terms of questions. Do we want to give people just 1 minute? Another suggestion, Avram Davidson. Oh, hold on, we've got a question here. Okay, how would you handle the problem of assimilation if Jews were to travel to Alpha Centauri, which would take 800 plus years to go?
Well, it's from generation to generation. Presumably, there are 2 ways you could get there. One would be in stasis, in which case one would think that there would be prearranged plans for the continuation of the human race at the other end. And you could deliberately plan to have that be Jewish marriages at the other end. The other would be that their spacecraft would actually have a multi-generational experience. And given the history of Jewish development and evolution, my suspicion is that the Jewish identity that emerges at the other end will not be the same as the one that left Earth.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, my Star Trek knowledge is not good enough here to know that I'm saying this right. On the Star Trek Ustion? That makes sense? I was thinking.
I think he's meaning vision there.
That makes sense. I was like, it could be something I just don't understand. So on the Star Trek Vision, I was thinking of the values of communication and clearing up misunderstanding, making peace as opposed to an endless battle between good and evil. I wonder how much of that is rooted in Jewish culture.
I think a great deal of it is rooted in Jewish culture. I think that the idea that we don't live in a bifurcated universe with people being all evil or all good is something that comes out of the Jewish historic experience. And it is a Jewish value.
Fantastic. Oh, someone has asked it how they can donate to support to the exhibit. I'm going to take 2 seconds to pull that link, and then I'm going to leave Marvin to answer the question, which I'm guessing this is in sort of reference to observance, as to how traveling at light speed or faster, what that would do to the time of day relative to Earth.
That's an interesting question. Do you listen to your watch is going to be at a different pace when you hit light speed. And I think that at that point, when we're ready to go to light speed, there'll be a new set of rabbis that will make a new set of declarations as to how to handle the situation. It's far above my pay grade. And while we're talking about donations, I do want to remind people as well that this program is brought to you by the Baltimore Science Fiction Society, and that they are also an organization that has needs public support. So I encourage you to consider them in your donation list.
I think that has got all of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trillian. You've been a great support.
Absolutely.
And thank you to the folks at Baltimore Science Fiction Society who put this on.
not mute all the panelists. So as soon as you see the screen disappear, you can begin.
Should we mute ourselves?
Go ahead.
No, don't bother. Don't make complications.
We are officially live.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Brent Warner. I'm the moderator for this panel of Ask a Scientist, Space and Rockets. And I hope you guys have some questions. You'll notice that at the bottom of the screen, there is a Q&A little icon. Please use that to ask questions, and we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. And there's also a chat icon, and that you can use to talk amongst yourselves. And after the panel is over, there is Discord, where you can go on and talk about this stuff or anything you want to your heart's desire. We have some excellent panelists here. I am going to introduce them in reverse alphabetical order, and if you want to suppose that maybe I have alphabet issues, well, you can suppose whatever you want to. Valerie, would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Valerie Michaels. I have a degree in astronomy. I was a black hole hunter for many years, and now I work on weather satellites for NOAA, and I help with the instruments and the algorithms and making sure that you get your weather forecasts.
That's very good. I go to weather.gov all the time. Inga Heyer, would you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Inga Heyer. I am a professor for physics and astronomy at Loyola University, Maryland in Baltimore. Part of my career was working for the Hubble Space Telescope for 14 years. And now I enjoy teaching students various subjects, not just physics and astronomy. I also teach integrated science for elementary ed majors.
Okay, Pamela Gay.
Hi, I'm Dr. Pamela Gay. I am a senior scientist at the Planetary Science Institute, where I'm director of the CosmoQuest project, which does citizen science and engages a large community of people in learning and doing science through a myriad of different podcasts and other online events. When I'm not on the internet, I am writing scientific software and helping to explore other worlds, including our, OSIRIS-REx mission to Bennu.
Okay, and Ken Carpenter?
I'm Dr. Ken Carpenter. I'm an astrophysicist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. I work on cool, evolved stars, trying to understand their outer atmospheric structure and winds and the mass loss that comes off of them. I'm the operations project scientist for Hubble Space Telescope and the ground system project scientist for what used to be the W1 telescope, but is now the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope.
Yes, indeed. We were lucky enough to have a talk by Nancy Grace Roman at Goddard a few years ago, where Ken and I both work. I work as a thermal engineer. We already have some questions. Let's take one here. What would a realistic design for a rotating space station look like? How would its construction process compare to the recent space stations? And are there any actual serious plans to do one in the foreseeable future? And what about intrasolar system craft with rotation capability to simulate gravity? I guess he's talking about that really cool looking spaceship in The Martian. Who wants to take that one?
I can start, and then if you guys want to add some stuff in my mind, the model for this has always been what was shown in 2001, A Space Odyssey, where you have a large ring of material, a large ring space station that's rotating around to produce artificial or centrifugal forces that mimic gravity as it pushes you against the outer layers of the station. And similarly, the Discovery spaceship in that movie, if you've seen it, has a big sphere at the front of it that's the crew quarters, but the center part of that, the equator, as it were, actually moves around and again creates a centrifugal force that mimics gravity as you travel between planets. I don't know that, and maybe Pamela, you may be able to, you may know more recently, but I'm not aware of any real serious plans to do something like this in the near term, at least. I think in terms of construction, we would construct it in a similar fashion that we've done piece by piece with ISS. But, it would have to be bigger and involve a lot more effort and cost, I think, than ISS itself.
Yeah, I don't know the calculation on the size it would have to be to create a discernible gravitational pull, but it would have to have a very large radius, wouldn't it?
Well, it's a double issue. So you can have something quite small that allows you to experience Earth-like gravity on the outer surface of it. We've all experienced this with the carnival rides that spin you and lift your feet from the ground. But the issue is that the gravity just at the end of your arm is significantly different, and it's not actual gravity. The acceleration experienced by your hand at the distance of your arm is significantly distance different. In order to be able to have an experience where the entirety of your standing body can be if affected in similar ways, you need a giant ring. There's been occasional discussions about, well, you could do it practically using the Bigelow inflatable habitats and just create a giant group of them. But you can't do that in low Earth orbit, because then you run into the problem that the orbital speed you need for the two different extreme ends of this system are going to be very different. So we're not yet to the point that we're putting humans in high altitude orbits above the Earth. So we're not in a position that we can even consider building something like this. Now, this could change in the next several years as so many different companies work toward the Artemis project. Whether or not it succeeds, we're going to have the hardware developed to get us out into cislunar orbit. And out there, it may be more sensible to start building a larger space station.
Yeah, and that comes to a practical, like, just rocket advancement in a rocket or launch technology, and just advancement and commitment in our ability to get to and from. Because even with the space station, one of our biggest things is making sure the astronauts have an escape, a sure and confident escape. And they're in low orbit. So you take somebody and you put them even further away. Your first thing is, how do we preserve their lives?
Yeah.
I take it we have no immediate plans to build that thing, despite how interesting it would be and how much fun to see that thing go by overhead. But I would think it would be very difficult to build and take different techniques than what we use for the current space station, because it's rotating and you build it all complete and then spin it up. Or do you start small and then start adding things as it's spinning around? I'm glad I wouldn't be in charge of trying to make that work.
Yeah, that's an engineering challenge.
Well, I don't want to say I know, but
destroy
I'm almost certain that somebody somewhere in their spare time is making these calculations and figuring it out. So if ever the president or someone in the government says, hey, we'll put money towards this, they'll say, I have a proposal ready.
And folks have figured out. Folks have figured out how to do it with the Bigelow inflatables, because they're small, they're tiny, they're easy to attach. We just don't have the tech to get them where they need to go.
And that's the thing. Like, engineers are always thinking about these, but they don't have the funding to actually think practically and plan and build.
Yes, money makes the world go round. The Bigelow inflatables, for those who haven't read about them, are inflatable space station modules. So you send them up, they're small, they're compact, they get up into orbit, and you inflate them, and they grow up to be the big size. They were even mentioned in the old Collier's space project back in the 50s. We've got another question here. This should be quick. What is specific impulse and how is it calculated?
Okay,
not it.
Don't teach
What
that.
I know a little bit about it. It's a measure.
Oh, here we go.
Do you want me to Google it or something?
Of how much propulsion you can get per pound or kilogram or whatever you measure it in of fuel. And not my bailiwick, so I recognize it when I see it, and I recognize that the higher the number is, the more oomph you're going to get out of your fuel. But I've never had to calculate. Has anybody on the panel had to calculate that?
I haven't had to, but I've seen it done because for the JPSS satellite, we know we're going to have to move it about a quarter orbit when we launch the new one so that we can get the two satellites in opposition to each other. And so there's a lot of fuel calculations, a lot of impulse calculations to make sure that you raise and you lower it without killing it and burning up all your fuel. So I've seen it done. There might even be a simulation in my talk tomorrow.
Okay, what time is your talk tomorrow so that people will know?
5 o'clock Sunday.
Okay. Let's see, what else might we want to...
Well, I think one question here was about the SpaceX launch. We should address that maybe?
Let's address that. Could you talk about the SpaceX manned launch and how it might differ from previous manned missions? Are there things to watch for or risks that might be new or different? And I will mention that May 27th is the target date for that launch. But of course, as we know, launches are often delayed. But let's hope it gets off on time and we can all watch it online. So who knows enough about it to comment?
So currently we are looking at only about a 30% go for weather. As of yesterday evening, I haven't checked the weather yet today. They are really, really hoping to be able to launch on the 27th because it's the 18 year, I believe, anniversary of having their Falcon rockets firing their engines. So that would just be a remarkable date for the company to be able to make it. This particular technology is novel in a whole lot of ways, from the spacesuits down to every element of the launch vehicle. Instead of having the escape retro rockets attached above the crew capsule, they're integrated directly in. Instead of having separate solar panels, the capsule is wrapped in a solar array. We are still waiting to learn what the space toilet situation is. I haven't been able to find that, nor has anyone on my team found it published yet. The Soyuz has a space toilet that gets burned up every single time. So there's a whole lot of many expensive toilets that have been burned up. But it is... I returned to having humans in space, and it's a new era. What I'm particularly appreciating is this is the crew capsule, and a lot of effort is being put into saying this is humanity's return to space. Let's no longer say manned space flight. This flight does have two men who are veterans of the Corps, but Artemis is already saying that the first women to set foot on the moon are going to be the next humans to set foot on the moon.
Very good.
We have another question here about the inflatable modules. How do the inflatable modules resist micrometeorites and other debris? Does anyone on the panel know enough about these to come up with a good answer?
So they have multiple layers of material on the outside. There's currently one actually attached to the International Space Station, or at least there was in December. It may have come down since then. That's being used for a long-term test of how well do they withstand the rigors of space. But by having multiple outer layers, it's considered to be just as safe as any other part of the International Space Station, which after all just has an insulated aluminum outer shell. So this is layer upon layer of strong, flexible materials that will stop the, incoming nature of a micrometeorite. Now, they do have to still periodically move the International Space Station to avoid larger debris, various things that have been dropped, shed, fallen off of spacecraft. But your average rock, it should be fine. And if you only get a small hole, they have ways to patch. It's okay.
Now, this is one question I threatened to ask the panelists before we got started. Who has a favorite form of launch into orbit that isn't currently in use, but you'd like to see in use? Anyone want to speak up on that?
I've always wanted to see the electromagnetic rails that we were promised back in the 50s, the Fireball XL5 and the like, where they electromagnetically accelerated along rails the spaceship and then shot it up on a curve, and then the rockets would ignite after you've already been put into the air and given a head start, which allows you to reduce the amount of fuel that you have to carry on board, and makes the spacecraft lighter at the same time.
That would be a seriously cool ride. One of my favorites is that came from reading the Mars trilogy by Kim Stanley Robinson is the space elevator. That is something that I think would be really, really interesting and has definite promise. So
I think for that, we're waiting for a sufficiently strong monofilament to hold it all together.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of developing the appropriate both technology as well as materials to make that happen. But I think that's doable within.
Also, the appropriate international agreements.
But okay, that there you may have hit a snag, but yeah.
It's interesting that the Kim Stanley Robinson trilogy you're talking about, Red Mars, Green Mars, and Blue Mars,
right.
They put up the space elevator on Mars, where there were not a lot of problems with negotiating international agreements, and where, if, as I understand it, it doesn't have to be quite as strong a material to make one on Mars.
Right.
Yeah.
And they have giant equatorial mountains that decrease the height that you have to accomplish your chord across.
Yeah.
Arthur C. Clarke, when he wrote about one on Earth, put it in Sri Lanka, I think. I don't know if that's
which he moved, so it was on the equator.
Yes.
You can do that if you're an author. Valerie, did you have a favorite launch system you would like to see?
Well, not one fictional, but I like the Pegasus, where they launched the satellite from the back of the airplane. And I would like to be in the airplane to watch that go off, because you don't really get to watch those launches the way that you do things that go off the ground. But just in general, I'd like to see what we could do with nuclear power. Like when we get it safe enough that we feel confident we can launch it without, killing the world.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I think we'll go much further, much faster, much cleaner, and a little less smoke.
Okay, let's try another question from one of our watchers. How long could artificial satellites in far geosynchronous or farther Earth orbit last? What would the end of a satellite in a graveyard orbit look like? Who wants to take that one?
Well, the oldest operational satellite we have was launched in the 70s, and it's still doing communication. It really depends on the satellite. Once it's in geosynchronous orbit, it's pretty stable. And the only thing that's going to get in its way is if it gets knocked by other objects that hit it and kill it. So we don't tend to deorbit things that we put that far away from us. We tend to deorbit the lower ones because those can cause more damage to us.
Yeah, but, so it's low Earth orbit, as you're referring to, is where you get the satellites falling out of orbit due to friction with the atmosphere. And actually, in recent decades, the solar cycles have been very low, so the atmosphere hasn't heated up and expanded as much as it typically does in older solar cycles, so there hasn't been as much drag in low Earth orbit as you would expect. So a lot of observatories like Hubble Space Telescope are actually, without reboost, staying up far longer than we would have expected because of this reduction in solar activity. So Hubble looks like it's going to make it not only to the next solar cycle, probably through the next solar max and into the 2030s or something, which when we first launched it, we were worried every 11 years whether we were coming down, and now it just keeps going with no help. It's great.
But I know for all the newer NOAA satellites, they have to have in their plan a fuel budget to deorbit the low Earth orbit ones, because they just have decided it's a safety issue, and they don't want to, we have so much space debris, so much space junk already. So if you get to a point where you're going to lose control of the satellite, it's we want to keep it up until it dies. No, you have to bring it down. So.
Even Hubble is subject to the same rules. So
Yeah.
when we start getting down low enough to lose control, we're either going to have to bring it in a controlled fashion into the Pacific, or boost it really high to geosynchronous or something higher,
Right.
so that our kids worry about it.
There's a third option now. There was recently the successful nabbing of a Northrop Grumman satellite by essentially a robotic fuel pack that was able to bring it back into normal operation. So we're now starting to explore ways to either jumpstart spacecraft by plugging into them with these little carrier robots, essentially, or to just, well, carry them around as needed when they run out of fuel.
There's a project ongoing at Goddard right now to refuel a weather satellite, Landsat, I think. I forget which one. And the idea is just to go up, unscrew the fuel cap after cutting a bunch of connecting wires and whatever, and putting fuel into it, and hopefully sealing it back up and extending the life of it.
What's the current name of the program?
OSAM-1.
Okay, that program is now named OSAM-1, and it's Landsat 7 that is the target to be refueled. Now, for a little bit of a change here, we've got a question: are there any new and upcoming solutions to provide better radiation shielding for the human occupants?
I don't work on the human side.
Sorry.
Not that we've been able to find in doing news on this.
Okay, that is
because the space station has a sort of a safe room. Is that right?
They throw people in the Soyuz.
Oh, okay. Attached
Okay.
safe room.
We have a comment on the inflatables. Someone writes in that the beam module still attached to the International Space Station has worked out better than expected, which of course is good news. Let's see, what else can we get into? Oh, we were starting to talk about, is there a serious plan to address space junk? And Pamela had something to say about refueling, as did Ken, and Valerie has also commented on that. Do we have any serious other plans? Although I will mention, I know that some people have talked about using electromagnetic tethers. You drop a tether out of the spacecraft and it's electrically conductive, and as it passes through Earth's magnetic field, that generates a voltage, and if there's enough plasma around, you can get a complete circuit, and as you are doing work, that work has to come from somewhere, and it comes from the energy of the orbiting spacecraft, which gradually diminishes until it re-enters and burns up. But any members of the panel know of any other proposed solutions?
I remember seeing a talk at Farpoint this year about orbital space debris, and this problem has been known for many years, and apparently all of the money that we've put towards it so far has resulted in a quarterly newsletter where we track the orbital junk. And in ideas for practical solutions, but no actual money to engage in it, because a lot of the stuff out there is not whole satellites that we can refuel. There's just so much that are just like tiny things and paint chips and pieces of satellites or screws that fell off somewhere. So it would take a concentrated governmental investment, because I don't think space junk collector is sexy enough for the private sector.
And we should emphasize that even those tiny little pieces can be dangerous. Even a screw or a paint chip traveling at thousands of miles an hour is not something you would want to have run into you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
so,
definitely.
Definitely would like to see somebody work on it, though, because that Hubble would get alerts every once in a while that there's incoming space debris, and we unfortunately don't have rockets or attitude jets on Hubble, so we can't move out of the way. The only thing we can do is tilt the telescope to put the back end where most of the mass is toward the incoming radiant, and hope that if it hits anything, it's not doesn't hit anything more sensitive, or it gets stopped by the mirror at the back end. But
The newsletter is pretty cool, though. So if you're bored, you can check it out. Also, the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs has a catalog for satellites and space things that they track. They have about 10,000 objects that they are tracking of various sizes. Probably like 2,000 or so of those are satellites. But
Well, isn't NORAD tracking anything bigger than about yay?
yeah, so different people are doing it, but the United Nations, everybody in the world can.
Right.
Also, who doesn't want to visit the Office of Outer Space Affairs? It just sounds
It's
cool.
in Vienna. It's a gorgeous area. And there are also large offices of human beings sitting at computers, refining trajectories, and literally getting on the phone to say to companies, hey, one of your satellites is about to get hit. You need to move that sucker. We have one of the friends of CosmoQuest who is one of these humans. He's had unfortunate situations of just can't get anyone on the other end to answer the phone. It's always worked out for the best. They've always gotten a hold of people when they needed to. But there are human beings out there tracking this and using the good old-fashioned telephone to make sure everyone's in the know.
Yeah, I mean, we spend billions of dollars on these satellites. We want to protect them.
Here's an interesting question. If you were on one of these longer missions with no practical resupply opportunities, what kinds of unusual things would you want in your toolbox and spare parts cache that would be practical to bring into space to deal with unforeseen problems?
Is it flippant to say duct tape and and the wrench?
And the WD-40.
That too. Okay.
Well, I mean, I understand the astronauts who went to this to the Hubble missions had a box of extra stuff, and I don't know if one of them was duct tape or not, because I remember for one of the servicing missions, they discovered that the outer layer, the protective layer, had to become brittle. It was actually flaking off, and they had to make a temporary space blanket to put on top of that with whatever spare bits they had lying around. And so these were, I think, that involved some thermal blankets and I forget what else, some wire.
Yeah, something to stretch it out and allow it to attach.
And yes, something like that. So basically the people on the ground knew exactly what they had to do and what parts they had, and then they figured it out, and then they faxed up some schematics, and then they made it in the shuttle.
And the current plan is to start outfitting more and more spacecraft with 3D printers. If you have a 3D printer and enough diverse goo modules, I'm forgetting the actual word at the moment, the extruder materials, you can make anything. And they were testing a 3D printer up on the International Space Station. They made one wrench. And this allows you, as we've seen with the COVID disaster, to essentially replace almost anything if you can just get the design plans. So we're looking for a future where it's our 3D printers and Glowforge cutters who are going to be innovating how we, live in the moment when we have very limited resources.
I'd be interested to see, have they tried the thermal sheets and like fabrics with 3D printers, or is that too soft?
And these are the things where we're still figuring out exactly how to do the thin films and stuff like that. So at a certain point, you're going to need to have certain things with you, the base materials. And this is where it's a combination of what are the things you extrude and build up, and what are the things that you take in bulk and cut down. So the combination of a laser cutter like a Glowforge and a 3D printer allows you to go in both directions with the base materials you take with you.
I use my level all the time. I guess you don't really need that when there's no gravity, but
you can use one of those angle things. That would be super useful.
Yeah.
Okay, any other tools you would like to take along? Okay, one of my favorite tools is a gimlet, but I don't think you take that along, too much risk of poking a hole in the side of your spaceship. Here's another item I have actually heard about from my friends who are amateur astronomers. I've heard concerns about commercial space flights and private satellites getting in the way of astronomers being able to see from Earth-based observatories. Is this a legitimate concern? And this is talking about the constellations that will have hundreds or thousands of satellites.
That was a big topic at the last live AAS we had. Pamela, you were there, weren't you?
Yes, and I've written some articles on it since.
Yes.
So what we're looking at is massive surveys that have been developed very specifically to allow us to survey the entire night sky. The Vera Rubin's Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, for instance, are not going to be able to accomplish their mission because it's estimated that perhaps 70% of the images will have one or more satellites in them, depending on how the constellations end up fully developing. This isn't a problem just with Starlink. There are multiple nations developing many thousand satellite constellations because ideally, in order to have good low-cost internet for every point in the world, you want to have at least 5 satellites overhead at any given moment so that you can constantly be handing off between different satellites. This is going to be an issue on 2 different levels. The first level is, as they are currently being built, they saturate the detectors in your average telescope camera. It's sort of like pointing your cell phone camera at a laser. Those pixels aren't going to be useful for seeing anything for a little bit. Now, even if they do dark coat these satellites so that they're no longer blasting our detectors past their saturation point, they're still going to be obscuring objects in the sky, and they will never be so dark that we won't see them with our telescopes. So as they fly by, they're going to be cutting off our ability to see anything in the pixels they pass over in those images. This is going to have a significant cost to the time it takes to accomplish our science. You have to take image after image after image, hoping you can get enough images without satellites in them to actually study your object. Now, at the same time, this is a humanitarian question of there's many places in the world where there's no feasible way to build infrastructure to give these people access to high-speed internet. And as we're all currently trapped in our homes, think of the kids who live someplace where they can't use Zoom because they're farm kids, and that's not even an option over the dial-up they're still using. It costs too much money to run the lines to get internet to these places. So this is how we break down the digital divide. So it becomes a question of, do we break down the digital divide by having a gazillion satellites in the sky, or do we not do that so that astronomy can continue to advance at a breakneck pace? And unfortunately, there is no neutral ground. We either wreck the sky, and even the Hubble Space Telescope has had one of these annoying satellites go through its field of view. It wasn't a Starlink satellite. It's had an annoying satellite go through its field of view. So sticking telescopes in space isn't necessarily the option. We either ruin the sky for astronomy until we get better technology and we can start doing this kind of communications from a geosynchronous orbit, or we continue to maintain a digital divide. And I hate the fact that morally the better thing to do is to wreck the sky for astronomy, and allow people in remote places, whether they be islands or farm country or just rural woodlands, to, well, finally join the online economy.
Well, beyond just internet as well, just from the weather perspective, from the NOAA perspective, even they're looking towards the smaller sats and the CubeSats to get better global coverage and to lower the latency. Because right now you have to wait until, like if you have your polar orbiting satellite, you have to wait until it gets in view of one of the poles to get your data down, or you have to have your own station set up to fly over. And having all of the, like having the extra internet allows you to reduce that latency. You can send fire rescue faster. You can send this or that faster. So there's also, you know, so it's not just internet. There's plans to leverage this to get better weather prediction so that, you know, you can maybe save more lives or do satellite assisted rescue. And so, you know, it's still on the humanitarian side, but it's beyond just getting internet to rural areas.
Yeah, and it's causing some rather unfortunate debates where you hear the exact same people saying expletive, expletive, expletive. We need to build this telescope on this land that people call their sacred space because my science matters more than their culture. And then those exact same people, when faced with these constellations of satellites, say, you can't do this because you're ruining the sky for generations of people. You're ruining my culture. You can't launch these telescopes. And given the choice of doing science or doing the right thing for humanity, there are people who will always argue science above humanity, and it's kind of hard on the soul.
There are people who will always argue their interest over other people's interest, regardless of where the rights and wrongs are.
Yeah.
That seems to be how human beings are wired.
Well, in some way, we just need to be vocal about these interests so that we can understand what the give and take is. It's not that I would disagree with somebody on the other side. It's that if I don't express my side and they don't express their side, then we don't actually understand the full consequences of the choice, and we can't make a reasonable choice.
Yeah.
So,
One thing that does not help observatories on the ground or even in low Earth orbit, but the next generation of large space telescopes are actually going to be put further out in space, a couple million kilometers at the Lagrange 2.2 or in particular. And those will be far above these massive constellations or anything that you would expect in the near term. But that's only going to be, you know, a handful of the largest and most expensive observatories. You can't put the ground facilities up there, and even the average Earth orbiting observatory is not going to go that far out. It's just the big ones that need to be away from contamination and the brightness of the Earth.
Yeah.
Well,
but at least it's something. So James Webb and the Nancy Roman telescope won't be bothered by this.
Speaking of James Webb, what's the latest launch date?
Unknown due to COVID. Prior to COVID, they were pushing for March 2021. It is looking like no one has an estimate, nor are they going to articulate one at this moment. The current push is to launch Perseverance, come hell or high water, on time. God, expletive it.
So that would be July 21, right?
Yes.
For Perseverance? Yeah, okay.
No. It's going up this year.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Yeah, July 20, and then for a landing at some point in 21.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so all the current push is to get Perseverance off the ground.
Okay.
By the way, the Nancy Roman Space Telescope that Ken Carpenter mentioned is the renamed W1 in honor of Nancy Grace Roman, who was sometimes called the mother of Hubble because of her role in shepherding the Hubble Space Telescope through its many difficulties. But she is also the grandmother of Hubble because she was behind the early astronomy satellites that proved that you could do astronomy in space, so that when people were pushing the Hubble Space Telescope, they could refer to these previous satellites like the Orbiting Astronomical Observatory Series, OAOs, which proved that you could do astronomy in space. And so the Hubble was just a bigger and better version of something that had already worked very well.
Yeah, and it's a bit awkward to always say that she's the mother of this, the grandmother of this. She was NASA's first chief astronomer. And she was the human being who fought tooth and nail to make NASA a entity that had a major science focus. And she was a PhD scientist in a day where that was rare for a woman. And she was with NASA after 6 months after its foundations and was there to help define the organization as one of the few places that has a history of having women since before anyone else had women doing science.
Nancy actually visited NASA Goddard a couple of years ago, 2017, I think it was, came out to see the Hubble Operations Center and other places at NASA. And it was very touching to see. One of the events that we did during that visit was to gather a number of the women working currently in the Hubble Operations Center. And they posed with her in front of the Hubble model there.
Wow.
And it was just, you look at this and think, she's the one that made that happen. She broke the prohibitions against that, and in large part because of her, that room looks like it does now, with all of these women in it, in addition to the gray-haired guys.
You can get a Lego version of her in the Women of NASA Lego set.
Got it.
Yes, indeed. I think a lot of us do. Now, okay, let's move on to something else.
Can I propose something? There's a question here about science and science fiction. What science and science fiction annoys you the most?
Okay, we can go after that. Since you brought it up.
For me, it's actually not what particular science. Obviously, in science fiction, what matters are the stories. And if you invent science or try to get around some science, I don't have a huge problem with that. What it has to be is consistent. So I get really annoyed if they postulate something in the beginning and then halfway through change their minds that, no, it works this way, right? And the other thing is if they are just lazy. So I wrote a somewhat scathing letter to the Star Trek Next Generation people at some point, because for the story, it made absolutely no difference what the science fact was in this particular case. They got it wrong because they didn't do the research. You just had to look it up. It wasn't a big deal. That annoys me to no end. Now, if they invent something that we can't really explain, like the transporter, for example, I'm cool with that. But stay consistent and don't get anything wrong just because you don't want to look it up.
One of my pet peeves is when you see a piece of art and they have the landscape and the mountain and the planet in the background that's as big as about a quarter of the horizon, because I've done that math and you're dead. And I understand from an artistic perspective, if you're looking at still frame or a cover, sure, I'll accept it. But if we're in a film setting and, you have people in the foreground, I want the background to at least have enough realism to say the planet's that big in the sky. You use your art and then use your film to bring realism to it. So it's just like a little thing, but I can appreciate that it's art and it doesn't have to be scientifically accurate.
Yeah. Or having a moon up there, very nice and romantic, but it's lit from the wrong side.
Or it's the wrong phase for the time of day.
Yep.
So those I'm willing to kind of give them credit for just having a moment.
Yeah.
I think all of us at one point in our lives have screwed that up just in a moment of oops. It's the quite purposeful things that get repeated, like the giant moons. Yeah, there you're totally right. But I'll give them the phase here and then because we've all gave that.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, I was traveling, and in the hotel they had a lovely mural of this was in Nashville, the Nashville skyline with a big full moon in the sky. And if you looked at it, you realized that the moon was upside down for the way it's seen from the northern hemisphere. My favorite way of checking that is actually not the man in the moon, but the lady in the moon, if you know that image. There are, of course, a lot of pictures that people see in the moon, including the rabbit and other things that I'm not aware of. Ken, do you have any favorite pet peeves?
Well, there was one relatively recent movie, Gravity, that kind of tore me in different directions. There were pieces of it that were really cool, like when she shoots the fire extinguisher to put out flight, she goes flying back in the other direction, and perfect illustration of one of Newton's laws. Yay! But then they go flitting back and forth through all these orbits, and it's completely impossible to get through, from the Hubble orbit to the space station orbit, and then they make up a Chinese station, or in another orbit they couldn't possibly get to. So I hate it when they completely ignore orbital dynamics. I'm fine if they go with the transporter and just sidestep it. That's great, but don't try to stay in the real world and mess it up so badly.
Have you ever caught the units they use on Star Trek? They are forever dropping out of warp 700 meters off the bow of another ship going a bazillion kilometers per second. And it's like, no, you're not actually doing that, or you would have hit them. Sorry.
Precision navigation.
Okay, I suppose we all remember how the Heisenberg compensators work on transporters. The classic answer is they work very well, thank you.
I think that's Michael Kuda's response, actually. It's very nicely done.
Yeah.
Okay.
They know there's a problem. It's like, yeah, we know it doesn't work, but just pretend.
Yeah, one question we got, I think, ahead of time is how many planets can you stuff in a solar system?
Do they have to orbit, or is it just a matter of, packing them in?
Well, I mean, they should orbit.
If you
I think
wanted
the idea is
to.
stably, how many can you pack in?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there is no particular answer you can give it because it depends on a whole bunch of factors.
Including your definition of planet.
Okay, fair enough. That too. But no, I mean, when a solar system forms, you initially have many more bodies forming that will eventually end up in a stable orbit. I mean, you have bodies merging, you have some being tossed out through gravitational sling. So you can't really say exactly how much. If we look at all the other solar systems we found so far, what is the count up to? 4,000 or some such, right? None of them look like ours. None of them look like each other. We simply don't have enough information.
You could, if you wanted to, take all of the planets and dwarf planets in our solar system and fit them between the surface of the Earth and the surface of the Moon.
Now, and then they would crash, but it would be really cool for a minute.
It would be so cool for a moment.
Come on, we are getting very close to the end of the panel. 2 minutes, our text says. Let's see if anybody has any last comments, and we will go in reverse order that we started. Ken, do you have any last comments?
No, I do see there's a question in the Q&A about spacesuits and how hard they are to get in, whatever. I think there was an allusion by Pamela earlier that the new suits that SpaceX is working on are looking quite a bit more sophisticated and easy to move around with, and presumably to get in and out of, although I don't actually know that.
Pamela, any last comments?
The universe is vast. To understand it, it's going to take all of us. And there are myriad projects out there that you can volunteer for. If you want to find out more about what I do and how you can get involved, check us out at cosmoquest.org. And we do a daily news show on twitch.tv/CosmoQuestX.
CosmoQuest. Okay, remember that. Inge, last comments?
Yeah, let's just keep the conversation going, really. And try also to talk to people who may be not as science-oriented or science-interested as you are. I mean, obviously, all the people who are here participating have a great interest in all of this. We need more people to get interested in it and to try to understand some of it. We currently have a lack of science understanding in the general public, and if we can contribute to better science education simply by talking to our neighbors, talking to our family, I think that is a good effort.
Okay, Valerie, comments?
Just that keep asking questions. If you are on Twitter, there are a lot of things. I know at NOAA Satellites posts a lot of stories, just some of it's random pictures, some of it's things. NASA has a science visualization studio, SVS, and you can get all sorts of visualizations for things. And you can ask them questions as well, because they're always looking for what their audience wants to know. So definitely find these NASA and NOAA science sources on Twitter and just follow their feeds and see what they have to say.
Like the Scientific Visualization Studio at Goddard, you can look that up. They use some of the same software as Pixar, and at least one person has worked both at the Visualization Studio and at Pixar. Great stuff there at the Scientific Visualization Studios. And there is a Discord site for Balticon, and everybody who wants to discuss this sort of thing should head over to Discord. Thanks to all of our great panelists, and thanks to all of the audience members, and hope to see you next year at Balticon.
See you next year. Bye.
Thank you so much for asking questions.
Bye.
Thank you, fellow panel members. Fun to be with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's great.
Indeed.
So officially clear, people that are watching, attendees can still hear us, just so you know.
Okay.
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 So,
But we are officially concluded of the panel itself.
so we're heading over to Discord. Is that?
It's 9 o'clock.
Hello, and welcome to Getting the Most from a Writers Association. We've got a great group of panelists with us today who are going to tell you how to do exactly that. Jamela Brinkley, Lee Murray, Bud Sparhawk, and Amy Kaplan. My name is Jean Marie Ward. I'm going to be your moderator today. I write fiction, nonfiction, and everything in between. And I too, for my sins, have belonged to writers associations. But you aren't interested in my stories. What you are interested in the stories of our esteemed panelists. And I'll have them get to it right away, but first we have some administrative details to take care of. First off, this panel is being recorded. Secondly, if you've got a question for the panelists, please go to the bottom of your screen and click on the Q&A button. A pane will pop up and you can type your questions in there. I'm not planning to take questions until further into the program, but we will look at all the questions and try to get to them. If you're on dial-in, please dial *9 and there will be a prompt that helps you do the same thing. Finally, on the administrative front, Virtual Balticon is coming to you free, but they would really appreciate a donation to help them do such things as virtual conventions, virtual panels, so that we can bring in people from overseas. Lee Murray is coming to us from New Zealand next year at Balticon 2021, where we hope to be back in the Inner Harbor. Just go to the balticon.org site and you can hit the button there. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves and then tell us exactly which writers' organizations they belong to. Take it away, Jamela.
Oh, me, yay. Okay, I'm Jamela Brinkley. I write both historical fantasy and contemporary romance, and I am currently the president of the Maryland chapter of Romance Writers of America.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Lee?
Hi, my name is Lee Murray and I'm a writer of science fiction, fantasy and horror from New Zealand. I'm also an editor. And I'm kind of addicted to writing organisations. I've got a little list and I can tell you all of the ones I belong to. I belong to the Horror Writers Association, the Australian Horror Writers Association, the New Zealand Society of Authors. I'm the co-founder of Young New Zealand Writers for youth writers. I'm a life member of Speculative Fiction Writers of New Zealand and a life member of Tauranga Writers, which is New Zealand's longest running local writing group. I'm a member of Book Rat, which is a children's writing group just here locally. I'm a writer of the Editors, a member of the Editors Association, the International Media Writers, Tie-in Writers Association, the International Thrillers Writers Association, and I think that might be most of them.
Oh, most of them, Bud.
You needed a cheat sheet.
Over to you, Bud. Unmute yourself.
I'm not a joiner.
Yeah, that's a lie, and I know it's a lie.
I've been a member of SIFWA since, well, there's two ways. I took a 13-year hiatus in early on, and after I qualified. Long story there, but anyway, I guess I've been writing for a member of the SIFWA for 30-some years. Let me leave it that way. And then when I tried to rejoin, I found out that my original qualifications still qualified me to be an active member, but I nevertheless waited till I had 3 more stories sold before I got that in there. I have been in SIFWA for a long time, and 11 years ago, I decided to join the organization and become part of the ruling clique in it. And for 11 years of service, I got this piece of plastic. Oops,
which we can't
see.
Oh, there you go. Now, okay.
No, well, anyway, this is the Kevin O'Donnell Award. It's a big hunk of plastic that now holds down some papers on my desk on there. But I was started off as a board member, became a became the treasurer as an elected position, and that migrated into becoming the chief financial officer with a huge staff supporting me. And I did that for 8.5 years. And I don't think you can make more commitment than to spend that much time doing the finances of CIFLA.
Absolutely. And we are all incredibly grateful for that, for the job you did and for straightening them out. Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy Kaplan. I write under the name A.L. Kaplan, science fiction and fantasy and depressing poems. And I am presently the vice president of the Maryland Writers Association.
Great.
Yeah, that's the only one. Sorry, I don't have the big long list like Lee.
We can't all be Lee.
Right. I was in another group, but I'm not going to go there.
Okay. Well, basically, that sort of shoots most of my my first question in the well, we won't say where it shoots my first question, but let me start with this one. What prompted you to join the Maryland Writers Association, Amy?
So I had written my first great novel, the one that's still on a shelf. And I wanted to learn more about, it really was my first. I majored in art, not literature. And I went to a writing conference. It was actually the way they had it set up at the time. It was cheaper for me to become a member and then pay for the conference than just do straight the conference. So I joined. Mm-hmm. And it was a number of years later before I got involved with volunteering, but that's how it got me in the door, and I learned a lot at that conference and subsequently as time went by.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Lee, you've got a list.
Yeah, I have.
What prompted you?
Yeah, like Amy, I started with the local group, and I think you find your tribe there. And I got so much out of the local group, so much support when I was just learning to write. I come from a science background myself, so I didn't know much about writing, and I kind of learned on the heat. So I joined. We actually went to a local community writing group, and that person who ran that was very involved in the local writing group, which is, like I said, the longest running group in the country. And so I joined that, and I got so much out of that group, learning critiquing and networking, and so much motivation and support that I just went on from there. So I did start locally as well, Amy, and I think that is a good place to start.
Do you ever get organizational overload with so many memberships?
Well, obviously as a writer, you can claim that on your tax. So, it's worth it, and there's just so many benefits. There are so many benefits of being involved. And I consider myself an active member in probably, 8 out of 10 of them. So, some of them I'm less active because I'm not necessarily doing so much in those areas at the time. But generally, I try to stay as active as I can. And I think the more active you are, the more you get out of it. So
okay, yeah, that's actually something I want to address a little bit later, but good. But what prompted you to join CIFWA twice?
I don't know. I just enjoy being tortured, I guess. It's the first time I wanted to do it just to get the credential on my letters to the editor when I sent in something. Then I found out that the editors don't read the damn things, and CIFWA meant absolutely nothing. So I gave that up. But then I was already hooked on the organization and the contacts I'd made through that, and the fact that you get to go conventions for free as long as you stand up and don't embarrass yourself. Although a couple times that hasn't worked.
You don't embarrass yourself as much as some other folks I can name, but that's not this
panel.
Let's
name them.
Anyway, because I noticed something appeared in chat, I should explain what CIFWA is. Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. It's the professional organization for speculative fiction writers in America. And we're going to get into, some of the international groups a little bit later, but I just wanted to make that clear. Now, Jamila is a very active member in another national American group.
What you're saying is you see my emails.
Yes. The Romance Writers of America, specifically the Maryland Romance Writers of America, Maryland chapter of the Romance Writers of America. What prompted you to join the RWA, which is, again, shorthand for Romance Writers of America?
Yeah, so for those who don't know, as Jean Marie said, it's Romance Writers of America is the trade organization for romance writers. It's a 501c6, so we're a professional organization, just like SIFWA. What made me, so there's sort of two levels for me, because there's both the national level and the local level, which are a little more compartmentalized for RWA than for other organizations, because we have chapters as well as the national organization. A lot of our chapters are geographical. There's also other chapters that are more online, that focus more on subject matter or special interest and things like that. But for me, at the national level, it was education and access, because I was early in my writing career and I knew that I didn't know things. And RWA has a lot of really good education resources, everything from classes to chapter-based contests, which is actually how I got my first publishing contract, things like that. And then at the local level, it's absolutely 100% community. I went to meetings of the Maryland Romance Writers when I was a baby writer, and they were so welcoming and so helpful that, like, there was no other choice. Like, why would I not join? And I come to romance through science fiction, which is a little weird. I had been coming to conventions like Balticon. I've been coming to Balticon since I was 18 years old. And so I had sort of known about the writers organization thing, that they existed, but SIFWA, it turned out that I was writing more romance than science fiction. And also SIFWA is for professional writers who are already published. And for me, RWA was a really great help. It was really helpful early on in my career, because they don't have that barrier to entry.
So let's get a slightly different variant on the questions that I was talking about before the panel. What did, and I'll ask you all, I'll ask actually the women, Bud, because I've got a different question for you. What did RWA, your local Horror Writers Association, Maryland Romance Writers, offer you as a baby writer? So Jamila, just keep going, and then I'll get back to Lee and Amy. No, I mean, seriously, why not? Because you brought the subject up. Let's just transition into that.
So as a baby writer, for me personally, I'm a violent extrovert, right? Like, I need people. Like, this time has been very hard for me. But
I hear you, sister.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And so one of the biggest things it did was connect me with people who actually had the same stuff going on. They had the same viewpoint and the same goals as I did, right? Like, I have tons of connections with all sorts of people, right? Like, my local Facebook mommy group is really great, and they support me in a whole bunch of different ways. And the people who I worked with in my previous professional career are really great, and they support me in a whole lot of different ways. But having access to a group of people who were all, like, sort of single-mindedly pursuing the same goal I was, and were at various levels in their pursuit of that, was a huge thing for me, because I'm really people-oriented.
Mm-hmm. Great. Lee, what did your local, it was Horror Writers, right? That your entry drug?
No, it was just local Tauranga writers. It's the local hobbyist, writers group. Yeah, some professional, some hobbyists. Yes, it's our longest.
What did they offer you as a baby writer?
Right. Well, as a baby writer, look, I think Jamila said it very well, and a very famous chieftain in New Zealand said it as well. He said, it's the people, it's the people, it's the people. And, it's the networking, it's the contacts with your tribe, the people who get you, who are trying to do what you are wanting to do or have already done it, that motivation, that just that community. It's the people. It's the people.
Okay, great. Yeah. Amy, what about Maryland Writers Association was a boost to you as a baby writer?
Well, definitely what they said, the people who were welcoming and offered classes, that especially at the conference had all sorts of panels on topics that I had not a clue about until I got there. I had a lot to learn. And back when I had first joined, I think there were only like 2 chapters, one in Annapolis and one in Baltimore. And now we have rapidly growing. We have about 11 chapters, soon to have 12.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we gained 3 chapters this past year in Cumberland, Prince George's, and I am blanking out on the other, but the newest one that we're going to be voting on, the board has to approve it, so the perspective chapter is St. Mary's and Calvert counties.
I understand from the chat, because I am glancing at it from time to time, that you've got over 700 members now.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we've grown a lot in the last few years, and we were supposed to have our conference in March, and obviously that didn't happen. So we've been doing webinars that are free for all our members about once a month. We're going to start doing it quarterly, and our chapters are now, a lot of them are meeting virtually, just trying to accommodate and
trying to cope.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to go to the next level. I mean, RWA, I presume all of the associations that you mentioned, Lee, and I know SIFWA are more targeted towards writers who have made the jump to professional sales, whether it be selling a book for a certain amount or getting a certain amount of sales indie. So, but what does SIFWA have to offer the writer who has reached what they consider professional status?
Well, I think the thing that we're most famous for is Writer Beware, which is the website that everybody in the writing community goes to find out if the editors and people they're dealing with are scam artists or not. And they've exposed quite a few. And it's been a very, very good thing. All volunteers, by the way. The thing I found when I joined SIFWA is I immediately had a circle of friends who were also introverted, shy people who were afraid to send anything in to anybody. And we formed a little group on CompuServe at that time. And
that brings me back.
It was very different than Facebook. And we sort of hit off at each other to write stories. And Jeff Koistra and I would do that. By the way, Jeff got credit for the first story I published in Analog for 13 years. When I got back, they put his name on the table of contents as the author.
Oh, no.
And in subsequent issues, my name was all over the magazine with Stan Schmidt trying to apologize 17 ways from Sunday about this. But I think that camaraderie, the ability to know people, is the big important thing that I got out of SIFWA. Brenda Clough told me one time, she said, there's 2 things about going to the green room at Balticon. Is the first time you go, you're just in awe of all the well-known writers in there. And nobody knows who you are. The second turn is when you go in and everybody knows who you are. And that's a very enlightening experience, because now you're on an equal to other professionals, not necessarily those that make the big bucks, but like most of us, I get checks for 4 figures sometimes, and it lets me afford get an extra fries on my McDonald's order. On there.
Yes, some of my 4-figure checks are 2 on either side of the decimal.
Exactly. But yeah, writing is a national. It's a hobby for people who enjoy poverty, I guess. On there.
There is that.
one thing, I was a member of the Maryland Writers Organization, Annapolis branch, for a brief while. And then I discovered that everybody that came to the meetings were essayists who wrote memoirs. And there was zero connection between us. So I gave it up after about 6 meetings on there and tried to find something else to do with my time. The one who was in charge of that, by the way, kept saying, didn't know who I was for the first 2 meetings at all. And he asked me publicly, he says, do we know you? And I said, oh yeah, I'm Bud Sparhawk. And everybody in the room went, so.
Yeah, they knew you even if he didn't. Yes. Somebody was about to say something.
You should come back. We've grown quite a bit. Oh,
okay.
And still writing memoirs, no doubt.
No, well, there are memoir writers, but we have writers from all genres now, and even we have some poetry groups that have got formed in the last few years. So really, we're expanding.
I can no longer join the Maryland Writers Association.
You
since
can.
I live in Virginia now.
Oh, we got members in Pennsylvania.
That helps me a lot.
Okay, Amy. Basically, what does the Maryland Writers Association have for those who are further along in their journey, who have made professional, say, what the science fiction fantasy writers of America or romance writers consider professional sales? What do they offer for people further along their journey?
Well, I mean, that's a little harder, but we do have several members that are well-established writers. We have, well, they're the conferences, we bring in agents. There's always leadership roles.
Yeah, are they acting as mentors to the younger or the newer authors, I should say?
Some are. Some are. We don't have an official mentor program. We have chapter officers, and then the state or leaders.
So basically, you're saying what I'm hearing is Maryland Writers Association is kind of an entry drug.
Well, we're trying to change that. We also have publications. We do this year we did a poetry contest. There was no entry fee. It was last year we had an anthology that we put out. So there are opportunities in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Lee. You muted yourself.
Yes, someone arrived at my door.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want me to skip you and come back?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
So,
which of the many organizations that you belong to would you say is most helpful for a writer who's further along in their journey, who's made their first professional sales going forward?
They all offer something different. And I think it depends on the particular project you're talking about. You know, if you've got something that has a local focus, you might want to focus on your local group. And if you have something you want to get out globally, then obviously your international, genre organization might be the right place. But almost all writers group offer certain things. Like they pretty much all offer some sort of resource page or website, or they all have resources apart from the people themselves. They often give you information about various markets, where you might publish your work, or at least competitions, that sort of thing. There'll be contacts with conventions and literary events in your neighborhood or your country, or that you might be interested in, your genre. So that's always helpful. And once you're in a writing group, then you have access to panels and presentations, either being on them or attending them and upskilling yourself with professional development. And then you can also pitch your work at conventions or at your writers group. They might bring along a publicist or an agent. There are no agents in New Zealand, but they might bring along a publicist or a publisher or someone else who might be able to connect you with someone who might be able to help you with where you might get your work published. So there's all of those, that networking aspect. There's also almost all writers group do some kind of showcase publication. Even my local writers group does a little publication where everybody can put their work in and get themselves mentored and up to par. But the thing that I am most, passionate about is mentorship and assessment programs. And the first time I ever was involved with one of these was with the New Zealand Society of Authors, and I applied as a mentee, and I was paired with an iconic New Zealand writer, Graham Lane. It's a little bit like Bud mentioned before, the awe, oh my gosh, they paired me with this amazing person, and he was fantastic. He was also a former English teacher.